Chapter 4367. In the end, the Six Directions Supreme still chose to hand over the heaven-piercing token. They really couldn't beat him. Under such circumstances, if they still went up to fight, they would definitely suffer. They weren't that stupid. Clearly, this young man's background was very big. It was hard for them to imagine. After handing over the heaven-piercing token, they were still a little worried. If this young man suddenly attacked, they had to be on guard. Fortunately, what they were most worried about didn't happen. After handing over the heaven-piercing token, the other party didn't even look like he wanted to attack. If this friend is here for the heaven-piercing token, then I suggest you go to the treasure house. There's still a heaven-piercing token there. I heard that they even know the origin of the heaven-piercing token. I wonder if it's true. The Six Directions Supremes suddenly said. After obtaining this heaven-piercing token, Lin Fei was rather happy. If he absorbed another wave, his strength would be able to rise again. Hearing this news so coldly, Lin Fei was a little surprised. He could even hear the whereabouts of a heaven-piercing token. From Ancestor Thousand Mo's words, Lin Fei also knew that this heaven-piercing token wasn't limited to the ones that appeared now. He heard that there were more, but outsiders didn't know about it. He didn't expect to hear it here. "Milord, this Myriad Treasures Tower is very interesting. No one knows its origins, but this Myriad Treasures Tower has a lot of rare items. It can be said that in the entire Kunlun secret realm, there is no place with more treasures than this Myriad Treasures Tower," Primogenitor Qian Mo said. "Treasure house? There's such a place? Are you sure there's a heaven-piercing token in this treasure house?" Lin Fei looked at this Six Directions Supremes. Right now, he didn't lack anything but this heaven-piercing token. Every piece would mean that he could recover a portion of his strength. The stronger he was, the better. They had been plotting in this Kunlun mystic realm for so many years for a treasure that was about to appear. When that time came, the people who came down would definitely be stronger. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had seen such a situation. Moreover, Lin Fei also wanted to know where the heaven-piercing token originated from. Even now, Lin Fei had no idea why the Tree of Life was so interested in the Skyline token. If there was a chance, Lin Fei had to figure out how his body could recover so quickly. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei, and he had to seize it. Now that he had a chance to recover his strength, the origin of the heaven-reaching token was of utmost importance. Through this clue, he could follow it all the way. This was one of Lin Fei's current goals. The Six Directions Sovereign nodded his head and said, "There's no way this information is wrong. I have people in the Bountiful Treasures Tower who happen to know about this news. It's just that they didn't spread it out. If you're interested in this Supreme Sky token, you can head over. However, the Bountiful Treasures Tower is very strong. It's said that Sovereign Xinghai has some connections with them." While the Six Directions Supremacy was speaking, Lin Fei was also paying attention to him. He believed that the Six Directions Supremacy would not dare to lie, as there was not even a hint of fluctuation. Then this Myriad Treasures Tower became rather interesting. Lin Fei turned around and left. He did not make a move. To the Six Directions Supremacy and the other four Supremacies, this was the best thing that could happen. They would only heave a sigh of relief if they did not fight. If they really fought, they, the Supremacies, would not be enough. Since when did such a ferocious person appear in the Kunlun Mystery Realm? Six Directions, why did you tell this person about the Bountiful Treasures Tower? If this news were to spread to the Bountiful Treasures Tower, they might think that we did it on purpose, Supremacy Sky Path could not help but say. The Six Directions Supremacy said indifferently, "Don't you guys think that this is an opportunity? Even someone like this has appeared. Do you think that the Kunlun Mystery Realm will be able to return to peace in a short period of time? I'm just saying the most ordinary thing. Even if I don't say it, this person will find out about it sooner or later. Do you think there's any difference?" When the remaining Supremacies heard this, they also felt that the Six Directions Supremacy's words made sense. If they were to spread the news now, they would leave a good impression. If they were to bump into this person again in the future, at the very least, they wouldn't end up in a sorry state. The Six Directions supremacy could be considered to have done a good deed. At the same time, far away in a large city, inside a majestic ancient building, a figure quickly pushed open a door and walked in. Tower Lord, I've just received news that the Six Directions supremacy and the others were robbed. The supreme sky tokens in their hands were snatched away by a mysterious young man. Furthermore, that young man is rushing towards our place. In a brightly lit room sat a middle-aged man. He wore a crown on his head and was drinking tea unhurriedly. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change at all. The Six Directions supremacy and the others were also robbed? This is interesting. Looks like that thing is about to appear. Oxhead and Horseface have all appeared. The middle-aged man slowly sipped a few mouthfuls before putting down the cup. If they want to come to our Bountiful Treasures Tower as guests, we'll open our doors and welcome them. Our Bountiful Treasures Tower is a business. The middle-aged man's words surprised the person who came in to report. But I heard that Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others are among these people. They are all experts of the older generation. I'm afraid that they've come with ill intentions. I heard that they've come for the Supreme Sky Token. That's why I said that you're a little timid. Don't forget what our Bountiful Treasures Tower does. Even if they're interested in the Supreme Sky Token, we can still work together. The middle-aged man spoke unhurriedly. Even though he knew that Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others were coming, his expression was extremely calm. What you need to do now is to arrange for people to keep an eye on them and make the necessary preparations. If the sky is going to rain and a mother is going to get married, we can't stop it. I'd rather like to meet this young man and see who exactly sent him down. He actually managed to recruit Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others in one go. He's quite capable. The person who came in to report retreated, and the room fell silent again. The middle-aged man poured himself another cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly. Sovereign Xinghai, let's see how you're going to protect this treasure. Could it be that you sealed off the mountain to increase your strength? If that's the case, you're thinking too simply of this matter. Lin Fei didn't know that the news of his arrival had been leaked. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After spending 2 days on the road, Lin Fei had refined all the Supreme Sky tokens. His strength had risen by a large margin. The divine water of life continuously flowed through his body, allowing his injuries to heal continuously. This rate of recovery was practically visible to the naked eye. After tasting this sweetness, Lin Fei became more and more interested in the Supreme Sky Token. He felt that the origins of this Supreme Sky Token were definitely not simple. Chapter 4368. The treasure house was very easy to find. At the very least, it was not difficult for Lin Fei. Along the way, he arrived at the small town where the treasure house was located without any obstructions. If not for ancestor Qian Mo mentioning it, he really did not dare to believe that the treasure house was here. This small town was very prosperous. Indeed, one could not tell that there was such a treasure house in this place. However, in the most important place of the town, there was a luxurious mansion. No, it should be called an ancient building. This building was very tall and had a majestic aura. It was unique in this small town. Lord, this is the treasure house. It is the most special place in our Kunlun mystic realm. I heard that if you want to enter the treasure house, you need a membership card, and each membership card requires a valuable treasure. Lin Fei was already standing in front of the treasure house. He released his spiritual sense and discovered that this treasure house was actually maintained by a large formation. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it. This made Lin Fei very surprised. Up until now, there was really nothing that he could not penetrate. This treasure house could be considered an accident. It was no wonder that it could become the most special place in the Kunlun mystic realm. Such an interesting place, I have to go in and experience it no matter what. Lin Fei strode into this treasure house. The people of the treasure house did not stop him. Instead, someone took the initiative to welcome him. This must be Lin Fei. Our Myriad Treasures Tower's Tower Master is waiting for you upstairs. This person who came up to greet them was a steward of the treasure house, and he said enthusiastically. Instead, the expressions of ancestor Qian Mo and the rest behind Lin Fei changed slightly. They did not expect that the moment he left Mount Luhe, the treasure house would know. Someone must have leaked the news. Lin Fei did not care much. So it is your treasure house lord who is waiting for me. All right, lead the way. As for the news spreading, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Since it could become the most special existence in the Kunlun mystic realm, it would not be difficult to know his whereabouts. Moreover, this time, Lin Fei had swaggered over without any concealment. Perhaps this news was spread by one of the 5 supreme beings. It was also possible that it was not spread by the 5 supreme beings. For it to be able to become a special existence in the Kunlun mystic realm, there had to be something extraordinary about it. This was something that Lin Fei would never deny. Following the steward, Lin Fei went upstairs. Our OP is in there. The manager brought Lin Fei and the others upstairs and stood in front of a room. You guys can stay outside, Lin Fei said. He pushed the door open and walked in. He was preparing to meet this pavilion master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. You should be the Lin Fei who came from the secular world. I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. You actually subdued ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the other old things. In front of a dark red tea table, a middle-aged man sat. He raised the teacup in his hand towards Lin Fei. If you don't mind, how about sitting here and having a cup of tea and a chat? Lin Fei took a look at this pavilion master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and felt that it was a little unbelievable. The other party's strength was a little strong. He actually had his strength sealed in his body. I heard that your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is very mysterious. This tea should be pretty good. I don't mind having a cup. Lin Fei walked over and sat in front of the middle-aged man with a smile. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master picked up a pot of tea and poured a cup for Lin Fei. Try this tea and how is it? From this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master, Lin Fei did not sense any killing intent. There was only an extremely peaceful aura. Lin Fei did not drink it directly. He first took a whiff. Your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's tea is pretty good. After drinking it, it can even raise one's mental strength. It's quite valuable. Before Lin Fei even started drinking, he already smelled the fragrance. After smelling it thrice, he picked up the teacup and drank it slowly. As expected of someone who came down from above. Ordinary people really don't know your background. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master laughed. Then, he refilled Lin Fei's cup. Lin Fei knew that the other party had already misunderstood him. The other party could find out detailed information about him outside, but he really did not know the specifics. This was very normal. It seemed like this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion still had a certain connection with the people above. It was normal for the other party to not be able to see his background. As for the things that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion took out, in front of Lin Fei, it was just that. There was really nothing worth paying attention to. Of course, this Kunlun mystic realm was definitely different. After drinking a few cups of tea, he put down the teacup. Since you already know where I came from, then I'll just say it directly. I'm rather interested in this sky-piercing token. I wonder if your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion can part with it and hand it over to me? The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master was also sizing up this Lin Fei. Indeed, he could not see through Lin Fei's background. He only knew that Lin Fei came from above and was very calm. It was just that he was a little surprised about this sky-piercing token. His expression also turned a little strange, but it soon returned to normal. Brother Lin, you want this sky-piercing token? Don't you know the origins of this sky-piercing token? The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master laughed. Lin Fei said indifferently, to me, this sky-piercing token is just an interesting thing. Since it can appear in this Kunlun mystic realm, I naturally have to take all of them. Even though he did not ask anything, Lin Fei could indeed tell from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master's eyes that this sky-piercing token was a good thing in this Kunlun mystic realm. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master clapped his hands. A person walked in from outside. It was the manager from before. He held a tray in his hand and placed it on the tea table. On the tray were 2 sky-piercing tokens. These are the 2 sky-piercing tokens of our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. I'll give them to Brother Lin now. Lin Fei took a look at the sky-piercing token but did not take it. He knew that since the sky-piercing token was taken out, there would definitely be a price to pay if he wanted to obtain it. It all depended on what this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master wanted to say. I didn't expect that your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion would have 2 sky-piercing tokens. I've never taken other people's things for free. I wonder if Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master has anything to say. Just say it. I won't get angry. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master smiled and said, "Isn't it just 2 sky-piercing tokens? It's nothing more than the trunk of the second god tree. It's a treasure here, but what kind of treasure is it above? I just hope that when we open the treasure, Brother Lin can cooperate with our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion." Lin Fei was able to glean some useful information. The second god tree. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why the Tree of Life was so interested in this sky-piercing token. So this was the second god tree. No wonder. Chapter 4369. What was the second god tree? Of course, Lin Fei knew. He knew better than most people what it was. The second god tree was the heavenly tree. It was also very strong. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would encounter the heavenly tree. Lin Fei finally understood why the god tree of life was so interested in this thing. Wasn't the first god tree the god tree of life? It had the ability to devour all kinds of special tree species. Now, the truth was finally out. Previously, Lin Fei had guessed whether it was the same kind of thing as the god tree of life. But after he studied this token, he realized that it wasn't what he imagined. So he didn't continue guessing. Now, it seemed like the heavenly token did have some tricks up its sleeve. More importantly, Lin Fei got to know another piece of news from the treasure house. There seemed to be quite a number of heavenly token up there, far more than the few in the Kunlun mystic realm. This was a good thing for Lin Fei. He had plenty of opportunities to get his hands on it, and he could increase his strength. This trip had not been in vain. Lin Fei had obtained the best piece of news. It was more valuable than anything else in the world. This treasure house master was a good person. He even revealed such important news. Perhaps the treasure house master didn't even know that he had told such good news to Lin Fei. In the past, I wasn't interested in the supreme token. But now, I feel that the supreme token isn't too bad. After all, it's the second divine tree. It just so happens that I'm going to forge a treasure that I can use. So, I started collecting the supreme token. Lin Fei found a reason very casually. Since it was the second god tree, there would definitely be people who had ideas about it. Compared to refining a treasure, this was quite possible. The treasure house master was indeed quite curious. After all, although the heavenly token was not bad, that was in the Kunlun mystic realm. In other places, it was just ordinary. There were benefits, but they were more or less useless. It would be a waste to throw it away, but it was useless to take it. Now that Lin Fei said that he wanted to refine this second divine tree into a treasure, the Myriad Treasures Pagoda Master felt that it was rather interesting. This Lin Fei definitely had nothing better to do, yet he still dared to refine treasures. After coming out from the second divine tree, countless people had the thought of refining treasures. However, in reality, not many people had succeeded because the difficulty level was too high. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Master didn't think too much about it. In the end, this Lin Fei would definitely fail. No one had ever succeeded in refining a treasure using the second god tree. Initially, Lin Fei had wanted to ask about the specific situation of the second divine tree. However, he decided not to do so on second thought. After all, now that they had mistakenly thought that he came from above, he naturally had to have the awareness of someone above. Asking about the second divine tree was tantamount to revealing a flaw. After he obtained this treasure, he would naturally make another trip to the treasure house. At that time, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord would definitely have a good chat with him. Let's forget about it for now. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Tower Master of Bountiful Treasures, I'm very happy that you've given me 2 heavenly connection tokens. However, you'd better tell me what you're thinking. Cooperation is cooperation, but we can talk about it in detail. I don't like to take things from others for free. If you don't say it, I'll leave. At least, I've received your kind intentions. Lin Fei pretended to stand up. Lin Fei was quite familiar with these people in the business world. To dare to take out 2 Supreme Heaven tokens, there must be a purpose. Although Lin Fei could take it now, it wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. As long as the price of these 2 Supreme Heaven tokens was stated, Lin Fei would naturally take it away. Of course, Lin Fei could also snatch this Supreme Heaven token. Although the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was quite strong, his strength had already broken through the core condensation level and reached the golden core level. Therefore, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was really not his opponent. Even if he had a special treasure, it was the same. However, given the current situation, Lin Fei still had to be careful. This was interesting. Otherwise, everyone's eyes would be focused on him. At that time, it would not be easy to take this treasure. A lion still used all its strength to catch a rabbit. It could be imagined that once Lin Fei exposed his terrifying strength, he would naturally become the bird that stood out. Usually, the bird that stood out did not have a good ending. Now that Lin Fei was in the light and they were in the dark, who knew what other means they had? But if Lin Fei was in the dark, then everything was in Lin Fei's control. This was the most interesting thing. Lin Fei believed that since he came, this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord must have his own thoughts. Moreover, the other party had also checked his background. If he didn't have any thoughts, then it would be a lie. So Lin Fei intended to test the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord to see what he had in mind. Hence, Lin Fei assumed a posture of standing up. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was also somewhat unable to come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would actually leave just like that. This was completely different from his judgment. He did not see that the other party actually robbed the heaven-piercing token from the hands of 5 sovereigns for the sake of the heaven-piercing token, and even came for the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Then now, he actually did not want the heaven-piercing token anymore, turning around and leaving. What kind of trick was this? The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord naturally would not let Lin Fei leave just like that. Otherwise, he would have done this for nothing. Since the other party wanted to make a declaration, then the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord did not mind having a good chat with the other party either. Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's talk things out. Since you don't want to take this heaven-piercing token for nothing, then I'll also be frank with you. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord stood up and invited Lin Fei to sit back down again, pouring another cup of tea. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of tea. He wanted to hear what this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord had to say. He knew that this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord definitely knew a lot of news. Although Lin Fei also knew quite a bit, compared to this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord, it was definitely far inferior. This point, Lin Fei was still rather confident in his heart. Actually, this matter isn't much either. It's just that this heaven and earth treasure is about to appear. The experts from various families are all going to come down. At that time, it'll become lively. And I hope that when the heaven and earth treasure appears, Brother Lin can help our Myriad Treasures Pavilion bring some things back. Lin Fei even thought that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord would make him go kill people and set fires. Now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. And this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord knew quite a lot of situations, and even knew to collect things when the heaven and earth treasure appeared. Turns out that your Myriad Treasures Pavilion is still planning this. Looks like you've also found quite a few people, right? After all, when the heaven and earth treasure appears, there are quite a few things in the surroundings that are accompanying it. Chapter 4370. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long and left. But he also made an agreement with the Lord of the Myriad Treasures. As long as he obtained the accompanying item of this treasure, he would definitely trade it with the Myriad Treasures House. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House also promised that as long as he had the accompanying item, the Myriad Treasures House could go and find the Tong Tian token. Their ability was quite big. What kind of person do you think this Lin Fei is? I can't see through his details. It seems that there are some problems with the information you investigated. This Lin Fei is not as simple as you think. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House stood in front of the window and looked down, just in time to see Lin Fei leave with his people. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House frowned slightly, and behind him, there were several black figures, half kneeling on the ground and listening silently. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures House thought that he could see through Lin Fei, but he didn't expect this guy to have some ability. Fortunately, the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House didn't do anything excessive. Instead, he gave out 2 Tong Tian tokens. For him, these 2 Tong Tian tokens were nothing, but it was good to leave an impression in front of this Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei's origin, he could only slowly investigate. For Master Xinghai, one more person like Lin Fei was not a good thing. This was what the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House wanted to see the most. Lin Fei took the 2 Tong Tian tokens and left. From the mouth of the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House, Lin Fei also knew the general location of this treasure. It was under the Shattering Heaven Palace of Master Xinghai. Now Lin Fei rushed to the Shattering Heaven Palace, but there was still one thing to do before going to the Shattering Heaven Palace. That was to completely refine these 2 Tong Tian tokens. Now refining the Tong Tian tokens was a very simple matter. After all, the Tree of Life was the first divine tree, and the Tong Tian God tree was only the second divine tree. Naturally it couldn't withstand the devouring power of the Tree of Life. Lin Fei found a place and began to refine the Tong Tian tokens. At the same time, in a dark swamp, there were wild beasts constantly roaming. More than a dozen black figures were hunting here. These were the regulars here. They were a type of wild beast called the Blackwater crocodile. They were extremely strong and were good at teamwork. There was a loud crash. A black hole suddenly appeared. A figure appeared in a flash. The Blackwater crocodiles detected the movement and instantly besieged. However, before they could get close, they heard a series of banging sounds as the Blackwater crocodiles exploded one after another. This should be the Kunlun's secret region. After this person muttered to himself, he instantly turned into a black shadow and left. His figure was very fast, almost like a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the sky above Shattered Heaven Palace. This person seemed to know the location of Shattered Heaven Palace, and after arriving in the sky, he locked onto the position. The next second, the figure entered the main hall of Shattered Heaven Palace. "Welcome, senior brother." After the black figure entered the palace, a person inside the palace immediately cupped his hands and said. This person was Shattering Heaven Palace's Supreme Xinghai. Don't look at how Xinghai had already sealed Shattered Heaven Palace. In fact, Xinghai had not dared to take it lightly, but had been guarding this palace. This was the most important place of Shattered Heaven Palace. As soon as the newcomer entered, Walking Sea's supremacy immediately corrected his attitude. Junior brother Xinghai, don't be so polite. In any case, we are all under the same master. This time, I am only here to be in charge. Junior brother Xinghai is responsible for the general affairs. This person showed a handsome face, with a trace of evil smile hanging on his mouth. Xinghai did not dare to put on any airs in front of this senior brother. You are the senior brother, and I am the junior brother. This is what I should do. Then arrange a quiet place for me. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Xinghai obeyed and left. In front of this senior brother, Xinghai really did not dare to do anything, and did not dare to say anything. It was really because this senior brother's strength was terrifying. He estimated that he could kill him as soon as he made a move. It was better for him to properly assist. As long as this matter was completed, he could openly worship this senior brother as his master. Lin Fei used a day to refine the 2 Clear Heaven Command tokens. This time, the effect of refining the Clear Heaven Command token was a little worse, but it made Lin Fei very satisfied. In any case, this time, he still had a harvest from the multi-treasure house and knew the origin of the Clear Heaven Command token. From the words of the multi-treasure house, Lin Fei could hear that there were still a lot of Clear Heaven Command tokens in the Kunlun mystic territory. It should be deliberately put here to improve the strength of people. After all, with the Clear Heaven Command token, the cultivation speed was much faster than usual. Maybe 1 month with the Clear Heaven Command token was equivalent to 2 months. This kind of cultivation gap was very obvious. Lin Fei was not in a hurry and immediately went to Shattered Heaven Palace. Because there was still some time, he had to look for the Clear Heaven Command token again. Going to Shattered Heaven Palace so early, it was boring, some people had not come down yet. Halfway there, Lin Fei suddenly stopped. Because he noticed the fluctuations in the void. One must know that Lin Fei was proficient in space methods before. No, it was space law, so he was very sensitive to space fluctuations, especially now that he had recovered a part of his strength. Although he could not use the power of space law, he could sense the changes in it. Just a while ago, he noticed that there was an aura coming down, and this aura was probably someone who came down from above. In other words, there must be a lot of people who were waiting for this treasure to mature, and they had to use all means to come down. The Kunlun mystic territory suddenly became lively, and Lin Fei certainly hoped that it would become more and more lively. In the next few days, Lin Fei could sense people coming down almost every day. Sometimes it would be 2 or 3 days, sometimes it would be 4 or 5 days. But no matter what, there were still people coming to the Kunlun secret region. There were 6 people in total. Although these 6 people weren't a lot, their origins weren't simple. At the very least, they had a backer behind them. Lin Fei did not stay idle, more or less. He received some news about the Clear Heaven Command token. In total, Lin Fei had obtained 3 Piercing Heaven tokens. After obtaining these 3 Clear Heaven Command tokens, Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy to get more Clear Heaven Command tokens in the Kunlun mystic territory. It should not be possible to collect them in a short time, but this did not have a big impact on Lin Fei. In any case, after refining so many heaven-piercing tokens, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Especially his fleshly body, it had become even stronger. One must know that Lin Fei had an immortal godly body. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4371. After walking leisurely for a period of time, Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the Heaven-Breaking Palace. When he reached the Heaven-Breaking Palace, Lin Fei also felt a strong aura. Even though their auras were concealed very well, it wasn't hard to guess that these people were all aiming for that worldly treasure. Among these people, the largest group should be Lin Fei's group. After all, the progenitors behind him were very strong. When they were about 100 li away from the Heaven-Breaking Palace, Lin Fei let the progenitors leave. Such an interesting thing would be boring if they brought a group of people along. Lin Fei also wanted to see how interested the higher-ups were in this treasure and whether it was worth sending people down. He also wanted to understand the situation. Lin Fei was thinking about the second heavenly tree. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If he understood the situation of the heavenly tree, then he would recover faster. For example, Lin Fei's recovery was only about 10% of the immortal divine body's recovery. About 10% of Lin Fei's strength was already very terrifying. Especially since his physical body was getting tougher and tougher. He could even use some of his techniques now. After walking for another half a day, Lin Fei was already near the Heaven-Breaking Palace. Looking from afar, the place where the Heaven-Breaking Palace was located was not ordinary. It was a treasure mountain with treasure light, but it was sealed by a formation. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. It was no wonder that Supreme Xinghai of the Heaven-Crushing Palace wanted to cultivate a main body and a clone. The main body was probably to guard the Heaven-Crushing Palace. It was really hard on him. Lin Fei looked at the Heaven-Breaking Palace and slowly retracted his gaze. At this time, a figure appeared on the official road. "Brother, you are very insightful. Looks like you also came down from the higher-ups." "My name is Fong Wen. At this time, a figure appeared on the official road. This figure was sitting on a white tiger and was slowly approaching. Sitting on top of the white tiger was a young man. He was fair and plump, and he seemed to be very familiar with everyone. However, his strength was not weak. A real core condensation expert. He could be said to be an expert of the core formation realm. At this moment, the other party's strength seemed to have been sealed. He looked no different from an ordinary inborn expert. Friend, you also came down from above. Your elegance is not bad. You actually caught a white tiger as a mount, Lin Fei said with a smile. The person called Fong Wen laughed and said, there's no helping it. It's rare for us to come down here for a vacation, so we have to take it easy. Why are we in such a rush? Besides, the treasure hasn't appeared yet. Brother, what do you think? Lin Fei didn't know what Fong Wen was planning, but it was good to know more about the situation with such a person. At the very least, he was quite curious about that special place. To be able to send these people down, the strength behind them must be pretty good. If he could understand more about the situation, it would be for the best. I am Lin Fei. I just came down not too long ago. However, this place is indeed more interesting than the top. At the very least, I can be the king of the mountain here, Lin Fei said with a smile. When Fong Wen heard that, he was slightly startled. Brother Lin, what you said is interesting. It's rare for us to come down and be the king of the mountain. It's a pity that the time is not long enough. When the time is up, we have to leave this Kunlun secret realm. Otherwise, I would be very willing to stay here for 8 to 10 years. After all, at our realm, it's not easy to break through to the Golden Core realm. Lin Fei said with approval, that's right. It's indeed not easy for us to form our core at our realm. However, forming the Golden Core is no different from ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's approachability and Fong Wen's familiarity, the two of them started chatting very quickly. Lin Fei also caught a black tiger from the forest. This tiger was not weak. It was actually at the peak of the post-liminary realm. It was equivalent to a Grandmaster tiger. It could be used as a mount. The two of them walked towards the heaven-breaking palace unhurriedly. I think your previous idea is pretty good. Since we're here for a vacation, there's no need for us to fight to the death for the treasures of heaven and earth. By the way, let me tell you, this time there are 3 little heavenly kings. They're at the peak of the core formation stage, and they're only 1 step away from the gold core stage. Moreover, they've brought magic treasures with them. Fong Wen said mysteriously in a low voice. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Then they must have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually sent 3 minor heavenly kings down. Lin Fei said. He recalled silently in his heart. He really did feel 3 tyrannical auras coming down. At that time, Lin Fei did not pay much attention to them. He thought that everyone's strength was about the same. But now it seemed that the 3 people should be the 3 minor heavenly kings. Fong Wen snorted coldly. That's because they have such a strong background. They even brought magic treasures with them. They are prepared to fight. So we should just watch from afar. If we can get something, we will. If we can't, we will. There's no need to take risks. If you die here, you will really die. No one will help you vent your anger. Lin Fei could also see that Fong Wen really had the idea of avoiding danger. In other words, he would not participate in the fight for the treasures. If you don't want to take it back, how are you going to explain it when you return? You should know that there are many people who value treasures. Fong Wen laughed. It's just a treasure, there's nothing to be surprised about. If we can't take it, then we can't take it. Anyway, we are just going through the motions. Who doesn't know how powerful the 3 minor heavenly kings are? They are at the peak of core formation realm. With that treasure, even if you and I join forces, we may not be a match for them. There is no need for me to get involved. Lin Fei wanted to ask about the origins of the 3 minor heavenly kings. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. He was not in a hurry. Let's rest here. This place is only a few kilometers away. There is no need to get too close. The three minor heavenly kings are very domineering. Fang Wen acted like he was here for a vacation. He stopped when he was 3 to 5 kilometers away. The heaven-breaking palace was already within sight. Lin Fei was naturally not in a hurry. As long as they were near the heaven-breaking palace, everything would be fine. Anyway, I don't really care about this thing. I am here to watch the show. Then, which two of the three minor heavenly kings do you think will win? Chapter 43-72. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei naturally wanted to ask about the origins of these three minor heavenly kings. The auras of these three were very strong. It would be good to know about them in advance. Lin Fei didn't take them seriously, but it was good to know about them. It would save him the embarrassment of talking about them. When this was brought up, Fang Wen seemed a bit happy. He said proudly, "Brother Lin, you've asked the right person. I, Fang Wen, have a good understanding of the three little heavenly kings. Everyone calls me know-it-all." Lin Fei smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Then I've asked the right person." Fang Wen smiled and said, "The three minor heavenly kings are actually not small. For example, Yun Fei has been a monster since he was young. He's now at the peak of core formation. His strength is unfathomable. He also has a powerful defensive armor. With this armor, people in the same realm can't do anything to him. So he's the most powerful person in the heaven-breaking palace. As long as he doesn't leave the palace, it won't be easy to break it. As for the second one, it's Su Tianqing. I heard that Su Tianqing was born with the starlight treasure body. At night, he can borrow the power of the starlight to greatly increase his strength. As for the last one, he's called Barbarian King. He's a close combat expert. Even if he stands there and gets attacked for half an hour, he won't be able to do anything to him. These three are the most powerful competitors this time," Fang Wen said slowly. He was very familiar with the three minor heavenly kings. "My guess is that Su Tianqing and Barbarian King will work together to break through the heaven-breaking palace. Of course, there's another possibility. The two minor heavenly kings will work together to break through the heaven-breaking palace. Although we won't have a chance to get the treasures, the accompanying treasures are also very good. It's worth a trip." Lin Fei originally thought that only Myriad Treasures Tower would be interested in the accompanying treasures. Now, it seemed that not only Myriad Treasures Tower, but even the people who came down here were interested in the accompanying treasures. "But I'm thinking the same thing as you. I'll just get some accompanying treasures." "But have you heard about the origins of these treasures?" "My superior didn't say anything at all. In any case, it said that there would be a powerful natural treasure down there," Lin Fei said with a blank expression. "That's right." Fang Wen's face darkened. He lowered his voice and said, "This treasure has a powerful origin. Do you know what it is?" "I heard that it was a treasure of the great sage from ancient times. What's important is that it's only a part of it. Think about how terrifying it is. Most people don't even know about it. Only people like me know about it." "Kid, you're lucky." Lin Fei didn't know the exact origins of this treasure. However, after hearing that it was a great sage from ancient times, Lin Fei started to take note of it. Fang Wen said secretly, "Do you know about the 24 sea calming divine pearls? I heard that the treasure that appeared this time is one of the 24 sea calming divine pearls. I don't know what attribute it is, but no matter who gets it, their strength will definitely skyrocket." "Sea calming divine pearl?" Lin Fei frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. "Isn't this a treasure from ancient times? There are a total of 24 pearls. If all of them are used, the power is far beyond your imagination. I didn't expect that this treasure would be one of the 24 sea calming divine pearls. Whether it's the water calming pearl or the wind calming pearl, they are all different. How could it be the 24 sea calming divine pearls? Are you mistaken? This is a real ancient treasure." No matter how ignorant Lin Fei was, he knew that this was a true treasure from ancient times. Fang Wen snorted, that's why most people don't believe it, but in fact, it is one of the 24 sea-calming divine pearls. It's in the Kunlun Mystery Land. The higher-ups paid a great price to find it. It's a pity that the sea-calming divine pearl has been sealed for thousands of years and only ended today. You can imagine how intense the competition this time is. Although the 3 little kings are the strongest, no one knows who will get the sea-calming divine pearl because it can also find the whereabouts of the other 23 sea-calming divine pearls. It's hard for everyone not to be tempted. One sea-calming divine pearl was already very powerful. If 24 of them were gathered together, it would be a true set of magic treasures. And this was no ordinary magic treasure. It was a true Khanate Dharma treasure. A Xiantian treasure was much more powerful than a Hotian treasure. Even 10 Hotian treasures might not be able to defeat a Xiantian treasure. This was definitely a huge surprise. Lin Fei never thought that there would be a Xiantian treasure in the Kunlun Mystery Land. This was a really good thing, better than any other magic treasure. The power of this sea-calming divine pearl was even more different. Brother Fong, you're really well informed indeed. You can really be considered to be a know-it-all. To think that you would even know of such an important piece of news. I'm truly impressed with you. Lin Fei said. Fong Wen chuckled, that's right. I've paid a great price for this news. I also like your brother. When the sea-calming divine pearl comes out, we can't take the risk. It's better to take some accompanying treasures. I heard that there are usually Hotian treasures beside the sea-calming divine pearl. Even if it's only 1 or 2, it's worth it. Lin Fei could also see that Fong Wen probably wanted to get a helper. After all, with so many people, he definitely wouldn't be a match for them alone. These people were all experts in the core formation stage. Those Supremes couldn't keep up. If he wanted to get the accompanying treasure, he would have to see if he had any helpers. Lin Fei immediately understood. Beside a Xiantian treasure, there would definitely be a lot of good things. Even if he could only get 1 or 2, he would be rich. I'm alone now. Anyway, I don't want the sea-calming divine pearl anymore. I don't have the ability. However, I can snatch the accompanying treasure. Fong Wen laughed, when the time comes, let's work together happily. No matter if you sell the accompanying treasure or not, I'll take out what you want. If I can snatch the accompanying treasure, I naturally don't plan on taking it. I'm rather interested in the heavenly token. No, it should be the heavenly tree. I don't know if a well-informed person like you knows the origin of the heavenly tree. I want to refine a set of heavenly speed treasures, but finding the materials is still a problem. Chapter 43-73. It was not easy for Lin Fei to meet someone who knew the news. He would definitely not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, how could he know about the 24 sea-calming immortal beads? It was a real innate magic treasure. Lin Fei had his own thoughts about this Khanate treasure as well. However, the thing that could help him the most at the moment was the heavenly tree. If he knew the whereabouts of the heavenly tree, that would be the best thing to do. It would be the best if he could get the information from Fong Wen. As for the other things, he would think about it later. Fong Wen said with a weird look, "You're actually interested in the heavenly tree? Don't even think about it. The heavenly tree is in the heavens reaching church." Lin Fei was stunned when he heard this. He thought that the heavenly tree could be found everywhere on the streets. At least those fragments. After all, the heavenly token seemed to be made of these fragments. Perhaps Fong Wen saw through Lin Fei's doubt, so he added, "The heavenly token is from the heavens reaching church. The heavens reaching church owns the heavens reaching church. Although it's useless, the heavens reaching church has already recalled all the heavens reaching church's tokens. Therefore, it's impossible for you to refine treasures with this token unless you're willing to join the heavens reaching church. However, as a major sect in the cultivation world, it's not that difficult to join the heavens reaching church." Actually, Lin Fei had already prepared for this. After all, the heavenly token could not be circulated everywhere. There might be a reason why the Tong Tian token was circulated. Now, it seemed that it was really the case. Lin Fei scolded with annoyance. I was cheated by that guy. He said that the heavenly treasure could be refined into treasures. Fortunately, I didn't collect it. Otherwise, it would be in vain. It turns out that it belongs to the heavens-reaching church. Fang Wen burst into laughter. It turns out that you can also be cheated by others. This heavenly reaching token can indeed be used to refine rarities. However, it's too difficult to refine. Now, heavenly reaching church doesn't allow any heavenly reaching token to be left outside. Even if you have it, you'd better put it away. Otherwise, if you meet those blind guys of heavenly reaching church, you'd better get into trouble. Lin Fei didn't ask anything about the heavens reaching church anymore. As long as he knew that these heaven-reaching tokens were from the heaven-reaching church, it was enough. For the next few days, the two of them basically stayed here and did not leave at all. From Fang Wen, Lin Fei also understood a lot of information. This person was really a know-it-all. However, his mouth was a little too big. He liked to show off the most. If he knew something, he would definitely not be able to hide it. This was the so-called big mouth. Lin Fei didn't think that his luck would be so good that he could meet such a big mouth. After half a month, he had a good understanding of the cultivation world. At the very least, he was no longer a newbie. In Fang Wen's words, the Kunlun mystic realm was just an abandoned mystic realm. If not for the 24 sea calming divine pearls, who would care about it? The Kunlun secret realm was weaker, which was why they could send them down. Otherwise, they would only be able to watch helplessly, unable to get their hands on such a treasure. On this day, a ray of treasure light soared into the sky. The sky was filled with colorful clouds. It was very spectacular. Everyone in the Kunlun secret realm noticed this scene. Fang Wen also opened his eyes immediately. He stared at the colorful clouds and laughed. The 24 sea calming divine pearls are finally coming out. Let's hurry over. Don't be slow. Lin Fei stood up. The source of the treasure light was the heaven-breaking palace. At this moment, the sky above the heaven-breaking palace was already covered with clouds. The movement was very big. Lin Fei could guarantee that everyone in the Kunlun secret realm knew about the treasure light. When the treasure light appeared, it meant that the 24 sea calming divine pearls also appeared. In a lake, a figure walked up from the bottom of the lake. The water on both sides flowed backward. The 24 sea calming divine pearls have finally appeared. It seems that I can fight again. On a mountain, a figure sat with his legs crossed. He also opened his eyes. A white lotus appeared under him. He stood on it casually and floated away. Similar scenes kept happening in the Kunlun secret realm. There were about a dozen figures flying towards the sky. The disciples of the heaven-breaking palace were also very shocked. They were all dumbfounded. They stared at the clouds above their heads. They only felt that there was an aura above the clouds that made them feel very comfortable. Senior brother, the 24 sea calming divine pearls are about to appear. I think those people are going to attack our heaven-breaking palace. Supreme Xinghai was also very excited. He stared at the clouds above his head. In a short period of time, he had gone from the Supreme Realm to the End Core Realm. As a result, Autarch Xinghai's strength grew even stronger. Even so, he still felt as though he was facing his senior apprentice brother. The door was pushed open. A figure walked out. It was Yun Fei in black. He raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. The 24 sea calming divine pearls are connate treasures. Even if there is only one, it will cause quite a commotion. You have to be prepared. Those people are probably going to attack the heaven-breaking palace. Don't worry, senior martial brother. Once I open this formation, it won't be easy for them to break in. I'm a core formation expert now, and I have the treasure senior martial brother gave me. If they dare to barge in, they will not be able to bear the consequences. Yun Fei waved his sleeves and appeared above the heaven-breaking palace. Then leave the little Sky King to me. You just need to stall the rest of them. When the 24 sea-calming divine pearls appear, I will naturally use a method to take them. Back then, Supreme Xing Hai did not know why the heaven-breaking palace was built on such an inconspicuous mountain. Only later did he find out that there was a treasure at the bottom of the mountain. That was why they built the heaven-breaking palace on top of it. This heaven-breaking palace was not a simple building. It was a treasure. That was why it could suppress the light of the treasure. Yunfei, you are so fast. I thought you would not come down. Looks like we can have a big fight again. A figure floated over. As the figure arrived, the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. It formed a star field around the figure. Su Tianxing, you are not slow either. I thought you would come up alone. Looks like you are not brave enough. Yunfei snorted coldly. The figure covered in starlight was Su Tianxing. He stopped not far away and looked at the heaven-breaking palace and the clouds above. It is so boring to fight you alone. No matter what, I should wait for the other barbarian king to arrive. That way, it will be more interesting. Ha ha ha, I think that is right too. I, the barbarian king, love to beat people up. Especially people like you, Yunfei. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4374. As soon as Su Tianxing's voice fell, another loud rumble was heard. In the forest. A figure strode over. Every step he took caused the ground to crack and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was the barbarian king. Barbarian King's leather armor shone with resplendent light, appearing quite extraordinary. He stood in the air above the heaven-crushing palace, facing Yunfei from a distance. I really want to catch you and beat you up. I don't think you can take more than 10 hits from me. The barbarian king was a bald young man. He clenched his fist and punched the air above the palace, activating the formation and blocking the punch. Even so, the entire heaven-breaking palace was still greatly shaken. Bang, bang, bang. Many buildings were shaken and cracked. The disciples of the heaven-breaking palace were also shaken and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. With just one punch, the entire heaven-crushing palace was affected. Your heaven-crushing palace is pretty strong. It didn't explode after taking one punch from me. Looks like I'll have to punch it a few more times. The barbarian king laughed. After the two minor heavenly kings landed, many figures started to approach the heaven-crushing palace one after another. They didn't attack directly, because they saw Su Tianxing and the barbarian king. These two minor heavenly kings were very strong, especially the barbarian king, who was the most violent. If he didn't like someone, he would punch them. If he couldn't, then he would die. That was how violent he was. As for Su Tianxing, his temper was much better, but not everyone dared to offend him. Lin Fei and Fang Wen also arrived at the periphery of the heaven-crushing palace. At this moment, not too far away from them stood people with dense auras. Every single one of them was a core formation expert, but compared to the three little heavenly kings in the distance, they were still a huge level weaker. Those two were Su Tianxing and the barbarian king. They were very strong. The barbarian king liked to settle everything with his fists. The three minor heavenly kings were very strong. According to Lin Fei's senses, the three of them were equally matched in strength. They were much stronger than the core formation stage cultivators present. If they really waved their hands, no one here would be a match for them in a one-on-one battle. Wait, it must be the two minor sky kings restraining you, Yunfei, while we attack the heaven palace. Only after we destroy the heaven palace can we go underground. After all, the creature underground won't come out on its own. Fang Wen seemed a little excited, but he lowered his voice and said, when we attack later, don't put in too much effort, just follow them. Everything was just as Fang Wen had said. Yunfei, who was in the sky, attacked Su Tianxing and Barbarian King. A treasure appeared above Yunfei's head, and a flying sword-shaped treasure directly attacked the two of them. A huge energy wave swept out in all directions. In an instant, the vicinity of the heaven-breaking palace was turned into ruins. If it wasn't for this formation, the heaven-breaking palace would have been destroyed long ago. The disciples of the heaven-crushing palace had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. They began to attack. After the two minor sky kings started exchanging blows with Yunfei, the rest of the people started taking action as well. One treasure after another was hurled out, shaking the world and causing the ground to tremble. Fang Wen, who was already used to this, immediately took out a treasure. However, unlike the other treasures, Fang Wen first took out a treasure to protect himself. Then, he began to control his spells. Wind blades directly struck the formation in the distance. In a situation like this, the first thing we need to do is to protect ourselves. It doesn't matter how much effort we put in, but if we can't even keep our lives, then we can't do it. This Fang Wen was really an interesting person. Lin Fei didn't bring any treasures. He only used his sword intent. He simply released his sword intent and circled around him. Then, he directed a wave of sword intent to attack. Fang Wen was a little surprised to see Lin Fei attack. You're actually a sword cultivator? That's not easy. Nowadays, there aren't many people who practice close combat and sword cultivation because it's too time-consuming. Nowadays, spells are the most popular. Spells are much better. As long as you have a protective treasure, who's afraid of who? The heaven-breaking palace's formation was quite strong. At least, it didn't budge even when facing a dozen people. Lin Fei soon discovered that those people didn't use their full strength. They were only shaking the formation. They looked very clever. No one was willing to waste too much magic power at this time. Even Fang Wen was the same. Although the power of the formation was quite strong, it was actually just to scare people. Lin Fei found this more and more interesting. The power of the treasure light kept attacking the heaven-breaking palace. The clouds became thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire heaven-breaking palace. Yunfei, who was in the sky, was fighting with the other two minor heavenly kings. Even though it was 1 against 2, he could still fight to a draw with the other two minor heavenly kings. A flying sword flew back and forth, filled with endless dangerous aura. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. The 24C calming divine pearls would definitely come out anyway. More importantly, it could be seen that these people were wily old foxes. They knew when to exert force and when not to exert force. This went on for half an hour. There was a loud crash. A beam of treasure light shot into the sky. It was bigger than the previous beam of treasure light. A torrent of power swept out. The heaven-breaking palace's formation was destroyed. The people present were also attacked by the torrent of power. However, they all had treasures in front of them to protect themselves. This wave of impact didn't affect them much. However, this wave of impact made everyone realize that the 24C calming divine pearls weren't as simple as they thought. With a crash, a black flowing light rushed out of the ground. The treasure came out. As soon as the black flowing light came out, it flew away from the heaven-breaking palace. Yunfei, who was fighting with the two minor heavenly kings, used a hand seal to grab the black flowing light. However, he was a bit slower, and the black flowing light escaped. Yunfei didn't fight back. He used the treasure and chased after it. Ha ha ha, Yunfei, you guys calculated everything. You didn't expect that the treasure would leave on its own. It seems like it's going to be interesting this time. After everyone chased after the 24C calming divine pearls, many people rushed down into the ground. If they didn't fight for the treasure now, when would they? Let's go. Let's go down too. Let's not get involved with the 24C calming divine pearls. Shukju website. Chapter 4375. Of course, Lin Fei was interested in a companion treasure like this. Moreover, he could tell that the 24C calming divine pearls weren't easy to snatch. It actually had a trace of instinct, which was the most difficult part. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for the 3 junior heavenly kings to obtain the 24C calming divine pearls. Lin Fei decided to go down and see what good stuff was down there. If it was useful to him, even if he didn't use it, he could give it to someone else. He couldn't come in for nothing. Lin Fei could tell that as long as he waited for the 24 sea-calming divine pearls, there wouldn't be anything else in the Kunlun mystic realm that would catch his eye. Therefore, he still had to take a look at the companion treasure. When Fang Wen jumped down, Lin Fei followed in a hurry. This was a huge, deep pit that continued to sink downwards. However, a sword intent appeared under Lin Fei's body. Like a cloud, it slowly dragged him down to the bottom. When he reached the bottom, he realized that there was a huge fight going on. The experts who entered first had started fighting. There were quite a few treasures in that area. Lin Fei could see all of them very clearly. Of course, the most important one was a purple flower. The purple flower was very proud, but it looked very precious. Lin Fei knew that it was the purple gold sky flower at a glance. It was a special flower. After refining this purple gold sky flower, one would instantly obtain a physique. In layman's terms, one would condense a treasured physique. It was very rare. At the very least, Lin Fei only knew about it from some ancient books. He didn't expect that there would be such a companion treasure underground. You guys don't have to fight over it. This purple gold sky flower belongs to me. A young man flew over first. At the same time, a rope treasure wrapped around the purple gold sky flower, wanting to snatch it away. However, before the rope could reach the front, a stream of light flew over and hit the long rope heavily. It turned out that there was a young man pulling a large bow in the distance. He was the one who shot the arrow just now. You want this purple gold sky flower? You're thinking too much. Have you asked me, Xia Hongsheng? The young man called Xia Hongsheng drew his bow again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than a dozen arrows were shot out, directly locking onto everyone. Taking advantage of this time, he directly pounced towards the purple gold sky flower. The streams of light that shot out were not physical, but illusory. They instantly turned into a dozen black dragons roaring in front of them, showing Xia Hongsheng's powerful strength. Even Lin Fei was locked on by this arrow. He didn't expect this guy called Xia Hongsheng to be so strong. He was really similar to the legendary figure. One against a dozen. He wanted to take the purple gold heavenly flower for himself. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei blocked in front of him with his sword intent. The incoming stream of light turned into a black dragon and roared with great strength. The people present all blocked it very easily. It seemed like everyone's strength was quite good. With such an opportunity, Xia Hongsheng had already gotten close to the purple gold sky flower. Just as Xia Hongsheng was about to reach out to pluck the purple gold sky flower, a figure rushed out from the ground. With a palm, he slapped Xia Hongsheng's chest and was sent flying. Xia Hongsheng, you didn't expect this, right? My earth burrowing technique was specially used to guard against you. Looks like this purple gold sky flower belongs to me. A short person came out and reached out to grab the purple gold sky flower. At the crucial moment, the earth burrowing technique actually played a huge role. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The person who escaped reached out with his hand and grabbed the entire purple gold sky flower. He then dropped it into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Xia Hongsheng was sent flying, his face was filled with rage. He drew his bow and shot the arrow towards the ground. The ground continued to collapse, but that person seemed to have disappeared. The best thing here was this purple gold sky flower. Although the other companions were all right, no one was interested in them. After all, this purple gold sky flower could give birth to treasured bodies. Even the most ordinary treasured body could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Su Tianqing of the three minor heavenly kings was so strong because he had the starlight treasured body. He borrowed the power of starlight to form a strong defense. And Barbarian King also cultivated a treasured body. It was also very strong, which was why they cared so much about it. That Du Xing's son is already injured. He can't have run far. He must be in this area. Everyone, let's search together. Don't let him steal the purple gold sky flower. Xia Hongsheng chased after him. The others also made up their minds. They had to find this Du Xing Sunday. They had let him steal the best purple gold sky flower for nothing. Du Xing Sun's strength was weaker than theirs, but in the end, he got the upper hand. Our luck is really bad. The best purple gold sky flower was actually stolen by that Du Xing Sunday. That guy can't do anything else, but he's good at burrowing. Who knows where he's gone? Fang Wen said helplessly. There were still some companion treasures here, but no one had any thoughts of fighting over them. Fang Wen also snatched a treasure back, but it was not very valuable. His focus was on the purple gold sky flower. When he came down, he knew that the companion treasure would be good, but he didn't expect it to contain a purple gold sky flower. If he had known earlier that there was this purple gold sky flower, he would have come down a long time ago. He wouldn't have wasted so much time. Now that the purple gold sky flower was gone, he only managed to snatch one of the other companion treasures. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink. I won't get involved in this. Lin Fei was very concerned about this purple gold sky flower. Although this Du Xing Sun was very good at burrowing, Lin Fei had left his divine sense on him to track him. Just like what he said, this guy was indeed injured. His speed had slowed down, but he couldn't have run far. According to his calculations, he should have run at least 20 to 30 miles away. His burrowing technique was indeed amazing. It was no wonder these experts were dumbfounded. It might be easy to chase him in the sky, but how were they going to chase him underground? Is that the purple gold sky flower? It's indeed beautiful. It's a pity I'm late. Lin Fei and Fang Wen came up. Fang Wen invited Lin Fei for a drink, but Lin Fei shook his head and rejected. Let's forget about drinking. It's rare for me to come to Kunlun Mystic Realm. I'm planning to take a stroll around. Since there's no chance for the 24 settled seas, I might as well take a stroll to my heart's content. Fang Wen naturally didn't have any objections. Bookseller's House. Chapter 4376. Earth Traveler Sun's original name was Earth Yuan. The name wasn't very impressive, but their family was most proficient in this burrowing technique. Among them, Earth Yuan was the best at burrowing into the ground. He could burrow over 10 to 20 li in one breath. If he was stronger, he could burrow over 100 li or even a few hundred li in one breath. Earth Yuan was heading towards this goal. This time, he had spent a great deal of effort in order to obtain a spot in the competition. He sneaked down and killed them off guard. Humph, you guys still think you're very powerful. Didn't I snatch the violet gold sky flower? Wait until I refine this violet gold sky flower, then I'll have a treasured body and my strength will increase by a lot. Earth Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, Xia Hongxing's archery attack just now was still very powerful, and had injured him. Fortunately, his reaction was fast, and after snatching the purple gold sky flower, he used the earth escape technique to escape more than 20 kilometers in one breath. To ensure his safety, Earth Yuan escaped 20 li in one breath before heaving a sigh of relief. He came up from the ground and leaned against a big tree. He took out a pill and swallowed it. I should be safe now. I don't believe that they can still catch up to me. Earth Yuan was very relieved after escaping so far. He was 20 li away from Heaven-breaking Palace. No matter how strong they were, it wouldn't be easy for them to catch up. Earth Yuan also ate a kind of medicinal pill that could conceal his aura. This was also his other trump card. With the escape technique paired with this pill, it would be a piece of cake for him to slip away. Earth Yuan, your burrowing is not bad. You ran so far in one breath. If I wasn't prepared, I would have been lost. Just when Earth Yuan felt he could relax, a cold light came, accompanied by a cold snort. Earth Yuan flipped over, and the tree behind him exploded into powder. A figure chased after him. Who else could it be other than Xia Hongxing? He pulled the bow and shot the arrow again. This time, Earth Yuan was not so lucky. He was directly blown away by the arrow and smashed several big trees before stopping. Xia Hongxing, how did you catch up to me? This is impossible. I escaped 20 li in one breath and didn't choose a direction. Earth Yuan, on the other hand, was injured. After taking that arrow, his essence energy was greatly injured. He stared at Xia Hongxing with fear. He didn't expect Xia Hongxing to catch up. The Xia family was a big family in the upper echelons. Xia Hongxing continued to draw his bow. He faced Earth Yuan. If I were you, I'd obediently hand over the purple gold sky flower. Otherwise, I'll shoot you to death with one arrow. Xia Hongxing let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught up to Earth Yuan. Earth Elemental had traveled so far in one go, and he was really tired. Although he looked relaxed now, he was actually very tired and had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had caught up. I can hand over the flower, but you have to let me go. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it. Earth Yuan gritted his teeth. He grabbed a purple gold heavenly flower in his hand. After the flower was plucked, it was still so noble. Xia Hongxing's eyes became a little hazy. As long as you throw this flower over, I'll let you go. After all, our Xia family is very trustworthy. If he was targeted by someone else, then Earth Yuan wouldn't be afraid. However, if he was targeted by Xiao Hongxing, then it would be troublesome. Because the other party was an archer. His archery skills were the most powerful. Being able to shoot more than a dozen arrows in one go was not something that just anyone could do. He finally got the flower, but he had to give it away. Earth Yuan was really unwilling. He had no choice. If he dared to move again, he definitely wouldn't be able to block Xia Hongxing's arrow. I'll give you the flower. Tu Yuan gritted his teeth and threw the purple gold sky flower out. However, it wasn't towards Xia Hongxing, but in another direction. Xia Hongxing cursed and anxiously chased after the purple gold sky flower. Earth Yuan immediately escaped, but this escape caused his injuries to worsen. But there was nothing he could do. If he didn't leave, then Xia Hongxing would definitely kill him once he got the purple gold sky flower. Xia Hongxing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally get the purple gold sky flower. However, just as he was about to get close to the purple gold sky flower, the slowly falling purple gold sky flower seemed to have received some kind of power and floated towards a certain direction, causing Xia Hongxing to miss. Damn it, there's still someone here to steal the purple gold sky flower. Without saying a word, Xia Hongxing shot 10 arrows in that direction. There was a loud rumbling sound. But even after this loud sound, the purple gold sky flower actually disappeared without a trace. It was gone. Bastard, who stole my amethyst golden sky flower? The power of those 10 arrows was quite extraordinary. In the end, he still lost the purple gold sky flower. How could Xia Hongxing take it? He couldn't take it at all. Xia Hongxing, you're amazing. You've already snatched the purple gold sky flower. Why do you have to be so overbearing and chase me all the way? Just as Xia Hongxing was feeling extremely angry, a voice suddenly sounded out. Xia Hongxing's face darkened. He knew that he was in big trouble. Someone was slandering him. As one of the outstanding youths of the Xia clan, he had never thought that he would be slandered. But now, he had indeed been slandered. This voice was very loud. After it spread, those experts who were searching for the earth elemental would immediately target him, Xia Hongxing. Xia Hongxing wanted to catch the person who slandered him and cut him into 8 pieces. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Someone was coming from his left. Xia Hongxing, you're really powerful. You can actually chase after the earth elemental and snatch the purple gold sky flower. Now, are you going to hand it over or do you want us to take action? A cold light shot over. Xia Hongxing didn't even have time to say anything as he immediately used his bow to neutralize this wave of attacks. But just like that, another person came from not far away. The purple gold sky flower isn't even in my hands. I've been schemed against. Do you believe me? But how would these people believe Xia Hongxing's words? Since Brother Xia doesn't plan to hand over the purple gold sky flower, then we can only do it ourselves. Without any warning, they started fighting on the spot. In the distance, Lin Fei had already placed the purple gold sky flower in a box. He added a seal so that not a single bit of its aura leaked out. Looking at the people fighting, the corner of his lips curled up. You just shot an arrow at me. No matter what, you have to pay a price. Chapter 43-77. Lin Fei was more or less a bit of a prankster. Since Xia Hongxing dared to make a move, he would have to suffer a little. At this time, Xia Hongxing was unable to explain at all. Everyone knew that Xia Hongxing was the fastest to catch up to Earth Yuan, so the purple gold sky flower must be in Xia Hongxing's hands and not in the hands of others. Lin Fei patted his shoulder and left. He was still thinking about the 24C calming divine pearls. Earth Yuan, who had escaped 10 miles away, spat out several mouthfuls of blood after coming out. He cursed Xia Hongxing more than 100 times in his heart. The purple gold sky flower that he had worked so hard to get was taken away just like that. Was it easy for him? The feeling of drilling around in the ground was really uncomfortable. But at this moment, he actually heard Xia Hongxing's voice. This surprised him a little. This guy has been targeted so quickly. This is great. Serves him right. Earth Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to go back to give Xia Hongxing a deep impression. So he swallowed a few pills and used the Earth Escape technique to go back. When Earth Yuan returned, he told everyone. The purple gold sky flower is with Xia Hongxing. This sentence was like rubbing salt on a wound, making it impossible for Xia Hongxing to explain. At this time, the 3 minor heavenly kings were chasing the 24C calming divine pearls. The 24C calming divine pearls were very fast, like a stream of light. They even had a trace of instinct. As long as they got close, they would immediately change directions. After chasing for hundreds of miles, the 3 minor heavenly kings couldn't catch the 24C calming divine pearls. Their faces were a little ugly. They had more or less underestimated the ability of the 24C calming divine pearls. They could actually run so fast. Inescapable net. Yun Fei suddenly waved his hand and directly shot out an inescapable net treasure. Like a huge net, it directly covered the 24C calming divine pearls. However, the 24C calming divine pearls avoided it. As soon as the 24C calming divine pearls avoided it, the savage king immediately caught up. He threw a punch and sent the 20C calming divine pearls flying. They smashed heavily into the mountain top. More than half of the mountain was instantly smashed. The 24C calming gods should belong to me. Su Tianqing's astral treasure body shone brightly. A towering hand directly grabbed down, and the entire mountain instantly collapsed. The 24C calming divine pearls finally fell into the hands of his starlight treasure body. Before Su Tianqing could feel proud of himself, Yun Fei slashed down with a black streak of light and broke his starlight hand. The 24C calming divine pearls regained their freedom. The barbarian king shot up into the sky, grabbed the 24C calming god pearls, and fled into the distance. Everything happened so quickly that Yun Fei and Su Tianqing didn't even have time to react before barbarian king snatched the pearls away. The two of them immediately stopped fighting and chased after him. Barbarian king, you can't escape. Hand over the 24C calming god pearls. Yun Fei controlled a streak of light to slash at the barbarian king. The barbarian king didn't even bother looking back. He simply relied on his thick hide to charge forward. At the same time, he took out a crystal stone and crushed it with a whoosh. Yun Fei and Su Tianqing became even more anxious. The barbarian king was preparing to leave the Kunlun secret realm. If the barbarian king really left the Kunlun secret realm, they wouldn't have a chance with the 24C calming god pearls. Once they reached the top, they would be protected by all kinds of experts. How could they have a chance with them? The barbarian king turned around and laughed. You two don't have to worry. I've already communicated with the top. We can leave in a while. I have my treasure body. You guys can't snatch my 24C calming god pearls. If it was someone else who obtained the 24C calming god pearls, Yun Fei and Su Tianqing were confident they could deal with them. But now that the 24C calming god pearls were in the hands of the barbarian king, it would be a little difficult. At the very least, his physical body was too strong. Why did the barbarian king keep running on the ground? It was because he cultivated the earth treasure body, which was best at defense. As long as he was in contact with the earth, his physical body would be unbelievably strong. Even if they attacked for a while, they might not be able to break the treasure body. That was why the barbarian king dared to be so proud. The barbarian king was indeed very happy. As long as he could bring the 24C calming god pearls up, it would be equivalent to making a great contribution. Looking at the faces of Yunfei and Su Tianqing behind him, the barbarian king was even happier. Fortunately, you didn't run too far. I want these 24C calming god pearls. Without any warning, a voice appeared in front of him and a punch was thrown. The attack came without any warning. At least that was what the barbarian king thought. But then, the corner of his mouth curled up and he directly punched. A guy who doesn't show his face has the nerve to come and snatch a Khanate treasure. Who do you think you are? Just as the barbarian king's voice fell, he heard a loud crack. His entire arm exploded, followed by a huge force that crushed his body. The barbarian king suffered heavy injuries on the spot, but this was not the end. After a flash of light, his other arm was also chopped off. The 24C calming god pearls flew out. However, it was caught by a figure. As expected of a Khanate treasure. This ability is not bad. Now, it finally belongs to me. Su Tianqing and Yunfei, who had caught up from behind, were shocked. The unbelievably powerful barbarian king's arm had been blown away by a single punch, and his other arm had been chopped off by a single sword strike. His vitality had been greatly injured. Where did this expert come from? Why didn't they know anything about him? At this time, the one who came to snatch the 24C calming god pearls was naturally Lin Fei. After he took the purple gold sky flower, he immediately used the earth burrowing technique to come over. Earth Yuan also knew the earth burrowing technique, but it was completely incomparable to Lin Fei's earth burrowing technique. The difference was like heaven and earth. Are the two of you also planning to snatch the 24C calming god pearls? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and the sword intent that filled the sky rushed over like flowing water. Su Tianqing and Yunfei's body protection was swept away, and they fell heavily into a forest. It's not your turn to make decisions in the Kunlun mystic realm. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. A faint voice fell directly into the hearts of the two of them, and they suddenly exploded. They only stopped after vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood. Yunfei and Su Tianqing got up, and their expressions changed drastically. There was actually a super expert hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm. There was no explanation on the information at all. If they knew that there was such an expert hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm, they would definitely not be so relaxed. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4378. Su Tianqing and Yunfei slipped away without saying a word. They really couldn't afford to offend this guy. They had to report this matter to the higher-ups first. Only after seeing what the higher-ups decided could they consider whether to leave or not. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded when they returned now, especially since Yunfei had finally come down to oversee things. In the end, they encountered such a thing, which was completely beyond their expectations and imagination. Lin Fei didn't chase after the two of them. Both of them were very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, they were a lot weaker. At the very least, Lin Fei's recovery speed was much faster now that he had the sky-piercing token. His fleshly body was invincible. Barbarian King's fleshly body was very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, he was crushed. One punch blew up the Savage King's hand, and this was Lin Fei showing mercy. A ray of light fell down and directly enveloped the Savage King, sucking him back on the spot. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to stop him, he just wanted to scram as far as he could. He also knew that it wouldn't be easy to send more people down. Not a single faction had the capital to constantly send people down. After all, every time they sent people down, the expenditure would be huge. Furthermore, they knew that there was a super expert in the Kunlun's secret realm. Naturally, they would not blindly send people down. That would only be a loss. After Lin Fei got the 24C calming divine pearls, he escaped into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Now, where was the safest place? Of course, it was deep underground. Yi Xiaolong directly escaped into the depths of the ground and opened up a small temporary cave. Lin Fei released a set of simple formation flags. After reinforcing the small cave, he released the 24C calming divine pearls. These things were ready to leave as soon as they came out, but they couldn't block Lin Fei's grasp. No matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't escape from Lin Fei. This was the first time Lin Fei came into contact with the 24C calming divine pearls. Although it was just a simple one, Lin Fei smiled. Looks like my luck is pretty good. It's actually a fire-type bead. Thankfully, they did not refine it. Otherwise, the fire-type power that a Xiantian magic treasure can unleash would be very terrifying. Now, let me teach you how to refine it. Lin Fei's current strength was very strong, and his sword intent could indeed kill many people, but he still felt that it was lacking. If they had these connate treasures, their might would be even greater. Even though this was only a portion of them, it was still not something that ordinary experts could withstand. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 24 underground god pearls. He began refining the 24C calming divine pearls. However, the refinement of the 24C calming divine pearls was much more complicated than Lin Fei had imagined. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry, so he would slowly waste his time with the 24C calming divine pearls. The heaven-crushing palace had long since been reduced to rubble. At the very least, more than half of the palace had been reduced to rubble. Supreme Xinghai had stopped many experts, but he had also suffered quite a bit. When he saw that senior brother Yunfei had returned, he was clearly excited. Senior brother Yunfei, I wonder if you managed to snatch back the 24C calming divine pearls? Autarch Xinghai immediately rushed over to greet him. The moment he came up, Yunfei sent Supreme Xinghai flying with a slap. What the hell are you doing? There's actually a super expert in the Kunlun mystery dimension, and you didn't know about it? Didn't you make us work for nothing? Supreme Xinghai was sent flying with a slap, and he smashed heavily into a palace, turning it into rubble on the spot. Supreme Xinghai was completely dumbfounded. He did not understand what his senior brother was saying at all. Since when did the Kunlun mystery dimension have a super expert? That was impossible. Supreme Xinghai knew this very well. As for those old antiques, they did not have the strength to come out and fight for it. After all, their blood and qi had deteriorated, and they were all working hard to break through. Senior brother, are you mistaken? There is no super expert in the Kunlun mystery dimension. Otherwise, my heaven-crushing palace would have been taken down by them long ago. Why would I have to stand guard here personally? Supreme Xinghai crawled out and said hurriedly. Yunfei was truly infuriated. He reached out and grabbed Autarch Xinghai by the neck, then lifted him up into the air. And you still dare to say that there is no super expert? If not for the appearance of this super expert, how could the 24C calming divine pearls have been snatched away? The barbarian king is strong, right? He has the treasure body of the earth, but he still couldn't withstand that attack. One of his hands was blown off. Even me and Su Tianqing couldn't withstand a single punch from him. That's right. Yunfei was not just a normal person in a bad temper. It was clearly something that he had to obtain, but something like this had happened. Who would have thought that the Kunlun mystery dimension would have such a powerful expert? This was completely different from what the higher-ups had said. According to them, there should not be anyone too strong in the Kunlun mystery dimension. Even if they were to go down, only Su Tianqing and Barbarian King would be able to fight him. But now, things had gone beyond their expectations. Now that a super expert had made his move, they could only stand by the side. And they were thankful that the other party did not go all out. Otherwise, they would have long become corpses. Yunfei felt as though he was being stepped on again and again by the other party. It was unbearable. This time around, Supreme Xinghai finally believed that a super expert had appeared in the Kunlun mystery dimension. Could it be that Lin Fei? All of a sudden, Supreme Xinghai finally thought of someone. This was the person he could not see through the most. What Lin Fei? Yunfei's eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed. Tell me clearly. Supreme Xinghai hurriedly explained in great detail. After all, he had sent people to investigate this Lin Fei before. Through this investigation, Supreme Xinghai naturally remembered this Lin Fei. He was indeed quite mysterious. To think that even Ancestor Thousand Motes and the others would be able to take him in. At that time, Supreme Xinghai was still puzzled. Why didn't this fella bring Ancestor Thousand Motes and the others to attack the Broken Sky Palace? But now, it seemed like this fella did not care about such actions at all. He was extremely strong. Yunfei's eyes flickered non-stop. He too felt that this person was becoming more and more like that super expert. See for yourself if it's this person. Yunfei drew in the void, and a figure appeared. The moment Supreme Xinghai saw this figure, he immediately cried out, "Right! It's this person. He's Lin Fei, an extremely mysterious fella." Even though Yunfei had long since prepared himself, he was still in disbelief after finding out that this person was that super expert. Chapter 4379. After 10 days, Lin Fei finally refined the 24C calming divine pearls. It took a little longer than he had imagined. The fiery red pearl kept spinning around Lin Fei. Although it was just a gentle spin, it contained a terrifying attack power. This sea calming divine pearl was called the Fire Element Pearl. After being completely transformed by Lin Fei, the sea calming divine pearl's power was completely retracted. It didn't even need to unleash its power. With just a light strike, the Fire Element Pearl could unleash a terrifying power. The item was refined successfully, but Lin Fei still had something to do. He had to find the treasure house master of the treasure house and have a good chat. For example, how did he know where to enter from the treasure house? Of course, he wouldn't go in now, but he had to understand it clearly first. Moreover, the matter of the Kunlun mystic realm hadn't been settled yet. Don't look at how Lin Fei let go of the two minor heavenly kings, Su Tianxing and Yun Fei. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have been able to kill them on the spot in the previous exchange. Although the two of them were strong and cultivated treasure bodies, their treasure bodies were of the lowest grade. They couldn't withstand his attack at all. After Lin Fei left the underground, he went straight to the treasure house. If he wanted to know more secrets in the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei felt that he had to get this information from the treasure house. If he didn't even know about the treasure house, it would be useless to ask others. The treasure house master was also very surprised by Lin Fei's arrival. The appearance of the 24C calming divine pearls did surprise the treasure house master. Although he knew that they were sea calming divine pearls, he didn't expect them to be snatched away by a super expert. Until now, the treasure house master didn't know who this super expert was. However, when Lin Fei appeared, he felt that he seemed to know the answer. Maybe this person in front of him was that super expert. The appearance of a super expert defeated the three minor heavenly kings. The barbarian king returned to the top, and the remaining two junior heavenly kings each found a place, seemingly intending to contact their superiors to discuss again. Senior Lin, you've really kept us in the dark. The three little kings have all suffered under your hands. After sitting down, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Master got straight to the point. Looks like your bountiful treasure tower's news is still very fast, actually guessing it so quickly. Other places could still conceal the news, but in front of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion Lord, Lin Fei did not plan on concealing it either. They could guess whatever they wanted. The more they guessed, the easier it was for them to have misgivings. For example, when you speak, as long as you speak too much, there will always be times when you make a mistake. But if you stand there and don't move, then there will be no mistakes. Actually, the Plentiful Treasures Pavilion Lord was also worried that Lin Fei would not acknowledge the identity of this super expert. The fact that Lin Fei actually admitted it directly shocked the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord. Such an unremarkable person was actually a super expert, defeating three minor heavenly kings in a row, and even snatching the 24C calming divine pearls. He even snatched the 24C calming divine pearls. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably refine the C calming divine pearls. Now that Lin Fei admitted it, the following matters would be easy to handle. I wonder what Senior Lin has come here for. As long as it's something that our Myriad Treasures Pavilion can do, we will definitely satisfy Senior. In the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord's opinion, this Lin Fei must be a senior. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong that even the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord couldn't see through him. No one knew the origins of this super expert, Lin Fei. He just came to this Kunlun mystic realm out of nowhere. He even snatched away these items, causing them to make a wasted trip. Although it was just a sea calming divine pearl and wasn't much, it was still a part of a Xiantian treasure. To many forces, it was still rather tempting. If the Myriad Treasures Pavilion could come into contact with this super expert, Lin Fei, it might be of great benefit to their Myriad Treasures Pavilion. In particular, Lin Fei's strength couldn't be seen through. It could simply be described as unfathomable. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Actually, I'm not someone from above. I'm purely a native cultivator. Is this very surprising to you?" The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was a little shocked. He found it hard to believe what Lin Fei said. How could someone with such strength be a native? The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord blurted out, "Senior Lin, your words are funny. If you're a native, how could you possibly cultivate to this realm? You must know that the highest realm in the Kunlun mystic realm is the Supremacy realm, which is also the so-called peak of Foundation Establishment realm. It's extremely rare to break through to the Core Formation realm." Lin Fei laughed, "Can't I be talented? Or is it that only the Foundation Establishment realm is the peak in the Kunlun mystic realm? In my opinion, it's just that your cultivation hasn't reached the required level, and I happen to have reached the required level. I wonder if this explanation is enough?" They didn't feel that Lin Fei's tone had become much heavier. When the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord heard this tone, his expression changed immediately. He immediately said, "Senior Lin, you've misunderstood. It's not that we're doubting your strength. It's just that your background has indeed shocked us. We've always thought that you came down from above, but you came here earlier than us. Who would have thought? This was definitely big news. At the very least, in this Kunlun mystic realm, if the forces behind the other three minor heavenly kings were to find out, they would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. It was no wonder that they didn't have any information on the existence of such a person. From the start, he didn't even come down from above, but was a native super expert. It was unknown how he cultivated his strength. Other than terrifying, it was still terrifying. Then, I wonder what instructions you have for me, Senior? I would like to know how to get to the top of this Kunlun mystic realm. I believe that your Myriad Treasures Pavilion should be very clear about it, right?" This question did not surprise the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord. He said, "Senior Lin, if you were to go up, I reckon that it would be a little troublesome now. That's because the passageways up there are almost all sealed. Even I have stayed in this Kunlun mystic realm for 70 to 80 years. Lin Fei frowned slightly. "Is there really no other way?" "It's not that there isn't a way. It's just that it requires a huge price. Using the people above to open up a passageway for you to go up from below, but going up from below is different from coming down from above. Therefore, the price is extremely huge. I'm afraid that Senior Lin won't be able to accept it in a short period of time." The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord frowned and said, "Other than this method, there's actually another method." Chapter 4380. Lin Fei believed that the owner of the treasure house still knew other information. After all, he didn't stay here for nothing for decades. He probably knew the entire Kunlun mystic realm very well. Actually, there's a special place in our Kunlun mystic realm. That place is a teleportation formation that leads to the top. However, this teleportation formation seems to be a little damaged. As this teleportation formation is too advanced, the people below can't repair it, so it has always been abandoned. That place isn't a place that anyone can enter. Only super powerhouses like Senior Lin can enter. The words of the owner of the treasure house made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He knew that the owner of the treasure house knew other secrets. Listening to the owner of the treasure house explain slowly, Lin Fei finally understood. There was actually such a place in the Kunlun mystic realm. As for the teleportation formation, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. This thing was indeed relatively advanced. If ordinary people didn't study it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out at all. To Lin Fei, this wasn't a troublesome thing at all. This was because he knew this kind of teleportation formation too well. Whether it was low-level or advanced, it was very simple for Lin Fei. After Lin Fei chatted with the owner of the treasure house for a while, Lin Fei finally figured out what was going on. He also remembered this place and even got a map from the owner of the treasure house. Senior Lin, I heard that you're interested in this supreme token. I wonder if we can make a deal. After saying these words, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord suddenly said, his expression also becoming much more solemn. From the moment Lin Fei came in, he knew that the owner of the treasure house definitely had something to say to him, especially after he knew that he had obtained the Calm Sea Divine Pearl. If it was something else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be interested. However, he was interested in the supreme token. His body hadn't completely recovered and he still needed a large number of supreme tokens. From Fangwan, Lin Fei already knew that all the sky-reaching tokens had been taken back by the Heavenly Reaching Church. It would not be easy to get the sky-reaching tokens. Therefore, he also wanted to see what this treasure house lord had to say to him. Our Bountiful Treasures Tower is very interested in the purple gold sky flower, and we plan to use this supreme sky token to exchange with Senior. Also, we want to cooperate with you to find other sea-calming divine pearls. We are willing to use this Supreme Sky token as payment, or the Supreme Sky armor. As long as it's a treasure made from the Supreme Sky tree, we can help Senior obtain it. As for the purple gold sky flower, Lin Fei was indeed useless. Although the purple gold sky flower could cultivate a treasure body, it was only the lowest grade treasure body. In front of Lin Fei, he could destroy it with a single punch. It was completely useless. Therefore, this kind of purple gold sky flower was quite useless. Now that the Bountiful Treasure Tower had actually taken a fancy to this purple gold sky flower and wanted to join forces to search for other sea-calming divine pearls, this was something that could be discussed. Then what price do you intend to offer for this purple gold sky flower? Lin Fei laughed. With this, the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Fei would refuse. Their Bountiful Treasure Tower was still very concerned about this purple gold sky flower. This was a treasure body that could be cultivated. Although the quality was ordinary, it was still a treasure body. Cultivating a treasure body, this first step was the most difficult. As long as one had this treasure body, then they would have the confidence to improve this treasure body. But if one didn't even have the basics, no matter how many treasures they had, they could only stare at it. No matter what, they had to get their hands on this purple gold sky flower. Previously, the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower didn't know where the purple gold sky flower went, so he could only be very helpless. But now that he knew that Lin Fei was that super powerhouse, the purple gold sky flower must be on Lin Fei. Therefore, he had to buy this purple gold sky flower no matter what. Especially since the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower knew that this senior Lin Fei liked that Supreme Sky token, he would probably be very interested in other things made from the Supreme Sky tree. Although he didn't know why the other party was interested in this thing, this didn't prevent the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower from carrying out the transaction. The purple gold sky flower is an important treasure for cultivating a treasure body. Therefore, our Bountiful Treasure Tower is willing to offer 15 Supreme Sky tokens. This is our limit. The 15 Supreme Sky tokens surprised Lin Fei a little. My goodness, the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower really hid a lot. Lin Fei was even more sure of one thing, that was, the Heaven-Reaching Church didn't take back the real Supreme Sky tokens. This thing could be said to be of little value, but it still had some use. Lin Fei knew that if he wanted to completely recover from his injuries and return to his previous peak, then he needed to absorb more Supreme Sky tokens. The more one cultivated, the slower the recovery rate would be. Therefore, the Heaven Ascension token would definitely require an uncountable number of cultivation tokens. 15 copper coins for a token? That's too little. Lin Fei said faintly. The moment the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower heard this, he knew that 15 Supreme Sky tokens were too little and couldn't satisfy this Senior Lin Fei. Senior Lin, 15 Supreme Heaven Medallions is already very difficult to obtain. Right now, the number of Supreme Heaven Medallions is getting fewer and fewer. However, we can still grit our teeth and get a Supreme Heaven armor made from the Supreme Heaven tree. It should be able to make up for 10 Supreme Heaven Medallions. Lin Fei also knew the value of the purple gold sky flower. 15 Supreme Sky tokens and an armor was more or less the limit. More importantly, in the entire Kunlun's secret realm, only the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower could take it out. Lin Fei could also see that the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower was rather sincere. He reckoned that this was really the limit. Then when can I get these things? Lin Fei didn't really care about other things. What was important was when he could get it. This was what Lin Fei was more concerned about. If it was a year or so, it would be a little long. 3 months. The owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower clenched his teeth. This is the fastest speed of our Bountiful Treasure Tower. You also know that this thing is almost gone in the Kunlun's secret realm. Therefore, we can only come down from above. However, this requires some time. 3 months? Lin Fei could still wait. The Kunlun's secret realm was rather safe. I'll wait for you for 3 months. He took out the purple gold sky flower and casually opened the box. After letting the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower take a look, he immediately kept it to prevent the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower from being overly suspicious. The purple gold sky flower flashed by, but the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower was already very attentive. I'll definitely get this thing within 3 months. The owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower couldn't wait to send the news up so that the people above could prepare these things. As for the Sea Calming God Pearl, we'll talk about it after you guys finish the transaction. I reckon that there's only one Sea Calming God Pearl left. Chapter 4381. After Lin Fei left the treasure house, he headed straight for the Heaven-Breaking Palace. He still had 2 big fish on his hands. No matter what, he had to collect some interest from these 2 big fish. He was quite satisfied with his gains in the treasure house. At least he wasn't disappointed. The purple gold sky flower might be useful, but it wasn't. It was better to exchange it for some Supreme Heaven token. Chen Fei also believed that the Bountiful Treasure Tower Lord would definitely fulfill his promise and get this Heavenly Connection token at the first possible moment. Lin Fei might not believe other people's words, but Lin Fei trusted the treasure house owner. At the very least, the treasure house owner had a name in the Kunlun Mystery Land. What Lin Fei had to do now was to wait for 3 months to get the Supreme Heaven token. Lin Fei planned to head straight for the Heaven-Breaking Palace, but he sensed an aura heading in another direction halfway. After pondering for a while, he determined who this aura belonged to. It was Su Tianxing, the guy with the starlight treasure body. Could it be that the force behind Su Tianxing had sent someone down again? Lin Fei frowned and changed his location. He wanted to take down Su Tianxing first. In Lin Fei's eyes, Su Tianxing still had some value. That was why he left the 2 of them alive. Otherwise, he would have just killed them. Lin Fei didn't know how strong the 3 minor heavenly kings were, but it definitely wouldn't be too much. Every single one of them had been nurtured with a lot of resources. Su Tianxing was indeed going to receive them. Ever since he suffered a big loss at the hands of Lin Fei, he immediately reported the news. Although the process was quite troublesome, at least the higher-ups knew about it. When the higher-ups heard that there was a super expert in the Kunlun Mystery Land, they decided to send another expert down without hesitation. Of course, this was the only one. They couldn't afford to waste so much resources, so what Su Tianxing needed to do now was to receive the other party. Su Tianxing was still on tenterhooks. Fortunately, the super expert did not do anything, which made him heave a sigh of relief. However, no matter what, the Sea Calming Divine Pearl had been taken away, so he had to get it back. The other party was very strong, but this time, the higher-ups had not only sent an expert, but they had also brought a treasure with them. They would definitely be able to suppress the other party. Of course, Su Tianqing wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. No one wanted to continue staying in this difficult situation. It was really boring. Su Tianqing came to a lake. He took out a jade talisman in his hand. This was a positioning jade talisman. Only this position jade talisman could allow the other party to come here accurately. Otherwise, he would have gone to the wrong place. It wouldn't matter if he landed in the Kunlun mystic realm. However, if he landed in any other place, the outcome would be extremely miserable. After activating the jade talisman, Su Tianqing heaved a sigh of relief. Now, all he had to do was wait for the other party to come down. Su Tianqing could not guarantee that he would not encounter that super expert again. However, no matter what, the other party had already taken away the sea calming divine pearl, so he should not have any other thoughts. God bless me. I must let the other party come down smoothly. Please don't make such a mistake. Su Tianhai prayed in his heart. As soon as he said that, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. You're not bad. You can't get the sea calming divine pearl, but you still plan to call for more people. I wonder which expert you've called for this time. I really have to thank you. You've contributed a lot to me. Who? Su Tianqing turned around and threw a punch. The starlight that filled the sky gathered together. However, the starlight was useless. A hand stretched out and grabbed Su Tianqing's neck. Boom! His body shook. Tianhe. The starlight treasure body on his body instantly collapsed. God knew how much blood flowed out of his body. Fear and unease appeared in Su Tianqing's eyes. That's super expert. Elder, please spare me. Spare me. Su Tianqing did not expect that after the super expert took the sea calming divine pearl, he would actually target him again. What the hell? He did not expect that he would be targeted again. This made no sense. After such a super expert got his hands on something, he would definitely go as far as he could. Why would he care about him? But now, he realized that he seemed to have thought too much. Maybe this super expert had never intended to let him go. Why didn't he kill him at the first moment? Maybe he was waiting for him to call for more people. Otherwise, why would he say what he did just now? After understanding this, Su Tianqing immediately begged for mercy. He wanted to keep his life first. I thought you would resist. It seems like you're a smart guy. Lin Fei swung his hand and Su Tianqing's entire body smashed onto the ground. The ground cracked and Su Tianqing spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. His entire starlight treasure body almost collapsed and he could not use it. How long will it take for the people who came down to arrive? Is it one person or a few people? Lin Fei said faintly. Su Tianqing felt like he had walked on the edge of death and was almost killed. One person. He will come down in about an hour. Su Tianqing answered honestly. As long as Lin Fei asked him something, he would answer. Soon, Lin Fei figured it out. It seems that the higher-ups are still interested in this sea-calming divine pearl. Such a great expert came down and is actually a fake golden core expert. He also brought down a supreme-grade magic treasure. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He was a little happy. It seemed like he had caught a pretty good fish. The stronger the people who came down, the more satisfied Lin Fei would be. For places like the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei also believed that it was impossible to send the strongest person down. After all, the space channel was not easy to withstand, so the strength would not be that strong. The Golden Core realm was considered good. Coupled with a supreme-grade magic treasure, he could basically explode with the strength of a Golden Core expert. However, such a Golden Core expert was still quite satisfactory to Lin Fei. At the very least, he could exchange for a lot of things. Su Tianqing did not dare to breathe loudly. He could only apologize to his senior brother who had not come down yet. At this moment, he really did not dare to hide anything. The other party could kill him with a punch. He had always thought that his starlight treasure body was very powerful. However, in front of the other party, he realized that this treasure body was still very fragile. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Chapter 4382. The light shone down. A soft snort could be heard. Before the person could be seen, there was a sound. So this is the Kunlun mystic realm. As expected, it is not good. I don't know what junior brother Tianqing is doing. He can't even handle such a thing. A white-clothed figure appeared. Su Tianqing, who was breaking out in cold sweat for his senior brother, had his expression turned dark and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for this super expert, how could I have failed? You still have the cheek to talk about me? You deserve to be unlucky later. You will be no different from me. Su Tianqing was still worried about his senior brother. Now that he heard this, he was completely disappointed. He couldn't wait for this super expert to teach this senior brother a lesson. The person who came down was indeed Su Tianqing's senior brother Wang Hu. Wang Hu didn't care much about this trip. Even if there was a super expert, could he be stronger than him? Not bad, not bad. Another big fish came down. A cold voice rang out in Wang Hu's ears. Immediately after, he saw a palm whizzing over. It landed heavily on Wang Hu's body. There was a loud rumbling sound. A powerful force exploded within his body. Wave after wave, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Lin Fei didn't have any plans to deal with this guy who came down from above. He just wanted to take him down. How could he wait for him to attack? He wasn't afraid of trouble, but Lin Fei was afraid of trouble. So, he slapped him. The power of this slap was different. It contained the power of the 5 elements. It wasn't a simple sword intent. It was the true power of the 5 elements. The power was terrifying and ferocious like a flood. It caused Wang Hu to be seriously injured. Su Tianqing felt an inexplicable sense of excitement when he saw his senior brother's miserable appearance. Wang Hu was caught off guard and didn't come back to his senses for a while. He had just come down and was attacked. More importantly, he couldn't resist at all. What was junior brother Su Tianqing doing? Very quickly, he saw his junior brother gloating. He looked into the distance and saw a young man standing with his hands behind his back. Did this person attack me, or is he that super expert? Many thoughts popped up in his mind. Before Wang Hu could say anything, the slap flew over and landed on his body. There was another loud rumbling sound and he was slapped into the ground. This time, Wang Hu didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he had vomited, and he was on the verge of death. A hand reached in, pulled him out, and casually threw him in front of Su Tianqing. Carry him, let's go to Heaven-Breaking Palace. Su Tianqing didn't dare to refuse at all. He carried senior brother Wang Hu on his back the moment he got up. Senior brother Wang Hu, this is the super expert. You shouldn't say anything else. Save your breath so that you won't be able to return. I'm doing this for your own good. Su Tianqing said softly and followed behind Lin Fei. Wang Hu was a little dumbfounded. This person was a super powerhouse. This strength was way too strong, wasn't it? Even though his physical body state wasn't that weak, he could still hold out for a while. But right now, he felt as though his entire body was a pile of mud, and he couldn't muster up any strength at all. In fact, even his treasures and whatnot had been taken away by the other party. He was prepared to fight 300 rounds with this super expert. But now, he realized that he was overthinking. This person didn't care about him at all. He was almost like a dead fish now. If not for the fact that he still had some value, he would have been killed by this person. Wang Hu regretted coming down. So there was such a big hole waiting for him down there. Su Tianqing, you really are a troublemaker. Wang Hu could only swallow this. He didn't dare to do anything else and just lay on Su Tianqing's body. Senior brother Wang Hu, you can't blame me. I was waiting for you to come down, but who knew that this super expert would come? How could I be his match? Su Tianxing did not want to be misunderstood by this senior brother Wang Hu, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to explain. Hearing this, Wang Hu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. How did he encounter such a thing? He finally understood why he had said those words before. In the eyes of a super expert, he was just a fish, and a pretty good one at that. Wang Hu really wanted to cry. I want to go back, I want to go back. I don't want to be a fish on a chopping board. I don't want to be a fish on a chopping board. Lin Fei was very fast. Not long after, he arrived near the heaven-crushing palace. More than half of the heaven-crushing palace was in ruins. Not many people could be seen. Lin Fei scanned the area. Thankfully, Yun Fei and Autarch Xinghai were still within the heaven-crashing palace. They didn't go anywhere else. This saved Lin Fei a lot of time. He directly entered the heaven-crushing palace. Yun Fei and Supreme Xinghai were in a sorry state. This was not a sorry state physically, but a sorry state in their hearts. This was especially true for Yun Fei. How could he have expected that he would encounter a super expert not long after he came down with such a grand entrance? The super expert was ridiculously strong. He stole the sea-calming divine pearl just like that. Yun Fei even knew that the expert had not only taken away the sea-calming divine pearl, but he also seemed to have taken away the purple gold sky flower. It could be said that all the benefits had been taken away by the expert, but the expert had disdained to kill him, which made Yun Fei very resentful. He was waiting for his senior brothers to come down so he could take revenge. Even a super expert was nothing in front of his senior brothers. Time passed faster and faster. There was a loud sound. The stone door of the secret room split into pieces. Innumerable rocks came crashing down. Yun Fei struck out with his palm, but the stones were filled with immense power. Unexpectedly, they didn't shatter. Instead, they smashed into Yun Fei's body, sending him flying. Even Xinghai, who was next to him, was sent flying. A figure walked in. There were two people behind him. I thought you would sneak up. Seems like you're not smart. Barbarian King is smarter. Lin Fei glanced at them. Yun Fei struggled to stand up and lean against the wall. He finally saw who it was. It was the super expert, Lin Fei. Not only him, but he also saw Su Tianxing and that Wang Hu behind him. He also had some contact with this Wang Hu. Now, his heart trembled, and he realized that he was in big trouble. Yun Fei didn't think that Su Tianxing had found this super expert. It was obvious that this super expert had a use for them. Don't kill me. I surrender. Chapter 4383. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all that Yun Fei had chosen to surrender. Unless Yun Fei had a screw loose in his head, Lin Fei would definitely be obedient. Therefore, Lin Fei easily caught all the fish. After catching the fish, the rest was simple. Lin Fei threw them together. He immediately asked them to send a message. The content of the message was very simple. If he wanted these disciples with potential to return to the top, he had to get them some supreme token. As long as it was a treasure related to the supreme tree, it would be fine. Otherwise, these disciples wouldn't be able to return. Yun Fei and the others wanted to cry after knowing their value. They didn't expect that this super expert didn't kill them. His purpose of keeping them alive was so simple. Since when were they worth a few supreme tokens so cheap? They wanted to cry. For a moment, they wanted to run back. It was really embarrassing. However, they had no choice. If they didn't send a message, they might be killed by this super expert. When that happened, they would be really pitiful and helpless. Lin Fei believed that the people above would definitely send the supreme tokens down after knowing the news. Although it was troublesome to send people down, it was very easy to send these things down. Lin Fei's requirements were not high. He only wanted a Heaven's Chosen One, so he wanted at least 10 Heaven's Ascension tokens. With the 3 of them here, that would be 30 Heaven's Ascension tokens in one go. He believed that with their abilities, they would be able to get their hands on them easily. It was impossible for them to not get them. Therefore, Lin Fei just had to wait for the news. Fortunately, after they sent the message, there was news 2 days later. The people above were very angry about what happened, but they couldn't stop a super expert from below. Therefore, when the forces behind Su Tianqing found out that Wang Hu had also been taken down by a super expert, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. It was just 20 heavenly tokens. They still had some ability. They just wanted to get Wang Hu back first. They couldn't send another person down. It was impossible for them to do so in a short period of time. So this time, Lin Fei got the exact news. They would give them the heavenly pass, but at the very least, they couldn't let their disciples get injured. However, it would take a long time, at least 3 months. This was the same as the news from the Myriad Treasures House Lord. Lin Fei gave them a chance. They had to get the Tong Tian token within 3 months. If he did not see the Heavenly Connection token, he would have killed these 3 experts. Who knew who would suffer losses? After Lin Fei captured Su Tianqing and Wang Hu, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's Pavilion Master also received the news, and he was shocked in his heart again. For a moment, he was even more unable to guess what this Lin Fei was doing with the Heavenly Ascension token. Could it be that he was planning to refine a supreme treasure? The possibility of this was quite high. As for refining and whatnot, he did not even think about it. After all, it was impossible. It was impossible to wait in the Kunlun mystic realm for 3 months. Also, Lin Fei did not have that much free time. After dealing with this matter, Lin Fei sealed Yun Fei and the others' strength and left them in the heaven-crashing palace. With their strength sealed, they could forget about leaving the Kunlun mystic realm. This was because Lin Fei had taken away all their treasures. Lin Fei went to the sacred ground, which was the divine dragon mystic realm. Now, the passageway was opened again. He met the sacred leader on the sacred mountain. After giving some instructions, Lin Fei came out again. However, this time, he did not come to the same place as before. After coming back, he came back to Yanjing again. Yanjing's environment was the same as before. After getting used to staying in the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei more or less felt uncomfortable. Although this was Yanjing and Lin Fei had many places to go, he still went to the courtyard house in the alley. In Lin Fei's opinion, after getting the sky-piercing token, he might go to the world next door to take a look. Perhaps he would have to leave for a period of time again. Hence, he came to see his biological parents. Now, his thoughts about his biological parents had faded quite a bit. After all, Lin Fei was someone who had lived for a long time. He was a true immortal rank expert. Very quickly, his thoughts returned to normal. Lin Lang was very happy to see his son back. He did not leave the courtyard house. Even though his strength had recovered, it was the same. Perhaps it was because he had been in the limelight before. After recovering his strength, Lin Lang was very low profile. He looked like an ordinary person. Lin Lang did not ask or say anything. Instead, he instructed his wife to cook a table full of dishes. The family of 3 had a good meal. After eating another meal, Lin Fei left. When he left behind some things, such as pills and the like. In these 3 months, Lin Fei spent time with the women he knew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. He returned to the Kunlun mystic realm. The Kunlun mystic realm was the same as before. However, due to the decline of the heaven-breaking palace, the Kunlun mystic realm experienced a temporary change. The 6 Supremes, no, the 5 Supremes did not dare to make any big moves. This was because Lin Fei had already talked to them. Although Lin Fei was not interested in the Kunlun mystic realm, the Holy Master was very concerned about it. With the help of the Bone Dragon, he wanted to unify the Kunlun mystic realm and form a true holy land for cultivation. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. As long as he did not cause too much trouble in the Kunlun mystic realm, it would be fine. Lin Fei first went to the treasure house. The treasure house master immediately invited Lin Fei in. Senior Lin Fei, we've already done our best to help you obtain the sky-piercing token that you wanted. The treasure house master took out a storage ring that contained the sky-piercing token and the sky-piercing armor. The sky-piercing tree aura contained in the sky-piercing armor was even denser. At the very least, the divine tree of life in his body immediately became excited. Seeing the divine tree of life's excitement, Lin Fei knew that the sky-piercing token and the sky-piercing armor were real and not fake. This meant that the treasure house did not play any tricks during this period. After completing the transaction with the treasure house, Lin Fei left. The treasure house master did not ask about the Dinghai rent. He believed that Lin Fei would come again next time. The next time would be the time to discuss the Dinghai divine pearl. Yun Fei, Su Tianxing, and the others in the heaven-breaking palace had experienced the most painful 3 months of their lives. Their strength had been sealed to the point where they were weaker than an ordinary person. Fortunately, Lin Fei had finally come. Chapter 4384. Lin Fei finally got all the heavenly tokens. Whether it was the treasure tower master's side or Su Tianxing's side, they all sent the heavenly token down. As Lin Fei guessed, they did have some ability. At least, it was much easier to send things down than to send people down. After Lin Fei received these things, he released the shackles on Su Tianxing and the others and let them go. After Su Tianxing and the others regained their freedom, they left the Kunlun secret realm without saying a word. They were not willing to see this Lin Fei for a long time. Who would want to see such a super expert? It was a very good thing to be able to survive in the hands of a super expert. As for revenge, they really did not dare to do so. Unless the senior brothers and experts of their sex took action. As for how strong they needed to be, they did not dare to guarantee it in their hearts. Anyway, the strength of a super expert like Lin Fei seemed to be somewhat unfathomable. After sending them away, Lin Fei immediately absorbed all the heavenly token. It took almost a month to refine it. This also allowed Lin Fei's injuries to recover a lot. At least the power that he could burst out from the Golden Core realm to the Golden Core Great Perfection realm. His physical body had also improved a lot. He could easily withstand the attack of a nascent soul powerhouse. This was the power of the immortal body. Even if he stood there, he could not easily break through Lin Fei's body. This degree of recovery was also more or less within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, the recovery of his immortal body became slower and slower. To be able to recover to such an extent was already quite satisfactory. This also made Lin Fei more concerned about the heavenly token and a series of treasures above. So after refining it, he had already made up his mind to go up there. Lin Fei first went to the location of the teleportation formation. This place was located in a dangerous place within the Kunlun mystic realm. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was able to enter with ease. When he saw this ancient formation, however, Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This situation was worse than he had imagined. This was because the damage to this formation was rather severe. Even if they used the various resources in the Kunlun secret realm, they would not be able to recover it in a short period of time. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. It seemed that this trip was in vain, so he could only count on the next place. That was a hopeless situation in another place. Lin Fei didn't say anything and left. This place was indeed very dangerous, at least in Lin Fei's opinion. That was because the aura of death could instantly plunder a person's blood and essence. Lin Fei's immortal body easily locked the essence qi and blood. No matter how much the death qi attacked, it couldn't do anything. Just like that, they walked all the way to the depths of this place and saw a special place. I didn't expect there to be a spatial tier here. What Lin Fei saw was a spatial tier. This spatial tier wasn't big. It was only 4 to 5 meters long and 1 to 2 meters wide. Lin Fei was no stranger to spatial tiers. He knew what the multi-treasure tower master said at the end. It should be from the spatial tier to the top. However, this would depend on luck. If one was unlucky, the chances of failure would be very high. If Lin Fei didn't know about the Supreme Sky Token, it would be fine. However, he knew about it. He even knew about the use of the Supreme Sky Token. In addition, he had the number 1 God tree, the life God tree. Therefore, he was very concerned about this spatial tier and the matter above. Don't forget that he had snatched the sea calming pearl. Although it was just 1 pearl, to some factions, this intervention of Lin Fei was equivalent to breaking a huge taboo. Naturally, he was targeted by them. They wouldn't send any more experts down. That was impossible. They just chose to lie low for the time being. However, as long as they recovered, they would be able to do so. As long as they recovered, they would definitely find out about Lin Fei's origin. At that time, they would send experts to snatch the sea calming pearl back. The temptation of a connate magic treasure was very strong. Lin Fei didn't think about it and directly entered the spatial tier. Lin Fei had already passed through the spatial passage of the alternate world. Moreover, this was a spatial tier. With his current immortal divine body, he should be able to withstand it. As soon as he entered the spatial tier, he encountered a spatial storm. It was very overbearing. Fortunately, as Lin Fei had imagined, the power in the spatial tier wasn't very strong. The distance wasn't very long either. Therefore, Lin Fei managed to withstand it. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been traveling here. Maybe 10 days and a half months, or maybe 2 or 3 months. In the end, he still managed to find an entrance. Lin Fei didn't want to stay in the spatial tier for too long. Therefore, after he found the entrance, he went in without hesitation. At the very least, he had to find a place to stay first. The Vajra sect was a sect that cultivated the body. It was a sect that was neither small nor big in the spiritual realm. However, on this day, the Vajra sect was attacked by generations of enemies. This sect was called the Divine Knife Sect. It was the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was the Vajra sect that could fight against the Divine Knife Sect. However, the Vajra sect was declining year by year. Now, it didn't have the ability to fight against the Divine Knife Sect. Not long ago, the sect master of the Vajra sect was ambushed by a group of experts led by the sect master of the Divine Knife Sect. He was seriously injured on the spot. While the Vajra sect was seriously injured, the sect master of the Divine Knife Sect led a group of experts to attack the Vajra sect. He wanted to destroy the Vajra sect. By then, they would be the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles. A sect that could control an area of 10,000 miles was considered very big. Kill them. Kill them all and leave no one alive. The sect master of the Divine Knife Sect killed a disciple of the Vajra sect with 1 slash. His eyes were cold and his gaze fell on the palace of the Vajra sect in the distance. At this moment, in a forbidden area behind the mountain of the Vajra sect, more than 10 young disciples were brought to the forbidden area of the Vajra sect. This is the forbidden area of the Vajra sect. You are the most powerful elites of the Vajra sect and have the potential to become golden core experts in the future. Later, you will leave this place. I will use the array to contain them. An elder brought more than 10 elite disciples there. He was one of the few experts in the Vajra sect. He was a mid-stage golden core expert. The faces of these elite disciples were filled with fear and unease, but even more so, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. The Vajra sect was very powerful, but they didn't expect that one day, the Divine Knife Sect would attack them. A few elders in the Vajra sect had been bribed and killed several golden core experts on the spot. As a result, the Vajra sect immediately lost the ability to fight back. Elder, sure, you don't have to run. We will guard this forbidden area. More than 10 people rushed out without any warning. The leader, an expert in white, smiled and said. Chapter 4385. When this person came out, Shi Changxing's expression turned completely cold. He recognized that this was the 8th elder of the Vajra sect. In the entire Vajra sect, there were a total of 10 elders who were the strongest. However, he did not expect that 7 of them would betray him. As a result, the entire Vajra sect was caught off guard. Shi Changxing did not expect that the 8th elder would actually be guarding the forbidden area. Obviously, he knew that there was an exit here. The number of people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand, which made it difficult for Shi Changxing to accept. Shi Changxing, you did not expect that I would actually be guarding this place. You also did not expect that 7 of the 10 elders of the Vajra sect would betray you. Who asked your sect to be so careless? Today is the day that the Vajra sect's name is removed. Don't think that I don't know that you plan to leave with these elite disciples. You're thinking too much. If you have the ability, you have to pass through me first. Shi Changxing had originally planned to leave the forbidden area with this group of elite disciples, but now it seemed that there was no possibility of that at all. His expression darkened. Looks like I can only fight it out with you. As soon as he said that, Shi Changxing lunged forward, unleashing a powerful fist technique that shook the void and caused a wave of turbulence that bombarded the bodies of these people. A defensive treasure instantly appeared in front of the 8th elder, Zhao Qingshan, and blocked the torrent in an instant. Go, kill them all. Zhao Qingshan snorted coldly, then stared at Shi Changxing. A flying knife flew out. Zhao Qingshan's long knife, under his control, turned into a clear stream, forcing Shi Changxing to continuously retreat. As for the other disciples of the Vajra sect, they seemed to be in a sorry state. After all, they were already prepared, and when they joined forces, they really managed to suppress the disciples of the Vajra sect. For a moment, they could not gain any advantage. Shi Changxing was very anxious and wanted to go over to help. However, Zhao Qingshan's flying knife blocked him, and he could not do anything else. On the contrary, when he relaxed, there were a few more wounds on his body. Shi Changxing, don't count on going over to help. Today, all of you will die. From today onwards, the Vajra sect will no longer exist. Within these 10,000 miles, the Godly Knife sect will be the largest. Zhao Qingshan was very confident that he could stop Shi Changxing, and would not have the chance to reinforce these elite disciples. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Vajra sect were killed one after another. Their blood flowed like a river as they collapsed to the ground. Did you see that? This is the result of going against our Divine Knife sect. It's a pity for these elite disciples. Otherwise, they would all have the opportunity to break through to the Golden Elixir realm in the future. It's a pity now. Zhao Qingshan's throwing knife technique was extremely powerful, so Shi Changxing's mind could only be focused on this knife technique. He did not dare to leave it at all. Shi Changxing didn't dare to be distracted. He could only watch helplessly as these elite disciples were killed. If it was a one-on-one battle, Shi Changxing was not afraid of Zhao Qingshan. This was because in the Vajra sect, Zhao Qingshan was only ranked 8th, and he was ranked 3rd, which was the so-called 3rd elder. He was naturally much stronger than Zhao Qingshan, but at this moment, he was affected. That way, he wouldn't be able to display his true strength. Shi Changxing did not dare to look. He could only hear screams in his ears. If he was right, his disciples had been killed. In less than half an hour, these elite disciples were all killed, and the remaining people all gathered around. Shi Changxing, today is your end. Zhao Qingshan laughed proudly. Don't think that just because you're the 3rd elder, you're awesome. Today, I will kill you here. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was certain that Shi Changxing would die. No matter what, Shi Changxing was going to die today. Facing the attacks of so many people, Shi Changxing felt that it was very difficult. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. At this moment, a figure fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised. They all turned their heads to look. Even they were a little surprised. Since when did a person fall here? Excuse me, is this the spiritual world? At this moment, the figure suddenly stood up. He patted the dust off his body. A completion-leveled cultivator who was closest to him threw a treasure at him. No matter how many of these people came, they would kill as many as they wanted. The one who descended from the sky was naturally Lin Fei. He had been in the space channel for a long time, so when he saw the entrance, he immediately rushed over. Once he saw the entrance, he entered without saying anything. It seems like my luck is not bad. This should be the spiritual world. Lin Fei could feel the dense spiritual energy. But after seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. He had to confirm the situation first. A treasure smashed onto Lin Fei's body. But Lin Fei acted like nothing happened. He casually slapped the treasure to the side. The person who released the treasure, on the other hand, puked out a mouthful of blood. After all, this was a treasure that he had refined before. How could it defend against Lin Fei's attack? Cracks immediately appeared on it. This was the same as hurting his soul. Let me ask you. Is this the spiritual world or not? Don't you have the time to stop and tell me? Lin Fei said calmly. When everyone saw that Lin Fei looked fine after being hit by the treasure, they were all shocked. After all, that was a treasure. Not everyone dared to take it head-on. Even the experts from the Vajra sect wouldn't dare to take it head-on. But now, this kid was able to take it head-on. Moreover, his slap even damaged the treasure. Where did he come from? Senior, this is the spiritual world and this is the Vajra sect. Shi Changsheng said immediately. Now, he was also shocked. An expert actually appeared out of nowhere. His strength was much more terrifying than expected. He was even able to take a treasure like it was nothing. So this is the spiritual world. Seems like my luck is not bad. This spiritual world is much more interesting than I thought. After confirming that this was the spiritual world, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would get lost. Where did this guy come from? You can die now. Zhao Qingshan snorted and slashed with his flying knife. Like a stream of light, it arrived in an instant. It even broke through the limits of space. It was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei reached out and caught the flying dagger with 2 fingers. He squeezed gently, and with a crack, the flying dagger broke. You have the nerve to take out such a weak thing. I'll return it to you. Lin Fei waved his hand. The broken flying knife was instantly filled with power and flew over, piercing through Zhao Qingshan. Ripples appeared in front of Zhao Qingshan, but he still couldn't block the broken knife. Zhao Qingshan fell. Chapter 4386. The entire place was silent. The experts that Zhao Qingshan brought all looked at each other, unable to come back to their senses. It could be said that. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the most powerful Zhao Qingshan was actually killed. Most importantly, he was killed by a broken blade. How could they believe it? The one who did it was a young man, so young that it was ridiculous. Since when was there such a powerful expert hidden in the Vajra sect? This must be the patriarch of the Vajra sect. Everyone, run. After the first shout, the rest of the people immediately reacted. Who else could easily kill Zhao Qingshan other than the patriarch of the Vajra sect? However, no one dared to believe that the Vajra sect actually had a patriarch. Wasn't this digging a big hole for them to jump into? If they didn't run now, when would they? At this time, who would dare to make another move? They didn't have the guts. Hence, they scattered. Even Shi Changsheng was a little confused. Patriarch? Could this young man really be the patriarch of the Vajra sect? However, he had never heard of the existence of a patriarch in the Vajra sect. Lin Fei didn't kill them at all. Who asked this guy to use a flying knife against him just now? Since he dared to make a move, he had to teach him a lesson no matter what. However, the other party was a little weak and couldn't even take it, so he deserved to die. You answered a question just now, so I'll help you solve this problem. Lin Fei said indifferently and prepared to leave. He was very interested in the spiritual realm. Hence, he wanted to understand it well, especially this heaven-reaching sect. Shi Changsheng only then realized that this person wasn't the patriarch of the Vajra sect at all. He just happened to pass by. Although he didn't know why he fell from the sky, he was indeed a powerful person. He might even be a nascent soul realm expert. Why would he be interested in the Vajra sect? However, Shi Changsheng knew the current situation better than anyone else. If this young man were to take action, the situation would be much better. At the very least, the Vajra sect would be able to survive this siege. But what could he do to get this young man to help? Shi Changxing was also in a dilemma. Seriously. The Vajra sect really did not have anything useful to rope him in. Elder, wait a moment. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, how could Shi Changxing possibly stand there? If this senior were to leave, the Vajra sect would be done for. Lin Fei looked at Shi Changxing indifferently. I have something to do. Lin Fei could see clearly what was happening in this sect. His spiritual sense could still see everything clearly. It was obvious that another sect had come knocking on their door. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with such a matter. Lin Fei knew what the man in front of him was thinking. It was nothing more than asking him to make a move, but Lin Fei had already passed the stage of being a good person. It was best not to get involved in such matters. There were many experts in the spirit world. Although his current strength was not bad, if he really met those experts, it would still be a little troublesome. Elder, please save our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect will be eternally grateful. I will get the sect master to hand over the treasures of the Vajra sect to you. Please help our Vajra sect this time. Shi Changxing knelt down with a thud. Right now, only this expert could save the Vajra sect. Shi Changxing did not care about his face and knelt down on the spot. It's useless. Lin Fei shook his head. Shi Changxing's entire face turned pale. This was their last hope. If he hadn't seen this expert kill Zhao Qingshan so easily, Shi Changxing would not have such a thought. Unfortunately, this thought was completely shattered. Bang! A loud sound could be heard. A black silhouette smashed over and heavily smashed into a place not far away. A large cloud of dust was kicked up. Shi Changxing looked over, and his eyes instantly widened. He picked up the corpse. Sect Master, wake up. It turned out that the person Shi Changxing was carrying was the Vajra sect master. However, the Vajra sect master was covered in wounds and was no longer breathing. At this moment, a group of figures rushed over. Elder Shi, you don't have to shout. I've already killed him. I heard that your Vajra sect has another patriarch who actually dared to kill an expert of our godly saber sect. That's quite brave. I would like to meet this patriarch of your Vajra sect. The people who rushed over were all very strong. The leader was a middle-aged man with a huge saber on his back. He had a cold expression and as he spoke, his gaze landed on Lin Fei. A few figures behind him glared at this young man. Sect Master, this is the guy who killed Elder Zhao. He's the Vajra sect's patriarch. These people were all the ones who had retreated in fear just now. Now that they saw Lin Fei, although they were still afraid, there was a trace of confidence on their faces. They now had dozens of experts. The current lineup was indeed very strong. For example, there were 4 golden core experts, plus more than 20 core formation experts and a few scattered experts. The lineup was still very strong. Especially with 4 golden core experts, they could crush the Vajra sect. At this moment, the 4 golden core experts also locked their gazes on Lin Fei. Although they couldn't see this young man's specific strength, to be able to kill Zhao Qingshan, he was at least a golden core expert. As for the nascent soul realm, they didn't think that way at all. Nascent soul realm experts were almighty figures. It wasn't that easy to break through this realm. It was as if there were no nascent soul realm experts in this area. You're the one who killed Zhao Qingshan. The godly saber sect master, Sword Ishua, had a cold gaze. He slashed with his saber. An invisible saber intent was extremely sharp and contained thousands of changes. The godly saber sect was different from other sections. Even though he was a golden core expert, he still liked to use this treasured saber the most. The invisible saber intent that was released could easily kill an expert. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and flicked it, landing on this saber intent. However, this saber intent instantly spread out like flowing water, directly slashing through his finger and instantly slashing Lin Fei's body. The godly saber sect master, Sword Ishua, snorted coldly, "You want to fight me with this little ability?" If this saber intent slashed the other party's body, he would definitely die. This was also the reason why Sword Ishue said that. You have the nerve to think that you can kill me with this saber intent? You're thinking too lightly. Lin Fei chuckled. He raised his hand and thousands of sword intents shot out. Chapter 43-87. A ray of sword intent pierced through the forehead of a core formation cultivator in an instant. Plop. The core formation realm cultivator fell to the ground. Scenes like this kept happening. Wherever the sword will passed, it pierced the forehead. Plop. Plop. They all fell to the ground. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Countless rays of sword will appeared in front of Blood Knife. After the sword intent attacked, the flying dagger behind him collided with the sword intent, and he quickly retreated. Layers of defense appeared in front of him, but he had underestimated the power of the sword will. After a few sounds, his flying knife was blown away. Dozens of sword wills converged together and instantly bombarded him. He raised his hand to block, but he was blown away by the sword will. At this moment, Bloodblade finally realized what was going on. Patriarch, this must be the patriarch of the Vajra sect. He dug such a big hole. They exchanged blows. He felt that his opponent's sword will was so strong that he was no match for him. One of the Golden Core Realm cultivators was in trouble. They didn't react as fast as the sect leader. At first, they looked down on him, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. The sword will had already pierced their foreheads, and they all fell to the ground. The fall of a Golden Core Realm cultivator was a huge blow to Blood Knife. Blood Knife couldn't care less. With the patriarch of the Vajra sect, it was impossible to take over the sect today. He wasn't a match for him. Furthermore, he wanted to destroy the Vajra sect. He had been thinking too much. He raised his hand and wanted to give himself a slap. He had been tricked for no reason. Shi Changsheng, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Those were Golden Core Realm cultivators, but two of them had fallen just like that. Even Blood Knife of the Godly Knife sect was running away. The change was too fast. Originally, the Vajra sect was about to be destroyed. However, in the blink of an eye, it had recovered. Furthermore, the other party had only unleashed a large amount of sword will. This sword will was also ridiculously powerful. It had actually instantly killed these Golden Core experts. You have something that interests me, so you should stay. Blood Knife was running very fast. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him. He saw a fist flying toward him. It directly penetrated his body. A storage ring fell into Lin Fei's hand. Just as Blood Knife was about to leave, Lin Fei sensed a familiar scent. That was why he had killed Bloodblade without hesitation. Although Shui Dao was very strong, he was only at the Gold Core stage. How could he withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch? After the injuries of his immortal divine body had healed a lot, Lin Fei's physical body had also become stronger. Punching a Golden Core expert to death was no longer a troublesome matter. In fact, Lin Fei didn't intend to kill this person, but he smelled that familiar scent, so he decisively made a move and blew up Bloodblade with one punch. The people that Blood One Blade brought were all panicking at this moment. Even the sect leader was killed. Thump thump thump. One by one, they knelt down. Old ancestor, please spare us. We're willing to join the Vajra sect. These people were all smart people. They saw that even the sect leader had been killed, let alone them. Especially the two Golden Core experts, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down without hesitation. If they didn't surrender now, they might be killed later. Even the leader couldn't withstand a punch, let alone their weak bodies. Even Shi Changsheng was dumbfounded by what he saw. That was Bloodblade, who had been fighting with the Vajra sect for a long time. He didn't expect to be killed with one punch. It was probably something that no one had expected. Shi Changsheng was very grateful to this senior. If it wasn't for this senior, the Vajra sect would have been destroyed. Lin Fei took out an item from his ring, and his lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't expect to find the heaven token as soon as he arrived. That's right. The familiar aura that Lin Fei had sensed just now was this heaven token. Although it was well hidden, he realized that his divine tree of life was still useful. As long as he was within a certain range, he could still sense the existence of the heaven token. Bloodblade could only say that he was unlucky. Of all the things he could bring, he had to bring a heaven token with him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything more and killed him with one punch. Senior, are you planning to ask for the heaven token? The Vajra sect still has a few of these. After seeing the heaven token, Shi Changxing finally knew what he could take out to thank Lin Fan. Lin Fei had originally planned to leave after taking the heaven token. After all, he had done the Vajra sect a huge favor. Didn't you see that the sect master was killed by him? There were still 2 Jidan realm masters. As for the remaining masters, how could they have any confidence? There were only 2 or 3 of them left. He was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect the Vajra sect to have the heaven token. Lin Fei looked over and said, "You should know the consequences of lying. Even the entire Vajra sect wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from me." These words were neither light nor heavy, but they struck Shi Changxing like a bolt of lightning. He lowered his head and said repeatedly, "Senior, I really wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Senior, I really wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Our Vajra sect does indeed have this supreme sky token." Lin Fei could tell that this person was telling the truth and wasn't trying to lie to him. One of the Golden Core experts suddenly said loudly, "Senior, I can get those people to retreat now. After all, without the sect leader, they wouldn't be a match for us." The other Golden Core expert also stood up. At this moment, everyone wanted to show off. Who knew if this expert would kill them just because he didn't like them? Even the sect leader couldn't withstand the power of a punch, let alone them. Who didn't know that cultivators like them were wearing protective armors? However, they didn't expect to meet such a ferocious person who could even destroy their protective armor. This was the most terrifying thing about him. They really didn't want to fight with such a senior because they couldn't block him at all. Perhaps he really was a body tempering expert. It was really rare to see such an unpopular method of cultivation. At the very least, they had never seen a body tempering expert who could easily destroy the physical body of a Golden Core expert at such a young age. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like the other party was only after a heaven token. What was going on? They secretly felt pity for the sect leader. If he didn't have the heaven token, he might really be able to leave this place alive. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 4388. Lin Fei saw the 3 sky-piercing tokens in the treasury of the Guardian Deity sect. As the 3rd elder of the Guardian Deity sect, Shi Changxing had a lot of authority. Under the attack of the other 2 Jidan masters, the attack stopped in an instant. The 2nd elder and the sect master had also died in battle, so Shi Changxing had become the elder with the highest status in the Guardian Deity sect. He had taken over everything in the Guardian Deity sect. Shi Changxing had no choice but to accept it. After all, he was the only one who could control the Guardian Deity sect. This time, the Guardian Deity sect had suffered heavy losses, and many experts had died. The only thing Shi Changxing could do now was to let this senior stay in the Guardian Deity sect. It was a good thing for the Wolverines to live one day at a time. After stabilizing the Guardian Deity sect, Shi Changxing immediately brought this senior to the treasury and obtained the 3 sky-piercing tokens. Lin Fei was in a good mood after obtaining 4 Heaven Ascension tokens as soon as he arrived. At the very least, he could refine them again. Of course, it would still be difficult for him to break through to the nascent soul realm. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After refining the sky-piercing tokens, the greatest benefit was that his physical body would become even stronger. At least it could be considered a life-saving measure. Senior, this is the treasury of the Guardian Deity sect. You can take a look at anything you want and let me know if you need anything. I will be waiting outside. Shi Changxing wisely walked outside. For a peerless expert like him, there were only a few things that he would be interested in this treasury. In any case, Shi Changxing's attitude was not bad. How could Lin Fei not see through Shi Changxing's plan? However, it was rare for him to come to the spiritual realm, so he had to figure out the situation first. It seemed like the Guardian Deity sect was a good place to stay. He had obtained 3 sky-piercing tokens from the Guardian Deity sect and 1 from the Divine Blade sect master. Therefore, Lin Fei was really thinking about whether these sects also had sky-piercing tokens. Therefore, he decided to do some research first. Now that he had done his research, he could make arrangements when the time came. The first thing Lin Fei wanted to do was to refine these 3 heavenly connection tokens. After completely refining it, Lin Fei began to flip through the books here. As for the items in the treasury, Lin Fei felt that they were really ordinary. There really weren't many eye-catching things here. The best magic treasure here was only a top-grade magic treasure. This thing wasn't of much use to Lin Fei. In front of the fist, even the 5-element sword will could be easily defeated. However, there were some ancient books here that piqued Lin Fei's interest. Just like that, he spent 3 days reading it. Shi Changsheng had been guarding outside. Apart from him, there were 2 other golden elixir experts from the Godly Knife sect. They did not dare to leave. Although that senior was in the treasury, they wouldn't dare to leave even if they were given 100 guts. The opponent's strength was simply too strong. Even the sect master of the Divine Saber sect was killed with a single punch. This time, the Vajra sect had suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, Shi Changsheng had finally stabilized the situation. Although the sect master had died, and several elders had also died, they could still be considered to have retained some strength. At the very least, the 2 golden elixir experts of the Divine Saber sect were here. This could more or less be considered a form of compensation. To Shi Changsheng, the most important thing was to let this expert stay in the Vajra sect. No matter what, it would be best if he could stay for a period of time. The door to the treasury opened. Shi Changsheng, who was originally thinking about random things, immediately turned around to welcome him. In 3 days, Lin Fei read through all the ancient books. He was very clear about the spirit realm. At the very least, he knew the general situation. Now, he had to understand the specific situation from Shi Changsheng. After doing so, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the spirit realm. "Senior, do you have any instructions?" Shi Changsheng's attitude was very good. Even the 2 golden elixir experts behind him lowered their heads. "I think that the Vajra sect is not bad, so I've decided to stay here for a while. However, before that, you have to do something for me." The voice was neither loud nor soft, but it sounded like a shocking surprise to Shi Changsheng. This senior actually wanted to stay in the Vajra sect. Even if it was just for a month, it would be good. "Senior, please tell me. I'm still quite interested in the Supreme Token. I saw that the Godly Saber sect master brought one with him. Why don't you bring a few experts with you to the Godly Saber sect and see if you can find another Supreme Token? Once the matter is settled, I'll probably stay at the Vajra sect." This was definitely good news for Shi Changsheng. "Senior, don't worry. I'll immediately bring the experts of the Vajra sect to the Divine Saber sect to find the Supreme Token for you." Shi Changsheng was most worried that this senior would leave the Vajra sect after obtaining the Supreme Token. If that happened, he could only watch helplessly. Now that this senior had made a request, it couldn't be any better. Now that the Divine Saber sect master was dead and the Golden Elixir expert was dead, there were still 2 remaining and a group of young experts. It wouldn't be that difficult to attack the Divine Saber sect. "You only have 3 days. I'll leave in 3 days, Lin Fei added. "Find me a quiet courtyard. Don't let anyone disturb me." Lin Fei stayed in a courtyard in the Vajra sect. Shi Changsheng immediately brought the experts of the Divine Saber sect and headed straight for the Divine Saber sect. After all, it wasn't too far away. Within 10,000 miles, the 2 sects were the strongest. The experts of the Divine Saber sect were caught off guard. They thought that the Vajra sect had already been breached. They didn't expect the Vajra sect to bring people to kill them. The experts of the Vajra sect were filled with anger. Even their sect master was dead. They naturally had to vent their anger on the Divine Saber sect. Hence, the Divine Saber sect suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. In the end, more than half of the upper echelons were killed. The rest either escaped or surrendered. The Divine Saber sect had been completely breached. The moment the Divine Saber sect was breached, Shi Changxing felt like he was dreaming. The Divine Saber sect had actually breached the Divine Saber sect. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about. Sect Master, if you know what's going on, you can go to the Netherworld. I've breached the Divine Saber sect. The Vajra sect has succeeded. After Shi Changxing broke into the treasure vault, he searched for the supreme token. Whether or not he could complete this mission would affect the future of the Vajra sect. On the second day, Shi Changxing returned. The news of the Divine Saber sect being destroyed spread like wildfire within 10,000 miles. Everyone knew that the two evenly matched forces had been fighting for a long time. No one expected the Divine Saber sect to be annihilated this time. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 4389. In the end, Shi Changxing still brought back 2 heaven-piercing tokens for Lin Fei. As for how many heaven-piercing tokens he could bring back, Lin Fei did not really care. What was important was to find out if there were any heaven-piercing tokens. Now, it seemed that his guess was quite correct. The Godly Blades sect still had some tricks up their sleeves. Senior, these are the heaven-piercing tokens. It's a pity that the Godly Blades sect only has 2. Shi Changxing said with some regret. Initially, he thought that he could obtain many heaven-piercing tokens from the Godly Blades sect, but it seemed that it would be difficult. Lin Fei looked at Shi Changxing indifferently. Not bad, you did not disappoint me too much. Shi Changxing did not know if this senior was satisfied with the heaven-piercing tokens, but he felt that he had to make up for it. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "If senior wants more through heaven medallions, I can send people to purchase them. You can still find quite a few through heaven medallions in the Nanyan region." This was the only thing Shi Changxing could do now. If it was a few decades ago, it would still be fine. Back then, there were many heaven-piercing tokens, but now, they were all taken back by the heaven-reaching church. The heaven-piercing tokens that could be found now were all left behind. Many people did not really care about the heaven-piercing tokens, so there were still some heaven-piercing tokens circulating in private. This was not a secret. Basically, the entire spiritual realm knew about it. However, the sky-reaching church just turned a blind eye to it. As long as it was not openly circulated, they would not say anything. That was why there were so many heaven-piercing tokens left behind. I have been in closed-door cultivation for some time. I am still unfamiliar with the current spiritual realm. Let's talk about the situation nearby. Lin Fei said indifferently. Shi Changxing had always been guessing the background of this senior. Now, it seemed that he was an expert who had been cultivating in seclusion. After reaching the Golden Core realm, many people were stuck at the nascent soul realm. There were only a few people who could break through, so most people would go into closed-door cultivation after reaching the Golden Core Great Perfection, so that they could break through to the nascent soul realm. It was normal for one to spend 10 to 20 years in seclusion. This was a relatively short period of time, especially for those who had secluded themselves for life and death. Basically, it was more than 50 years. If they didn't break through, they would die, so everyone gritted their teeth and went into seclusion. It was no wonder that the situation was a little different when this senior came out. How many years did he have to cultivate in seclusion? However, it had to be said that as long as this senior was strong, he would be very helpful to the Guardian Metal sect. This was because their Vajra sect was truly lacking a top-notch expert to hold down the fort. Even if it was a Vajra realm consummate, it would still be good enough. Shi Changxing himself was a golden core cultivator, but he was far from being a match for this senior. He even suspected that this was an expert who had reached the peak of the golden core realm. There was another realm above the golden core realm, which was the extreme realm. At this realm, one could kill all golden core realm cultivators and could even fight against nascent soul realm cultivators without dying. It was just that there were too few experts like him. Shi Changxing had never met one before, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the senior in front of him was an expert at the peak of the golden core realm. Otherwise, How could he easily kill a golden core expert with a single punch? At least, Shi Changsheng had not reached this step yet. After suppressing all the thoughts in his heart, Shi Changsheng began to speak. He spoke in great detail. After this, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the spirit realm after matching it with the information he had received. There were a total of 10 counties in the spiritual realm. And now, Lin Fei was in the Nanyun County. The Nanyun County was ranked in the middle among the 10 counties. Its area was about a few million miles. It could be said to be very big. The Godly Blade sect and the Guardian Metals sect were at best third-rate forces in the Nanyun County. They were considered a real force in this 10,000-mile area. This made Lin Fei a little disappointed. It turned out to be a small sect, no wonder there were only golden core experts. He was secretly glad in his heart. If he had broken into a big sect, it would be a little troublesome. It seemed that he had to improve his strength first. If he did not improve his strength, it would be a little troublesome if he met a nascent soul expert. Now, the only thing that could help Lin Fei improve his strength quickly was the heaven-reaching token. It could help him recover some of his strength. As long as his physical body continued to recover, he would have the strongest trump card. This area belongs to the Blue Cloud sect. Shi Changsheng did not know that Lin Fei was thinking so much, so he continued to speak. This went on for more than an hour. Lin Fei had some understanding of the Nanyun County. As for the other counties, Lin Fei was temporarily not interested. He had to understand the Nanyun County first. After understanding more or less, Lin Fei began to ponder. For the time being, he had to stay in the Guardian Metals sect. Since I have nothing to do for the time being, I will stay in the Guardian Metals sect. However, your only task is to help me find information about this heaven-reaching token. As long as it is a treasure made from the heavenly tree, it will do. How could Lin Fei not guess that Shi Changsheng definitely had some thoughts? At the very least, after the battle between the Guardian Metals sect and the Godly Blade sect, the Guardian Metals sect would definitely suffer a great loss. Who knows, there might be people eyeing the Guardian Metals sect. Both the Guardian Metals sect and the Godly Blade sect were under the control of the Blue Cloud sect. However, the Blue Cloud sect would not care about these little brothers. Fighting to the death had nothing to do with them. As long as it did not threaten the position of the Blue Cloud sect's big shot, they would not care. But once it was threatened, the Blue Cloud sect would definitely act. The big shot would not act, but that did not mean that other forces would not act. From Shi Changsheng's words, Lin Fei could tell. The battles in the Nanyun County were also very intense. You would swallow me, I would swallow you, and from there, increase my strength and influence. It was also very intense. Therefore, the Guardian Metals sect would definitely send experts. If I want to buy this heaven-reaching token, how much would it cost? Lin Fei tried to understand more. After all, he was now in the Nanyun County. If he wanted to buy this heaven-reaching token, he would need some connections. And buying it with money was only the first step. It's hard to say. Normally, it would be bartered with other items. Shi Changsheng laughed bitterly. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Then you might as well spread the news. Just say that the Guardian Metals sect and the Godly Blade sect have suffered great losses, and that there are almost no experts left. Lin Fei suddenly thought of a good idea. Wasn't he just lacking money? He could just wait for the rabbit to come to him. Those golden core experts still had some wealth. Wouldn't he be able to accumulate the first sum of money? Chapter 4390. The Southern Cloud County was extremely huge, not to mention that it was within a 10,000 kilometers radius. Therefore, the news of the confrontation between the Godly Knife sect and the Vajra sect had spread like wildfire. In the end, the Godly Knife faction was annihilated, but another piece of news came out. That meant that the Vajra school had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did the sect master die, but even a lot of Jidan elders were also lost. Everyone's interest was piqued. In a small city. Inside a restaurant. Many people were discussing this matter. Although the Godly Saber sect and the Vajra sect were not considered major forces, they were still a joke after a meal. I thought the Godly Knife sect would definitely win this time. I didn't expect them to suffer such a huge setback. I wonder what kind of expert the Vajra sect has. You're thinking too much. What kind of expert can the Guardian Deity sect produce? Maybe they're just lucky. After all, the strength of the Divine Saber sect and the Guardian Deity sect is almost the same. I heard that the Vajra sect used to be a body-tempering sect. Maybe there are some good things left behind. I wonder if anyone is interested in going to the Vajra sect with me to have a look. I heard that a lot of people are going to the Guardian Deity sect to get some benefits. The news spread like wildfire in the area of 100,000 miles. Of course, such news would only spread within such a short distance. After all, it was just a third-rate force. Who would care about it? To those Golden Core experts, wasn't the Vajra sect a big piece of juicy meat? If he could take a bite of it, he would be able to get a lot of spirit stones. Cultivating in the spirit realm, apart from meditating and absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi, the most important thing was spirit stones. There were low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones are very rare. As for best-grade spirit stones, they are almost very rare. If a Golden Core expert wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he would need a large number of spirit stones. Therefore, for some experts, the Vajra sect had suddenly become a big piece of meat. Now that the Vajra sect had lost its experts, it was undoubtedly a juicy piece of meat that could be snatched. If he took a bite, he might be able to obtain hundreds of thousands or even millions of low-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't it be better to use these spirit stones to buy all kinds of treasures? As a result, the people around them started to move. The Vajra sect began to seal the mountain. This made everyone even more convinced of one thing. The Vajra sect had indeed suffered heavy losses in this battle. Of course, the Vajra sect had also swept away all the treasures stored in the Godly Saber sect. The entire Godly Saber sect had completely collapsed. Even the disciples of the Godly Saber sect fled. Currently, the Vajra sect was the most powerful sect in the entire area. Not a single force could contend against it. At night, it was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. A figure entered the Vajra gate. The figure was dressed in black, revealing a pair of eyes. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. The Vajra sect doesn't have a Golden Core expert this time, and the ones left are all injured. It looks like no one will be able to stop me from entering this treasure vault. The target of this person dressed in black was very clear. That meant he had barged into the Vajra sect's treasury. If he could sweep away everything in the treasury, he would definitely become rich. Zhao Yun had relied on this business to accumulate more than half of his net worth. Now, he had finally found an opportunity. The Titanium sect's current state of panic was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Yun snuck into the Vajra sect. He saw many dilapidated places that had not been repaired at all. He couldn't care less and went straight to the treasure vault. Zhao Yun quickly found the treasure vault. There was no one guarding it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He easily opened the entrance to the treasure vault. Although Zhao Yun's strength was only at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, he was quite good at finding good things. He was very sure that he was the first person to enter the treasure vault. This was because the rows of things had not been touched at all. Looks like I'm really going to be rich this time. Maybe with these treasures, I can exchange for a cultivation breaking pill and break through from the middle stage to the late stage of the Golden Core realm in one go. This will make the dermic powers in my body stronger. Just as Zhao Yun was feeling happy, a hand suddenly stretched out and patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. That pat. Zhao Yun had goosebumps all over his body. Finally, a fish. However, your fish is a little small. Even a small fish has some value. Then, a hand squeezed his neck. Zhao Yun's body instantly released a bright light. These lights were like needles that were filled with terrifying power. No one knew that Zhao Yun was wearing an offensive treasure armor. The power of the treasure armor was quite terrifying. After it was released, each attack was equivalent to the power of the late stage of the Golden Core realm. This was also the most powerful treasure that Zhao Yun had. It was just that no one knew about it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in danger, he would rarely use this treasure. However, he had to use it now. He never thought that there would be such an expert in the treasure vault. He didn't believe that this person could block his attack. This was the power of the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, even after the sky was filled with light beams, the hand was still tightly gripping his neck. It seems that your fish is not bad. You actually have such a powerful treasure armor. I'm sorry, this treasure armor belongs to me. A crisp sound was heard. Zhao Yun directly lost consciousness. He threw it to the side. At this moment, not far away, there were a few more bodies. The one who did it was naturally Lin Fei. Ever since Shi Changxing had spread the news, the Vajra sect suddenly became very lively. This was the sixth person to break into the treasure vault tonight. These people were quite skilled. They could easily find the treasure vault. It seemed that the Vajra sect had leaked a lot of information. The location of the treasure vault was known to others. However, this was a good thing for Lin Fei. He felt that he could kill them one by one. He felt that he could kill them for quite a long time. The harvest was not bad. At the very least, he had obtained nearly 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones in the past few days. Was 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones a lot? All in all, it was only 10 middle-grade spirit stones. An ordinary golden core expert would only have 100 or 200,000 low-grade spirit stones in their pockets. Almost all of them were poor. Although they were poor, they could accumulate it over time. For example, he had almost obtained 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was just the beginning. With a single punch, the corpses were all smashed into powder in an instant, disappearing without a trace. His figure disappeared again. It was time to prepare for the next fish. Chapter 4391. Half a month went by. Countless people snuck into the guardian deity sect. This caused many people to look forward to it. If the guardian deity sect was in chaos, everyone would swarm in. But what surprised everyone was that the guardian deity sect was still fine. Nothing had happened. For a moment, they wondered if the information they received was wrong. It was not normal for no one to have any designs on the guardian deity sect. Now, the godly saber sect had long been destroyed. Even their disciples had escaped or been swallowed up by other forces. If that was the case, the guardian deity sect must have been damaged. However, the current situation was not right at all. Everyone was doing well. Were they not interested in the treasures of the guardian deity sect? Shi Changxing was more and more impressed with Senior Lin. He had killed so many people without making a sound. Although there were many rumors about the guardian deity sect, most people were just watching. As long as the guardian deity sect was doing well, no one would dare to attack them. This was a tragedy for the guardian deity sect. A third-rate force like theirs was really not taken seriously by others. Fortunately, the original infant stage cultivators did not care about the guardian deity sect. Those who dared to come were golden core stage cultivators. At first, Shi Changxing had been a little worried. But now, he was more and more at ease. He was not worried that someone would cause trouble at the guardian deity sect. This was the most fortunate thing that Shi Changxing had ever done. At the same time, he had the guardian deity sect disciples gather information about the heaven connecting token. It was hard to say how long Senior Lin would stay in the titanium sect, but no matter what, he had to find out all the information about the supreme token during this period of time. Elder Shi, something bad has happened. I just received news that the people from the Black Cloud camp are coming. Just as Shi Changxing was organizing the information, a disciple came in. This was a golden core formation stage disciple. He was Shi Changxing's disciple, the type he liked. After Shi Changxing heard this news, he couldn't help but frown slightly and stand up. Are you sure the people from the Black Cloud camp are coming and not someone else? If it was any other camp, there would be nothing to worry about. But the Black Cloud camp was not easy to deal with. The southern Cloud County was extremely large, spanning an area of several million kilometers. At the same time, there were also strongholds of various sizes. The smaller ones would only rob and pillage, but the bigger ones could even attack a second or third-rate force. The Black Cloud stronghold was one of them. Apart from the 3 Xiantian consummate stage powerhouses, there were more than 10 other golden core powerhouses, which was much stronger than the Vajra sect. The Black Cloud stronghold has already released the news. They want our guardian deity sect to hand over half of our wealth. Otherwise, they will destroy our guardian deity sect. This wasn't a small matter. After confirming it again and again, Shi Changxing could only look for Senior Lin. The Vajra sect really couldn't handle this matter. Lin Fei's harvest in the past few days was not small. He had accumulated at least 5 million low-grade spirit stones. As for the other treasures, there were countless of them. No matter how they were sold, they could be sold for millions or even tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard, listening to Shi Changxing's words. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Are you sure that this Black Wind stronghold has a strong background and isn't a fake? Shi Changxing laughed bitterly. Senior Lin, this Black Wind stronghold is indeed powerful. They have destroyed many forces, but they have many experts. After a while, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of this Black Wind stronghold. This was a very cruel force, and they had many experts. So, this Black Wind stronghold will send out a golden core consummate stage powerhouse. I wonder if it will be 1 or 2. From Lin Fei's point of view, if he wanted to get more treasures, he might only be able to get them from these golden core consummate stage powerhouses. As for ordinary golden core powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that they were all paupers, and they only had a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on them. These Black Wind stronghold powerhouses were probably very rich. Shi Changxing shook his head. This is hard to say, but usually, a golden core consummate stage powerhouse will be sent out. After all, our Vajra sect isn't that easy to bully. How could one golden core consummate stage powerhouse be enough? How about this, later on, you guys will spread the news that the Vajra sect won't hand over any wealth. If the Black Wind stronghold dares to come, then they won't be able to return. Anyway, you can ignore them as much as you want. It's better if you make a big fuss. At the very least, you can lure 3 golden core consummate stage powerhouses over. If Lin Fei wanted to make a move, he would definitely capture all 3 golden core consummate stage powerhouses in one fell swoop. To be able to make a name for themselves in the Nanyan region, they definitely had a lot of wealth. Rather than robbing one, it would be better to capture all 3 of them. Shi Changxing did not have any doubts and immediately went to do this. Although the Black Wind stronghold's influence was average, it was still a fierce name. With 3 golden core consummate stage powerhouses in charge, ordinary golden core powerhouses would not dare to cause trouble for them. As for nascent soul powerhouses, they would not be interested in the Black Wind stronghold. Who didn't know that there was a big force behind the Black Wind stronghold? The Black Wind stronghold worked for them, so offending the Black Wind stronghold would mean offending the big force behind them. When they knew that the Black Wind stronghold wanted to deal with the Guardian Deity sect, everyone felt that this was a big move by the Black Wind stronghold. No one thought that the Guardian Deity sect would be able to stop the Black Wind stronghold, but who knew that after the Guardian Deity sect received the news, they did not lower their heads. Instead, they spread the word that they wanted the Black Wind stronghold to do it themselves. Otherwise, they would go and destroy the Black Wind stronghold when they were free. In any case, they did not care about the Black Wind stronghold at all. Now, this news was spreading like wildfire in this region. Countless people were dumbfounded. Since when did the Guardian Deity sect have such a big tone? Even in the past, when they met the Black Wind stronghold, they did not dare to say such ruthless words. But now, the situation was completely different. After the Black Wind stronghold received the news, they also spread the news to the public. Because of the words of the Guardian Deity sect, they decided to flatten the Guardian Deity sect in 3 days. All the disciples of the Guardian Deity sect would be killed without mercy. When this news spread, everyone was not surprised at all. Did they not know the capabilities of the Black Wind stronghold? They had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. This time, they had completely angered the Black Wind stronghold. When the Black Wind stronghold powerhouses attacked together, the Guardian Deity sect would not be able to fight for long. After the news spread, the Guardian Deity sect still acted as if nothing had happened. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that everyone in the Guardian Deity sect was working together to fight against the Black Wind stronghold? Chapter 4392. The Vajra sect suddenly became lively. Everyone knew that the Vajra sect was only a third-rate force, yet they dared to provoke the Black Wind stockade. Did he really think that he could strut around in this area just because he destroyed the godly Saber sect? To put it bluntly, the Vajra sect was just a third-rate force. That was what most people thought. Over the next few days, many people began to appear near the Vajra sect. Some of them were strong, while others were weak. Everyone was there to join in the fun. They also wanted to see if they could fish in troubled waters. If the Black Wind stockade attacked the Vajra sect, they would be able to take advantage of it. After all, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be encountered all the time. Now, the Black Wind stockade seemed to have the upper hand. No one believed that the Vajra sect could stop the Black Wind stockade. The Black Wind stockade had spread the news that if the Titan sect didn't hand over all the benefits, the Black Wind stockade would kill their way into the Titan sect. When that time came, not even a chicken or a dog would be spared. This was the Black Wind stockade's confidence. They had many experts, including a Golden Core expert. They were not afraid of a small Vajra sect. Did you hear? This time, the Black Wind stockade leader came personally. I heard that he was very angry with the Vajra sect. No way. The Black Wind stockade leader came personally. That's a big deal. The Black Wind stockade leader is an expert who has perfected the Golden Core realm. You don't know yet. Apart from being a perfected the Golden Core realm, the Black Wind stockade leader also has a powerful Dharma treasure. It's a supreme grade Dharma treasure that no one has ever seen before. Its power is invincible. Then this time, the Vajra sect will not be able to escape. Fortunately, I came this time. As long as the Vajra sect is breached, I can go in and take advantage of it. At that moment, there were countless people like this outside the Vajra sect. There were at least hundreds of them. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of this place? They're coming. They're coming. After waiting for a few days, the experts from the Black Wind stockade arrived. Dozens of streams of light flew toward them. After the streams of light appeared, they stopped in the sky above the Vajra sect. The leader was a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes were cold, and behind him were 5 other experts in white armor. They were all Golden Core experts. After many people saw the attire of these Gold Core experts, they secretly took a deep breath. They were all wearing treasured armor. This treasured armor was not cheap. It was said that it could defend against the attack of a late-stage Gold Core expert. Apart from relying on oneself, it was more important to rely on external help. For example, this supreme-grade treasure armor. A supreme-grade magic treasure could undoubtedly increase the strength of a Golden Core expert. This also determines whether you have money or not. If he had money, he would naturally be able to improve his strength. If he didn't have money, he could only watch helplessly. Everyone could feel a cold killing intent emanating from the Black Wind stockade's experts. It was obvious that the Vajra sect had infuriated the Black Wind stockade. Otherwise, the master of the Black Wind stronghold would not have come personally and brought 5 Golden Core experts with him. Shi Changsheng, I heard that your Vajra school wants to vent your anger on our Black Wind stronghold. You sure have the guts to come out. The master of the Black Wind stronghold's voice was extremely loud and clear. His voice exploded in the air above the Guardian Deity sect. Everyone immediately sensed just how powerful the master of the Black Wind stronghold was. Meanwhile, inside the Guardian Deity sect, Shi Changsheng was standing next to Lin Fei. He could also sense the powerful strength of the master of the Black Wind stronghold. He stole a glance at Senior Lin, who was next to him. Senior Lin did not seem to care at all and seemed to be completely fine. He even took a sip of tea unhurriedly. An expert. This was what a true expert was like. Now, Shi Changxing was more and more convinced that this senior Lin was a true expert at the pinnacle. The Golden Core realm was known as the pinnacle of existence. Only by doing so could he look down on these experts who had perfected the Golden Core realm. You guys go out and fight with them first. If you can't beat them, you can lure them in. I'll deal with them then, Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Fei could also sense the strength of the master of the Black Wind stronghold. He was indeed at perfected the Golden Core realm. He also had a decent magic treasure on him, which made Yi Futian sense a hint of danger. It was no wonder that the master of the Black Wind stronghold dared to swagger over. He indeed had some ability. Shi Changxing did not hesitate at all. He immediately brought the Vajra expert with him. Master of the Black Wind stronghold, since you dare to attack our Vajra sect, you should be prepared to die. The moment Shi Changxing appeared, he did not say anything else and began fighting. This action caused the spectators below to stare with their mouths agape. After all, they all knew Shi Changxing. She also knew this person's temper. Since when did this guy become so direct and decisive? Or did the Vajra sect give him a lot of courage? This exchange not only shocked the spectators below, but even the master of the Black Wind stronghold was a little surprised. Shi Changxing did not even bother to talk and immediately began fighting. He snorted coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. He immediately used a spell. For a moment, the battle in the sky was intense. But this time, no one else handed it over. It was purely golden cores. After all, golden core formation cultivators would be sending themselves to their deaths. It was better to have a golden core fight a golden core, but the Vajra sect was still much weaker. Even an expert like Shi Changxing was no match for the master of the Black Wind stronghold spell. He was firmly suppressed. After all, his opponent was a complete Khanate expert. His magic power was extremely dense, and his techniques were even more powerful. Shi Changxing, are you still planning to resist to the end? Why don't you just obediently open the Vajra sect? We'll take the item and leave. We'll naturally guarantee your Vajra sect's safety. The master of the Black Wind stronghold snorted coldly. Shi Changxing forcefully withstood the attack, then retreated. Without another word, he led his people back. Kill your way in if you have the ability. Haven't you always been very bold? We'll wait for you inside. The master of the Black Wind stronghold was a little confused by Shi Changxing. Was this guy trying to bait them? However, he did not sense any other experts in the Vajra sect. The Vajra sect? Humph, that's all you've got. The master of the Black Wind stronghold laughed loudly. Charge in with me and destroy the Vajra sect. We'll take what he won't give us. Everyone heard the master of the Black Wind stronghold's angry voice. It was obvious that the Vajra sect was completely finished. No one could stop the master of the Black Wind stronghold from attacking. A complete Khanate expert. Even Shi Changxing could not withstand it, let alone the other Golden Core experts. All they needed to do was wait a little longer. Chapter 4393. The leader of the Black Wind stronghold had indeed killed his way in. He wanted to see why Shi Changxing would allow him to enter. Could it be that there were some hidden experts here? Just a moment ago, he had already checked with his spiritual sense. There were no experts at all. The strongest were only Shi Changxing and a few other Golden Core experts. Shi Changxing, I'm already inside. Use whatever methods you have. Otherwise, the Guardian Metals sect will be finished today. The leader's voice echoed throughout the Guardian Metals sect. The Black Wind stronghold's chief target this time was Shi Changxing. As for the other disciples of the Guardian Metals sect, they did not care about this. He was just an ant. As long as they could take down Shi Changxing, the treasures of the Guardian Metals sect would naturally belong to them. As long as they obtained the treasures and took out a portion to pay tribute, there would naturally be people who would speak up for them. As long as they did not massacre the Guardian Metals sect, it would not affect them at all. This was their bottom line. The Nanyun County was huge, but there was a bottom line. That was, the mountain strongholds could not massacre a sect. This was their bottom line. If anyone dared to do so, they would immediately be hunted down by all the forces in the Nanyan County. The once glorious mountain stronghold was annihilated just like that. They did not even have the chance to resist. The leader of the Black Wind stronghold naturally had his reasons for being able to survive until now. His goal was simple. He wanted to steal the treasures of the Guardian Metal sect. Shi Changsheng, I know you're definitely inside. Let's see how long you can hide for. I'm not hiding at all. I'm right inside. You can find me yourself. I, Shi Changsheng, am a member of the Guardian Metal sect. I will naturally not leave. The leader of the Black Wind stronghold was even more confused. Just what was Shi Changsheng planning? Or did the Guardian Metal sect really find an expert? Very quickly, the leader of the Black Wind stronghold suppressed this thought. This was impossible. He had arranged for people to keep an eye on the Guardian Metal sect. At a time like this, there would not be any experts coming to help. Everyone knew that the Black Wind stronghold was vicious and merciless. Anyone who dared to interfere at a time like this could only wait for the Black Wind stronghold's revenge. The leader of the Black Wind stronghold quickly locked onto Shi Changsheng's position. He was in a courtyard. This courtyard was very ordinary. It didn't look like there were any formations or experts here. With that, the Black Wind stronghold's chief laughed. No matter what sort of tricks this guy was up to, he would definitely not be able to escape this time. Whoosh! The gate of the courtyard was torn to pieces. The master of the Black Wind stronghold walked in. Behind him, there was a golden core expert following. At that moment, Shi Changsheng was standing beside Lin Fei. It was the same for the other gold core experts. When he saw a young man sitting there, he thought to himself. The master of the Black Wind stronghold frowned slightly. He could not help but laugh aloud. Shi Changsheng, is this the helper you found? He's not even fully grown yet, but you really are capable. In the eyes of the Black Wind stronghold's chief, this was the case. He couldn't sense any powerful aura from this young man. On the contrary, he looked like an ordinary young man. There was nothing special about him at all. If the Black Wind stronghold wanted to survive in the Southern Cloud region, there were some people that they could not afford to offend. For example, the younger generation. That was why the Black Wind stronghold's chief still remembered it vividly. There was no information about this young man in his memory. This meant that this person was definitely not from the Southern Cloud region. As long as he was not from the Southern Cloud region, the Black Wind stronghold's chief did not care. He was not afraid of offending anyone. Lin Fei raised his head and glanced at the Black Wind stronghold's chief. Your strength is not bad. You're at the Golden Core perfection level. I wonder if you brought the Heaven Connecting Token. If you did, you can live. Otherwise, you will die in a moment. The Golden Core expert standing behind the Black Wind stronghold's chief could not help but laugh aloud. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant person. Before they even made a move, he actually wanted to announce that their chief had died here. This showed how much confidence he had in his own strength. Could it be that a Golden Core perfection expert could be killed so easily? The Black Wind stronghold's chief also laughed out of anger. This was the most interesting thing he had heard today. A strange Shi Changsheng, and a young man who did not know what was good for him. Today, because of what you've said, I've decided that no matter what, I'll kill all of you, especially you brat. I won't just kill you right away. I'll bring you back to the Black Wind stronghold and slowly torture you for 81 days. Lin Fei laughed. Are you sure you can torture me for 81 days? The Black Wind stronghold's chief waved his hand. Do it. At this moment, the Black Wind stronghold's chief could not be bothered to say anything more. He was just a guy who had not even grown his hair yet. How could he be a threat? He was simply thinking too much. The few Golden Core experts were instantly prepared to attack. But before they could do anything, they heard a few swishing sounds. Sword intent swept past. The few golden core experts instantly fell to the ground. Unknowingly, a hole had appeared in the center of their brows. Even though they were wearing treasured armor, the sword intent had pierced through their brows. They could not be any more dead. This scene happened too quickly. Even the Black Wind Stronghold's chief could not react for a moment. The Jindan stage experts that he had brought with him had all died in this courtyard. They had been killed by the sword intent, which had directly broken through the defense of the treasured armor. A harmless guy had actually killed his subordinates in one move. The one who had been killed was a golden core expert. All the elites of the Black Wind Stronghold were here. Without these golden core experts, the Black Wind Stronghold would not be able to withstand a single blow. Although he was a perfected golden core expert, there was nothing he could do if he was surrounded by a group of golden core experts. Do you understand now? It's easy for me to kill golden core experts, and it's the same for me to kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. A deathly aura enveloped the Black Wind Stronghold's chief. Whoosh! He threw a punch. In front of the power of this punch, the Black Wind Stronghold's chief seemed to have fallen into a vast ocean. The endless ocean seemed to be rolling back, drowning him completely and tearing him to pieces. It's not that easy for you to kill me. Whoosh! A blade light appeared. It flew out. It circled around Lin Fei. But before it could fly out, the flying cloud blade was grabbed by a hand. Half of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief's body was also blown up by the punch and he was sent flying. An extreme expert. The Black Wind Stronghold's chief, whose body had been half smashed, panted heavily. He took out a lot of elixirs and swallowed them. He stared at the young man. Chapter 4394. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold could not believe that his flying cloud blade could not do anything to his opponent. That was a supreme-grade magic treasure that could easily kill any golden core powerhouse. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold rarely used this treasure because it consumed too much energy. Unless it was an emergency, he would not use the flying cloud blade at all. But now, his flying cloud blade was useless. Was his opponent's body so strong? Now, even the flying cloud blade was in his opponent's hands and he had lost contact with it. That was why the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold said that Lin Fan was an extreme expert. Because only an extreme expert could defeat a peak golden core expert like him. Even if Lin Fan was also a peak golden core expert, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold did not think much of it. Lin Fei played with the flying cloud blade. It had to be said that the flying cloud blade was very sharp. If it was any other golden core expert, they would have died instantly. It could be considered a trump card. Now, I still say the same thing. If you have the heavenly token, then you might be able to survive. Otherwise, I will give you another punch. I believe you won't be able to resist it at all. It's a pity that you are in the exceptional gold core realm. Shi Changsheng and the others let out a long sigh of relief. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold was famous. He was a peak golden core expert, but they did not expect Lin Fan to destroy half of his body with a single punch. Even the trump card treasure was snatched away. They had naturally heard of the flying cloud blade. It was extremely sharp and specialized in piercing through flesh. Lin Fan was able to kill the chief of the Godly Blade sect with a single punch. His physical strength must be ridiculously strong, and his defense must be outstanding. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold was unlucky to have encountered a powerful body cultivator. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold was completely shocked. After all, it was very easy to meet a peak golden core expert. But peak golden core experts were very rare. It required a lot of accumulation, and this accumulation was not something ordinary people could achieve. The number of peak golden core experts in the entire Nanyang County could be counted on one hand. At the very least, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold had never heard of one. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold finally understood why there was a young man here. He was actually a peak golden core expert. That was the scariest part. He thought that Jiang Yi was an immature fellow. It was no wonder that Jiang Yi could easily kill the Vajra realm experts that he brought. That one punch had destroyed half of his body. Even if he had an armor artifact, it would still have been affected. If he had gone all out, he would probably have been killed in 3 punches. Now, he understood why the Godly Knife sect had lost. Perhaps the sect master of the Godly Knife sect had also been killed by this young man. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold finally understood why the other party had mentioned the heaven-piercing medallion. Hearing these words again, the hair on his body instantly stood up. He knew that his life and death were in front of this person. Don't kill me. I only have one Heaven Link medallion here. Without saying anything else, the Black Wind stronghold's master took out a Heaven Link medallion. He even threw the ring over. To be able to cultivate to the level of the golden core perfected was also a very difficult thing. No one was willing to be killed at a time like this, and the chief of the Black Wind stronghold was no different. He nimbly tossed the supreme token and the storage ring over. Even though his heart was bleeding, as long as he was alive, he did not need to worry about not having any firewood. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. Just this one Heaven Link medallion? That's a little too little. I think it's better if I kill you. In truth, from Lin Fei's point of view, if the chief of the Black Wind stronghold could be killed, he would have killed him with a single punch just now. Although the other party was at the level of golden core perfected, his strength was still far inferior. After all, not everyone could have a body as strong as his. However, the chief of the Black Wind stronghold was more or less of a use to Lin Fei. That was why he showed mercy. Otherwise, 2 consecutive punches would have been enough to kill the chief of the Black Wind stronghold. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold was also a smart person. He immediately said, "Don't kill me. I know where there are more Heaven Links medallions. I can bring the Black Wind stronghold to help you snatch them. No one will think of anything else." The chief of the Black Wind stronghold was also a smart person. He did not know why the person in front of him wanted the Heaven Link medallion, but as long as he could get his hands on the Heaven Link medallion, it would be a good thing. He would be able to live. He believed that his words would definitely be useful. As expected, after he said those words, the young man's expression changed. To be able to support the Black Wind stronghold, he was indeed not simple. Lin Fei wanted the chief of the Black Wind stronghold to make his own choice. After all, the Heaven Link medallion was rather important to Lin Fei. If he could get a batch in a short period of time, he would do so. In a few days, our strongholds will be holding a meeting. When that time comes, many strongholds will come to discuss important matters. If Senior makes a move at this time, you will definitely be able to obtain the Heaven Link medallion. I don't say many, but you will definitely get at least 10. These people will all bring the Heaven Link medallion with them to increase their cultivation speed. In order to survive, the chief of the Black Wind stronghold could not care so much. He would drag them all down with him first. Whether they died or not had nothing to do with him. In any case, it was fine as long as this person was interested. It was unimaginable that experts at the peak of the Golden Core realm would be so powerful. Killing experts at the peak of the Golden Core realm would be a piece of cake. I didn't know there would be such a meeting. Lin Fei laughed. Shi Changsheng, who was next to him, said, "Senior Lin, I have indeed heard of such a meeting. It is very secretive, but they will most likely bring the Heaven Link medallion with them. After all, the greatest use of the Heaven Link medallion is to increase one's cultivation speed. Although it is somewhat useless, having it on you is far better than not having it at all." Lin Fei was also quite interested in this meeting. If he could obtain 10 Heaven Link medallions, his strength would become even greater. It would also make his so-called peak of the Golden Core realm even more solid. He would then have the ability to protect himself in the spirit realm. "Because of what you said, I will let you off for now. If you dare lie to me, I will kill you with one punch." Lin Fei waved his hand and the 5 elements sword intent condensed into a sword talisman, which directly hit the chief of the Black Wind stronghold. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold instantly felt as if he had lost his life. "Senior Lin, how could I dare lie to you?" "This is the truth," the chief of the Black Wind stronghold said repeatedly. Then go back to your Black Wind stronghold first. I will come to the Black Wind stronghold to find you later. Lin Fei waved his hand. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold was sent flying and fell outside. It had happened too quickly. Before the people outside could react, they saw a black stream of light directly leave. Who can tell me what just happened? It seems like the chief of the Black Wind stronghold was defeated. Chapter 4395. Lin Fei was indeed quite interested in this knockoff meeting. If he could catch all these golden core experts in one fell swoop, he might really be able to harvest some heaven-reaching tokens. Lin Fei also learned from Shi Changxing that it was not easy to get these heaven-reaching tokens. There were not many of them circulating outside, so he needed a way. Moreover, Lin Fei had been here for some time, and he had some understanding of the spiritual realm. If he wanted to get more heaven-reaching tokens, apart from relying on the wall, the other was to rely on the power. Therefore, the words of the Black Wind Stronghold Master gave him an idea. That was to recruit a group of Golden Core experts and secretly control them to get those heaven-reaching tokens for him. As for the name, it was naturally to go to some auction houses and see if there were heaven-reaching tokens. This was the most suitable method that Lin Fei had considered so far. One in the light and the other in the dark, complementing each other. That way, Lin Fei would be able to obtain more supreme heaven tokens and not end up empty-handed. Shi Changxing was also very conflicted on this side. He naturally also heard that this senior Lin was very interested in the heaven-reaching tokens. As long as their Vajra sect could not take out any heaven-reaching tokens, then this senior Lin would leave sooner or later. Senior Lin, we just got the news that there will be an auction in a month or two. It seems that there will be a treasure made of the heaven-reaching tree called the heaven-reaching sword. Senior Lin should be very interested. Early in the morning, Shi Changxing brought a piece of good news. For Lin Fei, this was really good news. He could also see that this heaven-reaching token was only the lowest level, and the other things were higher level. For example, this heaven-reaching sword was of extraordinary quality. Which auction will this heaven-reaching sword be put up for auction? Lin Fei asked unhurriedly. Shi Changxing smiled bitterly and said, it will be put up for auction in the treasure house, but if you want to go to the auction, you have to buy a place. It is said that a place is sold for 50 million low-grade spirit stones, and there are only 10 places. Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. Could it be that this bountiful treasure tower also had such a great background in this spiritual realm? Bountiful Treasures Tower, why haven't I heard of it before? 50 million spirit stones to buy a spot for 10 rounds, their Bountiful Treasures Tower is really quite arrogant. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Shi Changxing lowered his head and said, Senior Lin, there's something you don't know. This Myriad Treasures Tower is one of the top 10 merchant associations in our spiritual realm. At the same time, it's also the merchant association that rose the fastest amongst the top 10 merchant associations. I heard that this Myriad Treasures Tower is very mysterious. Lin Fei did not ask too much. Knowing that the Bountiful Treasure Tower was one of the top 10 merchant associations was enough. You have to pay 50 million spirit stones to get the quota. Lin Fei repeated. Although he had accumulated a lot of spirit stones, he was still some distance away from reaching 50 million spirit stones. Shi Changxing said, I heard that this is also a threshold set up by the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion in order to prevent some people from deliberately bidding. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Then it seems that I really have to make a trip to the Strongholds convention. Otherwise, I'll miss an opportunity. Lin Fei did not care much about it before, but now that he knew about this through Heaven's Sword, he immediately had an idea. No matter what, he had to get this through Heaven's Sword. Therefore, these 50 million spirit stones really had to be contributed by those strongholds. If they did not contribute, who else would contribute? As for the Guardian Deity sect, they really did not have any foundation. They were poor. This was the best explanation for the Guardian Deity sect. Continue to keep an eye on the Bountiful Treasure Tower. Also, continue to search for the whereabouts of the Through Heaven token. As long as you do a good job, I'll naturally ensure the safety of your Guardian Deity sect. Lin Fei laughed. When these words fell into Shi Changxing's heart, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Shi Changxing knelt down with a thud. Senior Lin, I hope that you can become the new sect master of our guardian deity sect and lead our guardian deity sect. Lin Fei was a little surprised to hear this out of the blue. This Shi Changxing really had some guts. To actually ask him to be the sect master of the guardian deity sect, he was sending the entire sect to his doorstep. Lin Fei laughed. You should be the good guy to be the sect master of the guardian deity sect. I'm not interested. If everyone knew that there's an ultimate golden core expert here, it wouldn't be a good thing. I prefer to sit behind the scenes. Don't you think that's more interesting? Shi Changxing had indeed thrown caution to the wind, thinking for a long time before coming up with this idea. After all, in his opinion, although the guardian deity sect had survived a crisis this time, who knew that there would be a second one? But if there was an ultimate golden core expert here, no matter what power it was, they would have to treat it seriously. Who knew if this ultimate golden core expert would break through to the nascent soul stage? If he really did break through to the nascent soul stage, it would be terrifying. If he reached the golden core stage, then he would definitely be the strongest existence when he reached the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, Senior Lin's words finally calmed him down. It would be great if he didn't reject him. I believe that your Vajra sect should take advantage of this opportunity to expand your territory and teach your neighbors a lesson they won't forget. After all, the Black Wind Stronghold's master has been defeated. News of this will probably spread through the area very quickly. You should use this opportunity to show off your Vajra sect. Lin Fei wasn't really interested in managing the sect, but he would still give Shi Changxing some pointers. Shi Changxing nodded repeatedly. Senior Lin, don't worry. I will also take this opportunity to promote the guardian deity sect and let them know how powerful we are. It just so happens that I have my eyes on a few minds that used to belong to the guardian deity sect, but they were taken away by others. It's time to take them back. There were some things that Lin Fei didn't really care much about. But for the people outside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Black Wind leader had actually been defeated, and he had run away so quickly. They couldn't tell what was going on, but no matter what, the guardian deity sect was more mysterious than they had imagined. A shocking piece of news was spread out as well. The guardian deity sect would definitely have a powerful being watching over them. That was the only way they could have defeated the Black Wind leader. Everyone knew that the Black Wind leader was a golden core full circle expert. And now, he had scurried away with his tail between his legs. If that was the case, then the guardian deity sect would definitely have a powerful golden core full circle expert. And it was a really powerful one at that. But then again, they hadn't received any news at all. This was going to be troublesome. Luckily, I didn't kill my way in. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. Let's go, let's go. We can't afford to offend the guardian deity sect anymore. Chapter 4396. The news of the Black Wind Stronghold's leader attacking the Vajra sect and causing him to flee immediately spread. Countless people were dumbfounded. No one had expected the Vajra sect to be so capable. All of a sudden, everyone had their own thoughts about the Vajra sect. In particular, the experts who had planned to deal with the guardian deity sect immediately withdrew their thoughts. They finally remembered why the Vajra sect had been fine all this time. The Vajra sect was really vicious. They had actually sent an expert. It was no wonder that no bad news had come out all this time. Just as everyone was avoiding the Vajra sect, Lin Fei stealthily made his way to the Black Wind Stronghold. The Black Wind Stronghold was famous and it was easy to find. The Black Wind Stronghold was much stronger than Lin Fei had imagined. They had set up several formations outside. One after another, it really wasn't easy to break through. There were also several golden core experts. The current Black Wind Stronghold strength was much weaker than before. After all, Lin Fei had killed so many golden core experts. No one knew that the Black Wind Stronghold had been greatly weakened. Otherwise, there would have been many forces targeting the Black Wind Stronghold. Lin Fei met the Black Wind Stronghold's leader again. This time, he was much more well-behaved. He had no choice. His life was in the hands of the other party, so he had to be well behaved. Senior Lin, I've understood everything. We can head out at any time. After the Black Wind Stronghold's leader returned, he did try to solve the problem. But he realized that it wasn't something he could solve. So, he accepted his fate. After returning, he immediately sent people to check on the conference. He didn't know when Senior Lin would let him go, but no matter what, staying alive was the most important thing right now. As long as you do your job well, I will naturally let you benefit, Lin Fei said calmly. For example, you're at Golden Core completion. As long as you have a breaking nascent pill, you will have a high chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Lin Fei was an expert in alchemy. So, it wasn't difficult to refine these pills. He still had a lot of recipes in his mind. As long as he changed the ingredients, he would be able to refine it. This was a simple matter, but in the ears of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief, it was definitely a major matter. One had to know that the breaking nascent pill was a very precious thing. Even if they wanted to buy it, they couldn't. Most of it was consumed internally. If even one of them appeared, they would really end up bleeding. This was not the first time the Black Wind Stronghold's chief had heard of this. He Yuan was the name of the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. However, he had always been addressed as the chief of the Black Wind Stockade. Because of his fearsome reputation, he had forgotten his real name. However, in front of Lin Fei, He Yuan still obediently used his real name. After hearing Lin Fei's words, He Yuan seemed to have been reassured. If there really was such a nascent breaking pill, then there was no harm in following Senior Lin. Moreover, the opponent's strength was really strong. An expert at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, just thinking about it was frightening. Lin Fei did not stay for long in the Black Wind Stronghold. He left with the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold, He Yuan. The two of them stealthily headed towards another huge mountain range. Senior Lin, in front of us is the Yuan Demon Mountain. The biggest stronghold in the Nanyan County is located there. It controls hundreds of thousands of cultivators and is considered an extremely strong force in the Nanyan County. And this Yuan Demon Mountain has an expert at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. He has some connections with the higher-ups of the Nanyan County, so he has always been living well. He Yuan understood this very well. He explained it in detail. By the time they arrived at the Yuan Demon Mountain, Lin Fei already had a general understanding of it. After entering the Yuan Demon Mountain, Lin Fei saw that it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There were many powerful Golden Core experts here. Although their auras were somewhat obscure, they could not hide from Lin Fei's eyes and ears. The Yuan Demon Mountain was indeed somewhat different. No wonder the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold would place so much importance on it. It seemed like he would be able to obtain quite a number of Supreme Connection tokens from this trip. Furthermore, it even made Lin Fei think of an even better idea. After all, this Yuan Demon Mountain was also considered a force, similar to the Black Wind Stronghold. Lin Fei decided to see if he could take down this Yuan Demon Mountain. If he could, it would be equivalent to controlling a force. If he did not control a force in the spiritual realm, wouldn't it be too troublesome? At the very least, it would be troublesome for Lin Fei to obtain more Supreme Connection tokens. Hence, he had to prepare to find a few helpers first. At the moment, this Yuan Demon Mountain seemed to be doing quite well. Daoist He Yuan, long time no see. I heard that you just attacked the Guardian Metal sect and suffered a huge loss. After entering the Yuan Demon Mountain, Lin Fei and He Yuan met a group of people. The tone of this group of people was not very friendly. The leader was a fatty who was smiling, but his eyes were extremely cold. He Yuan's expression turned ugly. Fatty, who said that I failed to attack the Guardian Metal sect? I just felt that bullying them was meaningless. Can't I even do that? The fatty in front of him came from another mountain stronghold. The fatty was the same as He Yuan. He was also at the Golden Core Great Circle. He had 20 to 30 Golden Core experts under him, and there were even more core formation experts. Their overall strength was vaguely similar to He Yuan's. The two of them often got into fights. If it wasn't for Yuan Demon Mountain restraining them, the two mountain strongholds would have long fought to the death. That's right. Yuan Demon Mountain's main purpose was to restrain these mountain strongholds. Yuan Demon Mountain was also the leader of the mountain strongholds. All the mountain strongholds, big or small, were basically controlled by Yuan Demon Mountain. Any mountain stronghold that disobeyed would be destroyed by Yuan Demon Mountain. Hence, in their subconscious, Yuan Demon Mountain was their big brother. If their big brother said no fighting, then no fighting. The fatty laughed loudly. Daoist He Yuan, your words are really nice. When did you become so easy to talk to? If you lose, so be it. Do you think I'll laugh at you? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you one more thing. This time, Yuan Demon Mountain is preparing to do something big. They're gathering experts from the mountain strongholds. If your Black Wind stronghold can't pull out a group of experts, then you'll be in some trouble as a stronghold master. After saying that, Fatty swaggered off. After he left, He Yuan sent a voice transmission. Senior Lin, this Fatty is also an expert at the Golden Core Great Circle. This guy should have a supreme token. Lin Fei actually felt it too. No rush, no rush. Chapter 4397. Lin Fei didn't really care about such things. He just needed to come to Prime Demon Mountain. The real purpose of this trip was for the heaven-reaching token. Everything else could be put aside for now. Not long after, Lin Fei and He Yuan arrived at Prime Demon Mountain. Prime Demon Mountain was huge. There was a Prime Demon Palace on the mountain. Prime Demon Palace was built on the mountain and looked very imposing. When Lin Fei arrived, he was also shocked by the Prime Demon Palace. This was because he sensed a powerful aura within the Prime Devil Palace. This aura surpassed the Golden Core Realm. It was the so-called Extreme Golden Core Realm. Lin Fei knew that the rumors were true. Prime Demon Palace did have a certain level of foundation. After all, an Extreme Golden Core expert was equivalent to dozens of Golden Core experts. It could be said that he was a super expert of the Golden Core Realm. It was very difficult to break through such a realm. There were guards at the entrance of Prime Demon Palace. These guards were all clad in black armor and had a very imposing aura. Anyone who entered had to go through a check. But this time, with He Yuan leading the way, Lin Fei was treated as a guard. No one suspected anything. When he entered the Prime Devil Palace, Lin Fei felt that it was even more different than before. There was actually a power formation set up in the Prime Devil Palace. Although it was very obscure, it was not hidden in front of Lin Fei at all. He could see it clearly. This also made Lin Fei realize one thing. The strength of Prime Devil Palace was much stronger than he had imagined. At this time, there were rows of seats in the main hall of Prime Demon Palace. It was as if they were holding a meeting. At the very top, there were 10 seats arranged in a row. He Yuan said in a low voice. Those 10 seats are all occupied by the leaders of the 10 strongholds, and the highest seat is the seat of the Palace Master of Prime Devil Palace. They'll all appear in a moment. This made Lin Fei even more interested in this meeting. The more experts, the better. Lin Fei was ready to seize the Supreme Heaven Token. He had already made up his mind. Since he was going to make a move, he would start with the strongest Palace Master Yuan Mo. If Palace Master Yuan Mo was easy to talk to, that would save him a lot of trouble. If he wasn't easy to deal with, Lin Fei wouldn't mind destroying him. He Yuan's status in this stronghold was not very high. Therefore, he could only sit in the lower seat, which was in the corner. More and more experts from the stronghold arrived. They took their seats one by one. Not long after, the scene became lively. Even He Yuan had quite a few people come up to greet him. However, compared to before, these people's tone now carried a hint of mockery and ridicule. After all, news of Black Wind besieging the Vajra sect had already spread. Everyone knew that Black Yuan had suffered at the hands of the Guardian Deity sect and had lost many experts. There was no way such news could be kept a secret. He Yuan's expression turned increasingly ugly, but he did not get angry. This surprised many people. Since when did the Black Wind Mountain Master become so easy to talk to? Usually, he would come out to argue with him until he was red in the face. But now, it was really beyond their expectations. Since when did He Yuan become so easy to talk to? This was completely unlike the He Yuan they had seen before. Senior Lin, the palace master of the Yuan Mo Palace, is here. He Yuan looked in a certain direction. In fact, even if He Yuan did not say it, Lin Fei would have sensed it. Because although this aura was concealed, it was stronger than anyone else. This was definitely an extremely powerful expert. Lin Fei saw the figure of a middle-aged man walking over. This person wore a headdress, and his body exuded a domineering aura. The moment he appeared, he left a deep impression on everyone. The noisy scene in the palace suddenly became quiet. This person was the palace master of the Yuan Mo Mountain. He secretly controlled all the villages in the Nanyuan region. Whoever disobeyed him would be destroyed. Everyone remembered this in their hearts. So at this time, no one wanted to leave a bad impression in front of the Yuan Mo Palace Master. After all, this Yuan Mo Palace Master could make all of their villages disappear with a single word. And after the Yuan Mo Palace Master arrived, the 10 people in the front row also stood up with a respectful expression. Palace Master Yuan Mo sat all the way to the seat of honor. He had the posture of a monarch overlooking the world. All right, everyone can sit down. After waving his hand, everyone sat down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Because in front of this Yuan Mo Palace Master, everyone felt a huge pressure. Lin Fei could also see that this Yuan Mo Palace Master was indeed quite domineering. No wonder he could control all the villages in the Nanyuan region. This strength, coupled with a certain relationship with the upper echelons of the Nanyuan region. One could well imagine his status. It was not something an ordinary person could imagine. But Lin Fei did not intend to make a move. He wanted to observe first. To see if there were any other experts in the Yuan Mo Palace. Fortunately, for the time being, there seemed to be no other experts in the Yuan Mo Palace other than the Yuan Mo Palace Master himself. As soon as this thought appeared, Lin Fei frowned slightly. At this moment, he actually felt another tyrannical aura. This aura was behind the Yuan Mo Palace Master. The person who seemed to be guarding was actually an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. This made Lin Fei quite surprised. This guy actually had a hidden card. The opponent's strength was sealed with a certain method. But it did not stop Lin Fei from sensing it. He was very sure that this person was an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. But there was a certain difference between this person and a real expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. He probably used a secret technique to cultivate, but he was still very strong. With such a hidden chess piece, if anyone wanted to deal with Yuan Mo Palace Master, they would definitely suffer. Who is the person behind Yuan Mo Palace Master? Do you know? Lin Fei asked He Yuan. He Yuan was a little surprised and explained in a low voice, the person behind Yuan Mo Palace Master is his confidant. I remember his name is Hu Sihai. I heard that he is a very low-key person. Of course this person was low-key. He was even more low-key than expected. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to see through the guards at all. Palace Lord Yuan Bao was really good at scheming. But there was no use in scheming now. After all, it had already been seen through by Lin Fei. More importantly, Lin Fei felt a subtle aura between the two of them. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He decided to first see what this Yuan Mo Palace Master was trying to do. The first thing to do was to mediate some matters. But as long as Yuan Mo Palace Master spoke, then the meaning of the matter was set. No one dared to say anything else. One could imagine that Yuan Mo Palace Master's authority was still very strong. Now that these things have been settled, let's talk about something important. I have decided to do something big. I hope that everyone can help me and contribute some people. Chapter 4398. Actually, when everyone came, they all knew that this palace master Yuan Mo had something to say. So they all perked up and wanted to know what he was going to say. After all, it had been a long time since Palace Master Yuan Mo held a meeting like this. Therefore, he was prepared when he came. Lin Fei also wanted to hear what this Palace Master Yuan Mo was going to say. After all, Lin Fei remembered clearly what the fatty said earlier. He believed that this Palace Master Yuan Mo had something big to do. Palace Master Yuan Mo said unhurriedly, "Speaking of which, this matter is also a benefit for everyone, because this kind of benefit is too little." At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they were filled with curiosity. I wonder if everyone has heard of the Blackwater Swamp? There is an ancient tomb in the Blackwater Swamp. There is a nascent soul in this tomb. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. They finally understood why Palace Master Yuan Mo had called them over. This was definitely a great benefit. An ancient tomb left behind by a nascent soul cultivator might have left behind many good things. If you think that it is only an ancient tomb left behind by a nascent soul cultivator, then you are very wrong. As far as I know, this ancient tomb is not of a nascent soul cultivator, but of an insightful emptiness cultivator. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Even He Yuan, who was sitting beside Lin Fei, was excited. He hurriedly transmitted his voice over. "Senior Lin, this is a big deal. I didn't think that Palace Master Yuan Mo would find the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness cultivator. This is a big deal." Lin Fei had been in the spiritual realm for some time and naturally knew the division of power in the spiritual realm. It was a little different from what he imagined. Above the Golden Core realm was the nascent soul realm. Below the nascent soul realm was the insightful emptiness realm. This was a very incredible realm. It was a realm that only nascent soul realm cultivators could reach. This realm was very difficult to cultivate and many people were stuck at it. Generally, most people were stuck at the first or second level. Very few could reach the peak of the fifth level. Only after breaking through the fifth level could one become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Countless Golden Core realm cultivators were stuck at the nascent soul realm and countless were stuck at the insightful emptiness realm. The latter was even more difficult. Only a few could become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Now, the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would definitely make everyone interested. This Palace Master Yuan Mo called everyone over. It turned out to be an ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Palace Master Yuan Mo saw the changes in everyone's expressions. This was the result he wanted. The news has not spread yet. This time, I am preparing to bring a group of Golden Dan realm experts to the Blackwater Swamp and enter the insightful emptiness realm expert's ancient tomb. According to the information I received and the information I read, this insightful emptiness realm expert is called Gu Xian. He is very influential. He left behind a lot of good things because he was an expert in alchemy. I heard that he left behind a mysterious elixir that could help a gold core break through to the nascent soul stage. This time, everyone became excited, and their faces lit up. After all, everyone was in the Golden Core realm, and their goal was to break through to the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, this realm was too difficult. No one knew how many people were stuck. From their point of view, this realm was only a dream. But if they found the elixir that could help them break through in the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert, it would definitely allow them to take an important step forward. No matter how dangerous this ancient tomb was, they wanted to give it a try. Lin Fei also understood that there must be good things in the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei was not interested in other things, but he was very interested in the heaven token. If there were one or two of them in the ancient tomb, it would definitely be a great harvest. After Lin Fei came to the spiritual realm, the news he inquired about the heaven token the most was about the heaven token. There was also news about the heaven tree. It was said that a long time ago, the heaven tree refined many treasures. But now, they were all taken back by the heaven-reaching sect. No one knew what they were used for. In any case, they were taken back. Now that the ancient tomb of an insightful ancient expert had appeared, it should be an opportunity for Lin Fei. More importantly, entering the ancient tomb of an insightful ancient expert would definitely be able to obtain many good things. Even if they were exchanged for spirit stones, they would still be able to exchange for a large sum. Lin Fei was glad that he did not make a move previously. Otherwise, how could he keep a low profile and earn money? That's right. Lin Fei had already decided to be a low-profile person. He sent a voice transmission to He Yuan. I have to go to the ancient tomb of an insightful ancient expert. He Yuan did not dare to say anything else. He immediately replied, Senior Lin, don't worry. I will definitely sign up later. How could Lin Fei not know what Palace Master Yuan Mo was thinking? He was just bringing a group of people to be cannon fodder. In the end, how many people would survive would depend on the other party's luck. If he could not see this, he would be too ashamed to call himself an expert. Palace Master, when do we set off? We will immediately organize a few Golden Core experts to go with us. Yes, yes, yes. The Mountain River Stronghold will also send Golden Core experts. Just say the word, Palace Master. We will immediately arrange for Golden Core experts to go with us. Everyone present was moved by his words. The ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert was something that could only be discovered by luck. If they did not go, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Ancient tombs like this were usually digested in secret. It was rare for news to spread. They still believed in Palace Master Yuan Mo's words. Everyone, don't be anxious. You can go back and prepare for half a month. When the time comes, I will inform everyone to gather here again. With half a month's time to prepare, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If this news were to spread, they would really lose their confidence. Everyone, don't worry about the news of this ancient tomb spreading. That ancient tomb is sealed by a huge array on the mountain. Only when the array is relaxed will you have the chance to enter. When Lin Fei heard this, he could not help but want to laugh. Maybe the news of the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would really spread. That would be interesting. Although there were many experts in the Nanyan County, it would not be able to withstand the experts from other counties. The ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would definitely attract a large number of people. Lin Fei was not too worried about this matter. Even if the news were to spread, it would only be good for him. Because the more people that came, the more he could fish in troubled waters. For a Golden Core expert like him, he could really fish a lot of fish. Small fish and big fish were not a problem. Later, all of you will report the name list so that I can be prepared. After all, when the time comes, we will be the strength of the Yuan Mo mountain. As the saying goes, the more people, the more power. No matter how good the item is, if we do not have enough people, we might not be able to obtain it. What do you all think? Chapter 4399. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to obtain some Supreme Heaven tokens during this meeting. However, he changed his mind after hearing Palace Master Yuan Mo's words. He had to make a trip to the tomb of the ancient mystic expert. That was the only way he could reap more benefits. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to alerting the enemy. That would be bad. Lin Fei's thoughts changed quickly. He trusted his own judgment. An insightful emptiness expert would definitely leave behind some good stuff. There might even be treasures made from the legendary heavenly tree. Even just one would be good. Lin Fei wouldn't have made this trip for nothing. If he were to find 3 to 5 of them, it would be an unexpected harvest. Under Lin Fei's instructions, He Yuan wrote down the names of a few Golden Core experts. One of them was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was still Lin Fei. He believed that there were many people with the same name in the spiritual realm. He didn't have to worry about being suspected. Even if he was suspected, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. After all, he didn't offend too many experts on this trip. They were none other than the 3 minor kings. It was just that he didn't have the time right now. Otherwise, he would really go and find out more about the 3 minor kings. Lin Fei and He Yuan left Prime Demon Palace. They would meet up at Prime Demon Mountain in half a month. Then, they would go to the ancient mystic expert's tomb together. Lord, I feel that the news of the ancient mystic expert's tomb won't be hidden. He Yuan spoke in a low voice as soon as he came out. Lin Fei smiled. Do you really think that the news can be hidden? That's impossible. That palace master Yuan Mo is just using you as cannon fodder. If he went immediately, then Lin Fei naturally had no reason to suspect him. Who could guarantee that the news wouldn't spread after half a month? No matter what, the tomb of an insightful emptiness expert was definitely attractive enough. There would even be nascent soul experts going. Then we won't be able to return from this trip to the ancient mystic expert's tomb. He Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. Palace Master Yuan Mo was indeed using them as cannon fodder. He reckoned that a lot of golden core experts would die this time. Ask He Yuan if he was afraid. Of course he was. A nascent soul stage cultivator would appear. Any original soul stage cultivator could make people feel fear. Let's just wait and see. If you stick close to me, you'll still have a chance to come out alive. Otherwise, you can only enjoy the last half a month of time. Tens of thousands of miles away from Prime Devil Mountain. Lin Fei suddenly frowned and said to Black Yuan, your old acquaintance is here to look for you. He Yuan didn't understand at first. Then, he understood what it meant. This so-called old acquaintance, wasn't it the fatty who mocked him before? Jiao was to say. Xiao Jianghu, if you want to deal with me, you should at least find a good place. Aren't you embarrassed to do so in the wilderness? He Yuan said coldly. You don't have to hide. I know you're nearby. Why don't you come out and meet me? Everyone fell silent. After a while. Then, a figure walked out. Behind him were 7 golden core experts. After they came out, Xiao Jianghu came out. Leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, you sure are bold this time. You actually brought a golden core subordinate with you. Aren't you afraid of being targeted? Xiao Jianghu had been waiting for a long time to stop the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold. Xiao Jianghu had been fighting with He Yuan for a long time. Now that he had the chance, he had to make the Black Wind Stronghold leader suffer. Not long after, they had to go to the tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. If He Yuan went in with injuries, his chances of dying would increase from 50% to 90%. That meant that He Yuan was doomed. Xiao Jianghu couldn't kill him now. He didn't want to be hunted down by Palace Master Yuan Mo, but injuring He Yuan was nothing. After all, everyone had their own conflicts. It was normal for them to come to blows over a few words. As long as they didn't kill each other, Palace Master Yuan Mo would turn a blind eye. They were already very familiar with this kind of operation. That's why you came here to stop me. He Yuan was full of confidence now. Although he only had 1 golden core expert with him, that was Senior Lin. He could easily kill a golden core expert. In the past, He Yuan would have turned and run without a word. Xiao Jianghu was a little surprised. After all, he knew what kind of person the Black Wind Stronghold leader was. He was cunning and sinister. If he encountered golden core experts, he would definitely turn and run. Did he really have some hidden cards? But Xiao Jianghu was very sure that he didn't bring any other experts with him. He was probably just trying to be mysterious. Looks like you're not afraid. Then let me see what you're capable of. Xiao Jianghu attacked immediately. More than 10 streams of light shot over. At the same time, the golden core experts behind him also attacked. All of them took out their treasures and smashed them over. He Yuan also took out his treasures. He didn't dare let the Lord attack. He would hold on for a while. Unless he couldn't hold on any longer, the Lord would naturally attack. A bunch of weak guys have the nerve to come out to stop me. I really have to give it to you. Lin Fei snorted lightly. Xiao Jianghu, did you bring the supreme token? Xiao Jianghu didn't notice the person next to him when he attacked. Who would bring the supreme token when they go out? He Yuan didn't look too good when he heard this. As expected, Lin Fei turned into a shadow and pounced at him. He smashed Zhao Jianghu with one punch. Blood splattered everywhere. The 7 golden core experts were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Zhao Jianghu had been smashed by a punch. Who was this person? How could he be so fierce? He was an expert of the perfected golden core realm. In the next second, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword essences slashed at them. One by one, they fell from the sky. Lin Fei also descended from the sky and took away all their storage rings. He was still a little disappointed after a glance. There wasn't much to be gained. The only one who had enough was Zhao Jianghu. He had collected millions of inferior spirit stones and some treasures. It was a pity that he didn't have the supreme token. There's no need to dawdle when dealing with such people. Just kill them. The sooner they die, the sooner they can reincarnate. Lin Fei waved his hand. The corpses were instantly turned into powder and disappeared. He Yuan lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. He could only sigh at Zhao Jianghu's bad luck. Chapter 4400. To Lin Fei, killing Zhao Jianghu and the other golden core experts was not a big deal. In Nanyuan County, if he met an expert, he would not even know how he died. It was just a few bandit leaders. Lin Fei was very open-minded. On the contrary, He Yuan did not expect the person who had been against him for so long to be killed so quickly. He felt even more fortunate. Back then, he had brought the heaven-connecting token with him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Fei did not return to the guardian deity sect. He stayed in the Black Wind stronghold. He sent He Yuan out to gather information. As expected. Just like what Lin Fei had expected. The news of the tomb of Guan Yuan Gu Xian spread quickly. No one knew who spread the news, but the tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert would definitely move many people. Especially after knowing that this insightful emptiness realm expert was called Gu Xian, everyone had the same idea. Especially since this expert could refine pills. That was the most impressive thing. More news spread. There were pills that could help one break through to the golden core realm in the ancient tomb. This caused the entire Nanyuan County to be in an uproar. Lin Fei was surprised when he heard the news. He knew it would be like this. Sooner or later, the news would spread throughout the Nanyuan County. There was probably a mastermind behind this. It was normal. Someone was setting the pace. In just half a month, the news had spread throughout the entire Nanyuan County. Even experts from other counties quietly came over. It was a huge commotion. There were even rumors that some nascent soul experts had appeared. Lin Fei flipped through some information in the Black Wind stronghold. He was researching some secret techniques and moves. After all, he had not decided whether to walk the sword Dao or the physique refining Dao. Then he pondered. He had to walk at the same time. After all, the sword Dao could confuse people. And close combat was a trump card. Lin Fei flipped through many cultivation methods and finally found one that was more suitable for him. There was nothing special about this cultivation technique. The only thing special about it was its speed. Because this sword technique was called the life-reaping sword. It was hard to defend against a sword attack. In order to cultivate this life-seizing sword, one must first have a strong body. Only when one's physical body was strong could one increase the speed of the life-seizing sword to the extreme. But now, Lin Fei could burst out with 10 times the speed. This was only the 3rd level of the life-taking sword. The 1st level of life-taking sword allowed him to increase his speed by 2 times. The 2nd level of life-taking sword allowed him to increase his speed by 5 times. On the 3rd floor, he could increase his speed by 10 times. As for the 4th level, it could burst out with 30 times the speed. At the 5th level, one would be able to increase one's speed by 100 times. It could be said to be a very heaven-defying sword technique. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that only the life-taking sword was suitable for him. Because it was fast. His sword intent was a fusion of the 5 elements sword intents. As a result, the might of the attack became even greater. For the past half a month, Lin Fei had been trying to figure out this sword technique so that he could move his heart more freely. Others could kill with a flick of their fingers. With a single thought, he could kill instantly. This was the biggest advantage of life-taking sword. If Lin Fei hadn't obtained the Tree of Life and recovered his immortal body, he really wouldn't be able to use it. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, forcefully using life-taking sword would cause great damage to his body. When Lin Fei used life-taking sword, he could increase his speed by 10 times. It could be said that he wouldn't even be able to see his head fall to the ground. Once life-taking sword was used, it would be very hard to block. Just life-taking sword alone wasn't enough. Lin Fei also cultivated a body-tempering technique. It was called the Demon and God 9 transformations. Every time he used it, he would receive a boost in strength. It was also a very ancient technique, and now, Lin Fei could finally use it. These were the 2 techniques that Lin Fei chose first in this spiritual realm. One was an offensive technique. The other was also an offensive technique. It was just that one was a long-range attack, while the other was a close-range attack. These 2 attack-type cultivation techniques were quite terrifying. Lin Fei took a step forward. His entire body gave off a majestic aura as he instantly turned into a giant ape. His ferocious aura was oppressive. At this moment, Lin Fei's strength, speed, and defense had increased. This was the strength of the Demon and God 9 transformations. Although it could only be used at the first transformation. However, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. As long as he obtained the Supreme Token, he would be able to use the second and third transformations. These were not too far away. He Yuan entered cautiously. Even though Lin Fei had stopped using the Demon and God 9 transformations, He Yuan still felt great pressure. In particular, the traces of sword will that surrounded the area exuded an aura of death. He Yuan didn't even need to do anything. The sword will alone was enough to kill him. "My lord, I just received news that we can set off now," He Yuan said with his head lowered. "Half a month has passed so quickly. Let's pack our things and go take a look at the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert." He was very worried about He Yuan. Lin Fei was very calm. Even if he encountered an expert in the nascent soul realm, he now had the means to deal with him. Once again, he headed towards the Prime Devil Palace. Lin Fei realized that there were many figures appearing in the Nanyun Prefecture. Before this, it was empty. Now, he could see figures passing by from time to time. What made Lin Fei curious was that after so long, there was still no news about the tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. No specific location was revealed. It was as if there was a huge mystery. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei believed that someone was definitely plotting behind the scenes. They were probably sending people to be cannon fodder. Even if they knew that they were cannon fodder, it was still very attractive to many people. As the saying goes, take a gamble and you can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you didn't take a gamble, there would be nothing left. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in what treasures were inside. As long as it was a treasure that was useful to the God Tree of Life, Lin Fei would still make a move. He had already figured out a way to do so. He wanted the God Tree of Life to absorb and grow stronger. First, it was the same kind. That was the so-called God Tree of Life. These were what the God Tree of Life liked the most. Other than that, there were some flowers and grasses. Or some treasures that were more than 10 million years old. Lin Fei hadn't tried it yet, but he felt that it was possible. Who asked him to have so few spirit stones now? Even if he killed this wave of golden core experts, he would only gain about 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 300 middle-grade spirit stones. He was still very poor. Fortunately, there was an ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert this time. Lin Fei would definitely be able to secretly make a fortune. Perhaps the number of middle-grade spirit stones would exceed a few thousand, or even 10,000. At that time, he could think about it. For now, he just had to wait. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. Once again, he arrived at the Prime Devil Palace. At this time, the Prime Devil Palace was filled with experts with golden core auras. Chapter 4401. This time, the team of golden core experts formed by Palace Master Yuan Mo was quite large. There were a total of 32 golden core experts. Among them, there were 10 golden core great perfection experts. As for the rest, there were 22 middle stage and late stage gold core cultivators. This was a rather large lineup. The Blackwater swamp that Palace Master Yuan Mo mentioned at the start was not where the tomb of the insightful emptiness expert was located. As for the real place, it was in a new place. This was a little unexpected for many gold core experts. Of course, this was not surprising to Lin Fei at all. Palace Master Yuan Mo must have deliberately released this news. The desired effect was to attract people's attention. And the real goal was somewhere else. The group of people set off towards their destination. With Palace Master Yuan Mo leading the way, everyone became very excited. Lin Fei disguised himself as one of He Yuan's subordinates and was not recognized by anyone. As for Zhao Jianghuo's disappearance not long ago, no one took it to heart. After all, it was normal for a leader of a village to go missing today and tomorrow. Everyone had a lot of enemies. Hence, this matter was left unsettled. Palace Master Yuan Mo brought everyone to a canyon deep in the mountains of Nanyan County. When they arrived at the canyon, everyone regained their senses. So it was in this place. He Yuan transmitted to Lin Fei. Sir, this is Nanyan County. It is a rather famous place called Death Canyon. I heard that this is a place left behind by an insightful emptiness expert. There are all kinds of ghost warriors here and it is very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, few people would dare to come here. Of course, even if there were, they would only come to the periphery of the Death Canyon to train. These ghost warriors can be killed to obtain the ghost heart. This ghost heart is considered a good item and can be exchanged for quite a lot of spirit stones. It is said that after refining it, one can obtain a trace of power. He Yuan was very familiar with this place. Lin Fei also looked at the Death Canyon. Just as he had said, the Death Grand Canyon really had an imposing aura. A canyon that was split open in the middle of the black fog. Lin Fei didn't release his spiritual consciousness. He could feel the evil and terrifying aura from the black fog. He also realized that the existence of this Death Grand Canyon was quite famous. Now, it seemed that the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert was a very normal thing in this place. As soon as Lin Fei set his eyes on the Death Grand Canyon, he sensed another aura. At this moment, some people had gathered outside the Death Grand Canyon. Although there weren't many of them, they were all Jindan experts. Now, Lin Fei understood even more. The Death Grand Canyon was far livelier than he had imagined. Of course, for Lin Fei, the more golden core experts, the better. Ha ha ha, isn't this Palace Master Yuan Mo? You're quite early. Before Palace Master Yuan Mo even arrived, a loud voice came from the entrance of the Death Grand Canyon. It was like a huge bell, causing everyone's blood to tremble slightly. All of a sudden, everyone's expression changed. He Yuan's expression also changed. He secretly transmitted a message. It seems that Palace Master Yuan Mo isn't the only one who entered the Death Grand Canyon this time. The person who just spoke is a great expert from the Nanyan Prefecture. His name is Venerable Annihilating Soul. He Yuan was also very familiar with this Venerable Annihilating Soul. He continued to speak. Lin Fei also knew. So this Venerable Annihilating Soul was actually an expert in the Golden Core Great Perfection. However, he had a first-rate sect behind him called the Soul Sect. The Soul Sect was one of the 6 great sects in the Nanyan Prefecture. They were quite capable. Now, there were people in the upper echelons of the Nanyan Prefecture. Nobody dared to offend the Soul Sect. The Soul Sect was very powerful. They specialized in a very powerful technique. Hence, very few people dared to go against the Soul Sect. Lin Fei felt a strong aura. Although it was at the golden core great perfection, it was much stronger. Outside the Death Grand Canyon, Lin Fei could even feel a few hidden auras. This also made Lin Fei even more certain that the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert existed. It was just that it was a little difficult to deal with. At the entrance of the Death Grand Canyon, there were many stones of different sizes placed here. At this moment, a group of people had already gathered here. The leader was a bald man. He was wearing a diamond treasure armor. He was very eye-catching. After Palace Master Yuan Mo came down, he stared at Lin Fei fiercely. Yuan Mo Palace Master laughed. Then we really are quite coincidental. Lin Fei stood in the crowd at the back. He was very low-key. He was also pondering in his heart. Since the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert had spread like that, why did he only see this group and not the other group? It couldn't be that they all went to the Blackwater Swamp, right? Lin Fei didn't believe that. Hence, there must be something behind the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei decided to wait and see. The gold core experts that the other side brought all looked very rich, because when the gold core experts on their side saw these people, their expressions changed greatly. There was a trace of fear in their expressions. Obviously, these guys were also experts. He Yuan introduced them one by one. To Lin Fei, it wasn't important whether he knew them or not. The important thing was that they were wealthy. Immortal Annihilating Soul also laughed. Your words are interesting. However, this time, I don't have time to waste with you. Let's see who can bring more people in. I hope you don't bring less than me. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. The gold core experts were a little puzzled. They could tell that something was wrong. At this moment, Palace Master Yuan Mo turned around and said to everyone, I guess everyone must be very puzzled. Actually, this Death Grand Canyon is a test for us because there is a teleportation array in the Death Grand Canyon. Only by killing the Wandering Soul Warrior and obtaining the Wandering Soul Heart can we enter the teleportation array and reach the entrance of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Now is the time for us to work together. Whoever can kill the Wandering Soul Warrior and obtain the Wandering Soul Heart can follow me into the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Now, everyone understood. They had really become cannon fodder and hired thugs. Who didn't know how powerful the Wandering Soul Warrior was? Not every Wandering Soul Warrior would be able to obtain the Wandering Soul Heart. Not only that, but they also had to be careful of the terrifying black fog of death. It was indeed difficult. Lin Fei was also a little speechless. This Palace Master Yuama was really interesting. He actually dug such a trap. Looking at the golden core experts present, all of them frowned. Everyone, don't worry about the black fog of death. I have already found a Vajra talisman for everyone. It can last for a few hours. Palace Master Yuan Mo laughed. Chapter 4402. Palace Master Yuan Mo began to distribute the Vajra talismans. One for each person. The Vajra talisman was quite extraordinary and of high quality. When it was placed on one's body, it instantly formed a ripple. This ripple had a sacred aura and looked very valuable. Alright, this is the function of the Vajra talisman. It can resist the black fog of death. However, once the power of the Vajra talisman starts to weaken, you have to be careful. Either you leave the Grand Canyon of Death or you die here. You have to be mentally prepared. Palace Master Yuan Mo continued, as long as you collect 10 ghost stars, you can enter the teleportation platform. This is your chance. While Palace Master Yuan Mo was talking about this, Venerable Annihilating Soul was talking about the same thing. It seemed like there were quite a few people who knew about the secret of the Grand Canyon of Death. Palace Master Yuan Mo glanced in that direction, then led his people into the Grand Canyon of Death. After entering the canyon, the black fog of death that filled the sky surged over, and the vision in front of them began to blur. When the black fog of death approached, the Vajra talismans on their bodies started to activate. A ray of light like the scorching sun dispersed the black fog. As a result, a vacuum was formed around them. Everyone knew how powerful the black fog of death was. It could instantly absorb a person's essence, chi and blood completely. That was why everyone was so fearful. Unless you had the corresponding treasure, you wouldn't dare to come to the Grand Canyon of Death. Everyone, keep it up. I'll be waiting for you at the front. Palace Master Yuan Mo led a group of trusted subordinates and headed forward. After they left, a cold aura started to appear. The more than 20 Jin Dan stage experts present looked at each other, and all of a sudden, they all dispersed. They all went to look for the ghost warrior. He was probably cursing this Yuan Mo Palace Master in his heart. Sir, what should we do now? I think Palace Master Yuan Mo is a trap. He tricked everyone into coming here to attract the firepower. As soon as He Yuan finished his sentence, a black spear shot towards him. Unknowingly, a figure actually dashed over. A powerful strength flashed under the spear. He Yuan raised his hand and shot out a fire dragon, which was blocked by a bright light in front of him. It's a ghost warrior, it actually came here. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from within the black fog of death. Clearly, someone had already suffered a great loss. Lin Fei was also targeted by the ghost warrior. Under the black fog of death, a saber light slashed over, emitting a sharp aura. There was a strong sense of sacrifice of beheading with one slash. Lin Fei had to admit that the ghost warriors of Death Canyon were truly powerful. A single slash was enough to make people feel the true aura of death. Lin Fei raised his hand and closed his fingers. With a bang, he crushed the saber intent. A sword intent shot out like a ball, and a wave exploded in the black fog before it returned to normal. Although these ghost warriors were strong, they were still weak in Lin Fei's eyes. They couldn't even withstand a single sword intent from him. Moreover, his sword intent was not the life-seizing sword, but a pure condensed sword intent that was like a ticking time bomb. This was also one of Lin Fei's small tricks. It was the most suitable to kill such enemies. However, after killing the ghost warriors, it did not appear in the ghost heart. He Yuan had also killed a ghost warrior. Sir, I heard that the deeper we go, the stronger the ghost warriors are, and the higher the probability of a ghost heart appearing. Should we advance or? Just now, Lin Fei had already secretly checked. The ghost warriors had some background. They were actually condensed purely from the black fog of death. However, the technique was not ordinary. Ordinary people would not be able to see through it. This made Lin Fei even more interested in this place. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go in. We can't fall behind them. The black fog of death had the effect of affecting one's vision, but Lin Fei's divine sense was very strong, so he was not afraid at all. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of ghost warriors. As soon as these ghost warriors appeared, they were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Unfortunately, these ghost warriors could not produce ghost hearts. After killing more than a dozen ghost warriors, he did not obtain a single ghost heart. This made Lin Fei a little puzzled. He could not possibly say that his luck was too bad, right? Another rod smashed over from within the black fog of death. Lin Fei raised his hand to block, and the rod landed in his hand. With a flick of his sword intent, the ghost warrior was killed. After the ghost warrior was killed, a resplendent light flashed. He Yuan, who was beside him, was overjoyed. Congratulations, my lord. This is the ghost heart. We have finally obtained one. He Yuan had already picked up the ghost heart. It was a diamond-shaped crystal that exuded a trace of sacred aura. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and held the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. Is this the so-called Nether Soul Heart? In the next second, Lin Fei felt that his divine tree of life was interested in the ghost heart. Most of them transmitted the thought of swallowing it over. In the end, it was suppressed by Lin Fei. He could not help but feel surprised. Seems like I made the right choice to come to the spiritual realm. This is only my first adventure, and I already found something that can move the divine tree of life. It seems like this is the best place to upgrade my divine tree of life. So far, he had only obtained one ghost heart. Therefore, Lin Fei naturally would not let the divine tree of life absorb it. Otherwise, how was he going to continue? If we continue forward, will there be more ghost warriors? He Yuan nodded. The ghost warriors in front are very strong. I heard that only a few people can pass through them, unless you have brought enough treasures. With He Yuan's words, Lin Fei was completely relieved. The more ghost warriors, the better. Later, just stay behind and pick up the ghost hearts for me. You don't have to do anything else. He Yuan opened his mouth. In fact, he wanted to say that he was very strong. But when he thought about it, being a nether heart picker wasn't too bad either. At least there was no danger. Keep up with me. If you don't, you'll die here. You're just unlucky. Lin Fei moved forward. His figure was like an afterimage. He Yuan hesitated for a moment before putting some distance between them. He immediately panicked and chased after them without saying a word. After a while, he saw that Lin Fei was unusual. Wherever he passed, black shadows would evaporate. No one could see what method Lin Fei had used. All the ghost warriors lurking in the surroundings were killed one by one, and ghost hearts would drop from time to time. He Yuan really started to pick up the ghost hearts. It felt good. Chapter 4403. The Death Grand Canyon was huge and filled with a large amount of death black fog. This black mist of death had a very strong penetrative ability. If one was not careful, they would be robbed of their blood essence by this black mist. He Yuan was having a great time picking up ghost hearts. The ghost warriors in front of him exploded one by one and ghost hearts fell from time to time. At the start, He Yuan felt that the Death Grand Canyon was extremely dangerous, especially with the ghost warriors popping up from time to time. Because of this, no one dared to come to the Death Grand Canyon. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This Lord's strength was unfathomable and killing ghost warriors was as easy as drinking water. In a short period of time, He Yuan had already picked up more than 20 ghost hearts. Lin Fei killed a few more ghost warriors and picked up a ghost heart. He held it in his hand and absorbed it instantly. Of course, it wasn't Lin Fei who absorbed it, but the God of Life. The God of Life tree absorbed it completely in a short period of time. After absorbing it, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the God of Life tree had changed a lot. Although it was very subtle, it was definitely a change. Seems like my guess was right. This ghost heart is still very helpful to the God of Life tree. After absorbing the first nether soul heart, Lin Fei stopped absorbing any more. He decided to kill another batch of ghost warriors. However, these ghost warriors seemed to be formed using a special method. Without a word, he released his sword intent. The sword intent swept past like the wind, killing spectral spirit warriors one after another. Even though these ghost warriors were very strong and had good defenses, Lin Fei was able to easily find their flaws and kill them in one go. Instead, He Yuan, who was at the back, was starting to be unable to keep up. Because another soul heart appeared here and there. In an inconspicuous place in the Death Grand Canyon. Palace Master Yuan Mo controlled the treasure and continuously fought against the ghost warriors. My strategy is still useful. Let those golden core experts help us to restrain the ghost warriors. We have arrived at a lair of the ghost warriors. Seems like we can have a good harvest today. It turned out that they were in a stone cave at the edge of the canyon. There were ghost warriors constantly coming out of the stone cave. There were quite a few of them, but they were all cleared out unhurriedly. A smile also appeared on Palace Master Yuan Mo's face. As for the loss of the Jindan experts brought in by the strongholds, they did not care that much. Yuan Mo Palace only wanted them to restrain these spectral warriors. Because the ghost warriors were very sensitive, as long as someone came in, they would immediately attack. The more people that came, the more people that were sent out. That was why Palace Master Yuan Mo was able to come here. As long as I accumulate 100 ghost hearts, I will be able to enter the location of the insightful emptiness realm expert with the help of these 100 ghost hearts. I don't know who came up with this idea. They actually need 100 ghost hearts. What a scam. Fortunately, those fellows took it seriously. When the time comes, they will go to the teleportation platform and attract some ghost warriors. Palace Master Yuan Mo felt that he was too smart. If he could lure the ghost warrior away, it would be even easier. No one knew the situation inside better than Palace Master Yuan Mo. Miserable cries echoed continuously in the Death Grand Canyon. There was no need to guess to know that the Jindan experts had encountered danger. At this moment, Immortal Annihilating Soul, who came in from behind, frowned. He had been in for some time, but he had not been harassed by the ghost warriors. This surprised him. Immortal, this Palace Master Yuan Mo is really capable. He actually helped us restrain most of the firepower. Those Jindan experts are probably regretting it now. Next to Daoist Annihilating Soul, a confidant said proudly. The most difficult thing to deal with in the Death Grand Canyon were the ghost warriors. These ghost warriors could use the help of the Death Black Fog to attack silently. Anyone who came here would be killed by the ghost warriors if they were not careful, and these ghost warriors would choose the right time to attack, making it hard to guard against them. Whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. As for taking the initiative to attack, that was impossible. Daoist Annihilating Soul put away the doubt in his heart and smiled. Palace Master Yuan Mo does have some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he can command all the strongholds. This level of strength indeed needs to be taken seriously. But this time, I reckon that these strongholds will suffer a great loss. Palace Master Yuan Mo is not so easy to deal with. As they walked, Immortal Annihilating Soul felt that something was wrong. They had walked quite a distance since they came in. Naturally, they did not walk step by step. Instead, they were constantly moving at high speed. Otherwise, how could they reach the depths of the Death Grand Canyon? But along the way, they didn't meet any ghost warriors. It was truly unbelievable. Could it be that Palace Master Yuan Mo and the other Jindan experts lured the ghost warriors away? If that's the case, we really made a great contribution. Immortal Annihilating Soul thought to himself. Immortal, it seems that we can easily reach the teleportation platform this time. It's best if we can lure the Ghost King and the Ghost Warriors away. That way, we won't have to encounter any trouble. We just need to collect 100 ghost hearts, the confidant said, full of anticipation. The Jindan experts behind him were the same. Everyone knew that it was difficult to enter the teleportation platform. It was the easiest to collect 100 ghost hearts. The most important thing was that there was a Ghost King guarding it. There were also more than a dozen ghost warriors guarding it. It was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, they did not encounter any ghost warriors along the way, which made them a little unhappy. This was because they needed ghost hearts to activate it and they had to be dropped from the bodies of the ghost warriors. However, the ghost heart had a special characteristic. Once they left the Death Grand Canyon, the ghost heart would automatically evaporate. Hence, they could not hide it. It was the same even if they kept it in a storage ring. Once they left the Death Grand Canyon, they would disappear without a trace. Every time they came to the Death Grand Canyon, they had to personally kill the ghost warriors to obtain the ghost heart. Now that they did not see any ghost warriors, there was no way they could obtain the ghost heart. Actually, we don't have to worry too much. The ghost warriors are all in the central region. It will be more convenient to kill them and we can save a lot of time. Although that was what they said, no one could guarantee that the ghost warriors would not surround and attack them. If they did, even the Jindan experts would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 4404. From time to time, ghost warriors would emerge from the death fog. However, they would be killed by a sword essence that was as swift as the wind. As he walked deeper, Lin Fei encountered more and more ghost warriors. These ghost warriors pounced on him like a pack of wolves. One would not even be able to notice them. It was completely useless against Lin Fei. The moment it got close to Lin Fei, the sword intent would blast it away, instantly inflicting serious injuries. Of course, Lin Fei did not have to resort to such means. Once he swung his sword, it would be invisible. It was unbelievably fast. He killed all these ghost warriors. The strength of these ghost warriors kept increasing. More and more nether soul hearts appeared. On the other hand, He Yuan, who was picking up the ghost hearts, felt uneasy despite his excitement. There were simply too many ghost warriors, too many to be counted. He finally understood why the Death Grand Canyon was said to be a truly dangerous place. Lord, we have almost collected 200 ghost hearts. He Yuan reminded. Lin Fei continued to kill the ghost warriors. Just pick up your ghost hearts. Don't miss any. If you miss one, I will kill you. He Yuan immediately shrunk his neck and stared at the ground, afraid that he would miss any ghost heart. Lin Fei realized that the ghost warriors here were getting more and more interesting. The further he went, the strength of these ghost warriors would also increase. From the beginning, they were insignificant to the current Golden Core realm. Occasionally, a few of them would even have the strength of a late-stage Golden Core realm cultivator. Could these ghost warriors be left behind by the insightful Emptiness realm expert? If that was the case, it would be too powerful. This was a natural barrier. Only nascent soul realm experts could break through this barrier easily. No matter how many Golden Core realm experts came, they would all die. After walking for quite a distance, Lin Fei's eyebrows suddenly jumped. He stopped attacking and stared ahead. The black mist of death suddenly dispersed. He Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Lord, the teleportation platform seems to be in front." As soon as he finished his sentence, He Yuan trembled in fear. A black shadow instantly appeared in front of him. He exclaimed, "Ghost assassin." The defense in front of them opened. Like a ghost, the ghost assassin instantly appeared behind him and stabbed down with its sword. He Yuan thought to himself, "It's over." A stream of light appeared and blocked in front of him, making a crisp sound. Yet another sword was struck out, forcing the ghost assassin to retreat. One more and the ghost assassin would be destroyed. "Stand behind me obediently and don't move. If you do, I won't be able to protect your life." Lin Fei turned his gaze to the front. At this moment, in front of them, a huge crater appeared. Inside the pit, there was a teleportation platform with 9 pillars. However, the teleportation platform was currently surrounded by a large number of ghost warriors. Among the ghost warriors, there were also some ghost assassins that resembled He Yuan's, whose silhouettes flickered continuously. It was impossible to catch any traces of it. Somewhere further away, Lin Fei also saw a burly figure. Just like a little giant. Big Saber and Golden Horse sat calmly. Her sharp gaze was immediately cast over. It exuded an extremely ferocious aura. Like I said, the teleportation platform would definitely not be so easy to pass. I didn't expect there to be an expert guarding this place. Lin Fei laughed. Facing that burly figure, Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. Just a little taller, a little bigger, a little stronger aura, who's afraid of who? Lin Fei realized something. That Yuan Mo Palace Master really hid a lot of information. If he really obtained enough ghost hearts and wanted to barge in, he would probably be instantly destroyed by these ghost warriors. Happy or not, pleasantly surprised. "Lord, there are so many ghost warriors here, what should we do? I'm afraid we can't even activate the teleportation platform." He Yuan swallowed his saliva. The densely packed ghost warriors and that ghost assassin really made his scalp go numb. How could there be such a dangerous place? Lin Fei's lips curled up. That's simple. Of course we'll destroy these ghost warriors. You stay behind and watch the ghost hearts closely. He Yuan took in another breath of cold air. Destroying these ghost warriors was something he didn't even dare to think about. The moment Lin Fei took a step out, an expanse of sword intent that was like a torrent gushed out violently, and it covered the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, puff 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 sounds could be heard. One by one, the ghost warriors were defeated. It was unbelievably fast. There was no one around, so there was nothing for Lin Fei to hide. He activated the 5 elements sword intent with all his might. He swept everything in his way. His focus was on the small giant-like existence. This was definitely the strongest one here. Lord, I remember now. That's the Ghost King and these are Ghost Warriors. I didn't expect them to really exist. He Yuan suddenly exclaimed as he recalled something. Looking at the Ghost King and Ghost Warriors in the distance, he took in another breath of cold air. He was completely in disbelief. Lin Fei wasn't interested in their background. Because the so-called Ghost Warriors had already made their move. There were a total of 10 Ghost Warriors. Spears, swords, and blades. Then, they attacked. Lin Fei turned around and threw He Yuan out. Instantly, he faced the 10 Ghost Warriors. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Lin Fei performed the deadly sword move. It hit the weapons at 10 times the speed. The 10 Ghost Warriors were sent flying. However, after they were sent flying, the 10 Ghost Warriors pounced again, showing their strong vitality and combatability. Ordinary golden core powerhouses would be killed in a face-to-face encounter. Using the deadly sword move at 10 times the speed was very fast. The Ghost Warriors are indeed much stronger than these Ghost Warriors. It seems like the ghost heart in your body is also very big. Lin Fei smiled. He pounced again. As the sword light swept across, it landed on these ghost battle generals. However, He Yuan didn't attack the Ghost Warriors. He was dumbfounded. He didn't even see how the fight started. He only felt that it was very intense and there was an endless aura of death. I'm scared. I'm really scared. The fight didn't last long. Lin Fei used the deadly sword move and the 5 elements sword intent to defeat the 10 Ghost Warriors. There were also 2 wounds on Lin Fei's body. However, these 2 wounds were just 2 white marks. 10 ghost battle generals died, and they really dropped 10 ghost hearts. The Nether Soul's hearts were different. Previously, they were completely white, like crystals. Now, they were all dark red, looking very colorful. It seemed like the quality was even more different. Ghost King, it's your turn. Show me your skills and fight. Lin Fei looked at the Ghost King. Congratulations on getting the right to enter the 2nd level. Spectral Soul King, who had been sitting down all this while, suddenly spoke. Chapter 4405. The sudden voice gave Lin Fei a fright. He was already prepared to deal with the Ghost King. It seemed like there was no need for that now. I didn't expect you to speak. I was planning to exchange a few blows with you. Lin Fei laughed. He believed the Ghost King's words. The Ghost King's voice was extremely cold, as though it had been frozen for thousands of years. It was rough and coarse. You have already killed many Ghost Warriors. Someone like you is qualified to enter the 2nd level. I hope you will be lucky. The originally dim and colorless teleportation platform suddenly lit up. There was no need to use any ghost heart. Lin Fei really wanted to say, how many people have you tricked with such a trick? It was as though he was working for the Ghost King for free. No wonder there were so many Ghost Warriors. As long as Lin Fei stood on it, he would be able to enter the 2nd level. Why would Lin Fei enter so casually? He wasn't planning to enter so soon. It's fine if I enter the 2nd level. I just want to know if there are any Ghost Warriors and Ghost Hearts. If there aren't, I will take my time. As soon as this question was asked, He Yuan prostrated himself in admiration. There wasn't a second person who dared to say such words to the Ghost King. Even the Ghost King couldn't wrap his head around it. This person actually didn't enter. Didn't he know the meaning of entering the 2nd level? Countless people wanted to enter the 2nd level but couldn't. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he didn't care. This was simply unimaginable. You actually didn't enter? Don't you know that there are many good things in the 2nd level? There are quite a few Nether Soul hearts inside, and they are more valuable than the ones outside. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei laughed. I am quite satisfied with this answer. Also, I have another question. How many levels does this ancient tomb have? Don't tell me it's just 2 levels. That would be boring. There are a total of 9 levels in this ancient tomb. However, no one has ever reached the 9th level. After that, no matter what Lin Fei asked, the Ghost King did not speak anymore. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to kill this Spirit King. Now, it seemed like this was something that the insightful Emptiness Realm expert had refined. Even if it was destroyed, there wouldn't be any benefits. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned and reached out to grab He Yuan. He stepped onto the teleportation platform. After a flash of light, it disappeared without a trace. After Lin Fei left. Not long after, several figures appeared here. However, when they arrived at this area, they were dumbfounded. Because there were very few ghost warriors here. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. If Lin Fei had left a little later, he would have been able to recognize him. The one who came later was actually a mortal annihilating soul, who was a little dumbfounded. He had hoped to kill some ghost warriors along the way. But he didn't expect that he didn't meet any ghost warriors along the way. This was pitiful. He couldn't even find the Nether Soul's heart. Now that he was here, he actually didn't see any ghost warriors. There were only a few scattered parts. Could it be that someone had beaten them to it? That's impossible. Who would kill these ghost warriors? These ghost warriors weren't that easy to deal with. Immortal Annihilating Soul kept guessing. He couldn't figure it out. Instead, it was Spirit King who moved his body not far away. A door actually appeared behind him. Swoosh. A large number of ghost warriors appeared again. Immortal Annihilating Soul finally understood. Someone went in one step ahead of him. Could it be Palace Master Yuan Mo? As soon as this thought came to mind, another figure appeared not far away. This person was the Yuan Mo Palace Master. He was also a little surprised. He was delayed for a while and didn't expect to meet Immortal Annihilating Soul here. As for not seeing other Golden Core Realm experts, he wasn't surprised at all. It would be strange if he could see other Golden Core experts here. He reckoned that he had met those ghost warriors. Immortal Annihilating Soul, what a coincidence, we meet again. I wonder if you have collected enough Nether Soul's heart. Palace Master Yuan Mo laughed. Looks like you've collected all of them. Immortal Annihilating Soul hated it when people asked him if he had collected all the Nether Soul's heart. Have I collected all of them? It's none of your business. I guess you haven't collected all of them either. I'm sorry, I really did collect all of them. Palace Master Yuan Mo was proud of himself and prepared to attack. But as soon as he moved, he frowned because there were too many ghost warriors and they didn't seem to be decreasing at all. It's a little troublesome for you to enter the teleportation platform. We can only clear them together, don't you think so? Immortal Annihilating Soul laughed. These ghost warriors that had just been released were not easy to deal with. Palace Master Yuan Mo was indeed planning to take a shortcut. At least get someone to pull away some of the ghost warriors first. But now it seemed that his idea was wrong. No one had been here at all. Even Immortal Annihilating Soul had just arrived. This was completely different from the plan. At the same time, Lin Fei brought Black Yuan directly to the 2nd floor of the ancient tomb. I didn't expect someone to come again. Looks like I can find someone to be my punching bag. Lin Fei heard a voice as soon as he arrived. It had a hint of ill intent. Immediately after, an ancient bell came crashing down, covering the sky above Lin Fei and He Yuan. They were confined to this small area. Black Yuan had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that his face turned pale. On the other hand, Lin Fei looked at the place in front of him calmly. At this moment, they were in a very large stone room that was barely the size of a field. But there were actually 8 entrances to such a place. Other than that, there were 6 figures sitting cross-legged here. These people's auras were very strong. Even though they didn't feel the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, they were definitely not someone an ordinary Golden Core perfected expert could fight against. In other words, these people were all veteran Golden Core perfected experts. It was indeed a lot for 6 of them to appear at one time. You want me to be cannon fodder? Lin Fei laughed. I wonder what benefits I get from being cannon fodder. The 6 Golden Core perfected experts present were also a little surprised. They were all veteran powerhouses, so they had some influence. It had been some time since they came in, but they had never met someone who dared to talk to them like this. He actually asked for benefits. One of the chubby Golden Core perfected experts laughed. Little brat, why don't you look at the situation? You have no right to speak here. With a flick of his finger, a stream of light attacked. Lin Fei raised his hand and sent a sword intent over. They crashed into each other heavily. Although I'm not an expert, if I really anger you, both of us will suffer. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 4406. The people present were all experienced Golden Core perfected cultivators. Furthermore, he had quite a few treasures in his possession, allowing him to bring out even greater strength. They were waiting here for these sandbags, no, it should be cannon fodder. To explore the 8 entrances. To determine which entrance was the safest. Why did they care so much about these 8 entrances? It was because they were too dangerous. It wasn't that no one had entered during this period of time, but all of them had died inside. Among them were 3 Golden Core Realm experts who were old Golden Core Realm experts. Everyone was definitely worried. Therefore, they had to find cannon fodder to test it out first. They would go to whichever entrance was the safest. But now, the 6 Golden Core Realm experts were a little surprised. They didn't expect this kid to be so capable. From the short exchange just now, they could tell that this young man was actually an expert with the sword. His sword intent was extremely thick and he could even take a hit from his opponent. The chubby Golden Core expert laughed. I didn't expect such a stubborn guy to come. But with your strength, do you really expect anything good? You're thinking too much. In everyone's eyes, this kid's sword intent was just a little stronger and he wasn't their match. Lin Fei smiled faintly. It seems like you guys aren't going to listen to me. Then, I don't mind fighting with you guys. The reason why I'm able to come to the 2nd level is because I'm much stronger than those weaklings. Lin Fei didn't know what the situation was like on the 1st level, but there were definitely fewer people who could go straight to the 2nd level. Lin Fei reached the 2nd level directly, unlike these people who entered step by step. The ghost warriors were easy to kill, but not everyone could kill them in such a large area. Lin Fei stepped out and stomped his feet gently. Thousands of sword intents shot out. When it struck the surface of the ancient bell, loud clanging sounds reverberated in the air. The treasure that controlled the ancient bell was released by the chubby Golden Core Realm expert. His face was originally filled with disdain, but then his expression changed. The sword intent was too strong. Layers of ripples appeared on his ancient bell as it continuously consumed energy. The chubby Golden Core perfected expert was a little shocked. If this continued, his ancient bell might be severely damaged. This magic treasure was specially used to trap people. Other than that, it had no other use. However, such a magic treasure to trap people was quite useful. If it was damaged by this little brat, he would definitely be distressed. The other powerhouses in the Golden Core realm also saw through it. This kid was really an expert, a great swordsman. His sword intent was incomparably dense. He had truly underestimated this person. They were all wondering which faction this person came from. If you guys still think that I, a cannon fodder, can be easily bullied, then I'm going to start fighting. You guys don't want to waste any more time here, nor do you want to waste any more power. Lin Fei smiled faintly as he allowed the sword essences to attack the ancient bell. His gaze was directed at the chubby Golden Core perfected expert. This ancient bell treasure was not considered powerful, but it couldn't withstand Lin Fei's continuous attacks with the 5 elements sword intent. The ancient bell flew back and fell into the hands of the chubby Golden Core perfected expert. The 5 experts in the Golden Core perfected expert also laughed. Xian Hai, you've met your match this time. I told you not to fight as soon as you came up. Nowadays, the young people are getting better and better. Young man, where did you get this from? It's rare to see a sword intent like yours. Although Lin Fei had only shown the power of his sword intent, it also made these gold medal experts in the Golden Core perfected expert feel a little moved. He was definitely not a person to be bullied. They just needed a cannon fodder, but they didn't need a person to fight with them. Such a young man was quite terrifying when he fought with his life on the line. There was no need for them to waste any time or any power here. However, Xian Hai, the expert in the Golden Core perfected expert, was a little upset. He made a move, but he suffered a loss. This kid was not easy to deal with. Just now, he checked his ancient bell and found that the inside of the ancient bell was full of cracks. If this went on for a long time, his ancient bell would be destroyed. He had spent 500 middle-grade spirit stones to buy this ancient clock. It was not easy. It was absolutely impossible for Xian Hai to make a move now. Those few people were watching him make a fool of himself. If they really fought to the death here, they might take advantage of it. Seeing that you're quite strong, I won't make a move, lest people say that I'm bullying you. Xian Hai found a way for himself to step down. Lin Fei smiled and said, I still say the same thing. It's absolutely not a problem for me to explore, but I have to get some benefits. I won't do anything without benefits. The sword intent just now had indeed moved these people. That was why they didn't force Lin Fei. However, no one would agree with Lin Fei's words. Who would be willing to hand over the benefits? Lin Fei shook his head. It seems that the benefits are gone. I can only choose one to go in. Before the other Golden Core perfected experts could react, Lin Fei brought Black Yuan into one of the passageways. They disappeared in an instant. Youngsters these days are really rash. Aren't they afraid of dying in there? That's right. Even Golden Core perfected experts would die in there, let alone a youngster. The Golden Core perfected experts shook their heads. Xian Hai laughed too. It's good that this kid went in. He died so quickly that he thought he was a plaything. They were wondering if they should follow him or not. They wanted to take that kid's life. In the end, they shook their heads. There was no point in doing so. They might even be laughed at. At least now that someone had entered the passageway, they could at least know if it was safe or not. Therefore, they were all on guard. Lin Fei didn't intend to enter so quickly. His physique was considered strong now. Even if he met an original infant stage cultivator, he wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, he chose a passageway to enter. Of course, he didn't choose this passageway for nothing. He used the God of Life tree to sense it and really felt something different. Therefore, Lin Fei entered this passageway. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei was so confident. Anything good, especially something that could make the God of Life react, was definitely something good. It could even help the God of Life to a certain extent. Don't think that Lin Fei had been studying the Supreme Token. In fact, he was also studying other things. As long as it could help the God of Life, it would be good. I hope there's something good in this passageway. Chapter 4407. After Lin Fei went in, everyone started to pay attention. Many divine wills were placed in the tunnel. As long as there was a slight movement, they would be able to sense it clearly. Time passed minute by minute. Everyone didn't feel any movement and they were a little surprised. Did that kid really find the right way? No matter what, I have to go in and take a look first. The 6 experts at the peak of the Gold Core realm couldn't sit still. Especially Xian Hai. He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed in. The remaining 5 experts of the Golden Core realm in the Great Perfection were about to curse. He actually beat them to it. They had waited here for too long. It wasn't easy for them to meet a cannon fodder, so they had to try first. But this cannon fodder seemed to be quite capable. He had gone in for so long, but there was no movement at all. Xian Hai just rushed in and felt a little proud. Fortunately, he was the first to run in. Maybe he would get all the benefits later. But as soon as he ran, he felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, 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 a large amount of sword intent wrapped around him. It was like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. Xian Hai was caught off guard. Kid, how dare you plot against me? You're dead, Xian Hai cursed. His voice reverberated throughout the passageway. No one thought that the kid would be so cunning. He actually set up a trap that even he couldn't feel. Xian Hai suffered a loss and his body was hit by several swords. The Golden Core Peak experts who followed didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That kid really holds a grudge. He actually set up such a trap. Fortunately, Xian Hai was the first to come in. Xian Hai couldn't sit still. After breaking the sword intent, he chased after them again. But this round, another small trap was thrown at him. But this time, it was easily broken. Xian Hai didn't care. He continued to chase. He was sure that the tunnel was very safe. The third round came again. But this time, Xian Hai didn't come back to his senses. The sword intent that filled the sky directly turned into a dazzling point. It pierced through his eyebrows. The experts in the Golden Core Exceptional Realm were dumbfounded on the spot. It was a little different from what they had imagined. Then, a hand reached out and grabbed the corpse, searching it for a while. He took the storage ring. It's that young man. Lin Fei looked over with a smile on his face. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ambush Xian Hai. I didn't expect him to be the first to come in. The remaining 5 perfected Gold Core Realm experts looked at each other and gasped in shock. Without another word, he left the room. This kid is too powerful. He actually killed Xian Hai. How could they believe it? As soon as they left, Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. I thought it would be another expert in the Golden Core Realm who would be the first to come in. I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that your luck is really bad. He was right. Lin Fei had played some tricks in this passageway. He didn't expect a small fish to take the bait. No, it was a bigger fish. There was no ascension token in the other party's storage ring. Fortunately, there were still a lot of treasures. If converted, he could get 1 or 200 mid-quality spirit stones, which was a good harvest. Unfortunately, those experts in the Golden Core Realm were more cunning. Lin Fei continued to move forward. But this time, Lin Fei didn't set up any more tricks. Such a move could only be used once. He couldn't use it a second time. The people behind him weren't fools. They wouldn't follow him stupidly. Lin Fei might as well go ahead and explore. Maybe he would find something new. This passageway wasn't as dangerous as Lin Fei had imagined. He got through it easily. Even Lin Fei felt a little puzzled. When did this passageway become so easy to get through? Didn't he see those experts in the Golden Core Realm who had been waiting outside for so long? If they knew that this passageway was so safe, they would probably be dumbfounded. At this time, Lin Fei came to a huge palace. It was very quiet in this palace. Lin Fei felt that he was the first person to come here. But as soon as this thought came out, there was a cold light attacking from the side. The sword intent was like a black curtain blocking in front of him, and he retreated. Just at the moment when Lin Fei retreated, there was also a figure behind him. It was actually an ambush from the front and the back. Lin Fei's sword intent was very strong, and he directly resisted it. Are you surprised? My defense is not so easy to break. Your ambush from the front and the back is still a little lacking. Lin Fei noticed at this time that the ambushers were 2 middle-aged men, one in black and one in white. They had the strength of the Golden Core Realm. The strength of the combination was indeed quite strong. The 2 of them retreated and stared at the young man in front of them with some surprise. I didn't expect it to be a newcomer, but you have some ability. You are a little stronger than those guys. After the 2 men in black and white sized him up, they didn't make any more moves. If you are planning to make a move, then you have to wait. Those Golden Core experts don't have the guts to come over. How could Lin Fei not see that he was regarded as prey? It seemed that the inside of this ancient tomb was really interesting. The two middle-aged men in black and white didn't have the strength of the nascent soul realm. The strength of the combination was definitely beyond the golden core realm. Whoever encountered them would be unlucky. By the way, can you tell me if this is the third floor? It's just that the third floor is a little different from what I imagined. If the two of you can tell me something, that would be great. After all, you don't want to offend an expert like me. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The two men in black and white really couldn't accept it. This kid was really brave, he actually dared to ask them for information. He really thought that he was something. Young man, you are really brave, you actually dare to ask us this kind of thing. This is indeed the third floor of the ancient tomb, but after coming to the third floor of the ancient tomb, it will not be easy to go to the fourth floor. The one who spoke was not the two men in black and white. It was an old man who was drinking wine not far away. The old man had a beaming smile on his face. However, it was this old man that caused Lin Fei to feel an enormous pressure. Because this was an expert in the nascent soul realm. Lin Fei was already prepared, but to meet an old man in the nascent soul realm here, it really surprised him. He even understood why the two men in black and white were guarding the entrance. Maybe it was an order from the nascent soul realm expert. Originally, Lin Fei thought that there was only one nascent soul realm expert, but when he looked again, there was a Buddha statue not far away. No, on a stone statue, there was actually a young man sitting. This young man was dressed in white. Lin Fei was slightly stunned by the otherworldly aura. Another nascent soul realm expert. He didn't expect two nascent soul realm experts to come. Chapter 4408. To bump into two original infant stage experts in a row, Lin Fei was really surprised. However, he didn't know why these two original infant stage experts were here and not heading to the next level. Could it be that they were waiting for something? The two experts in black and white attacked again in an instant. It was obvious that they weren't able to capture this young man. Coupled with his words, they felt a little embarrassed. Lin Fei waved his hand and instantly, the five elements sword intent turned into layers of light and shot towards them. In an instant, the two of them were met with thousands of sword intents. The two of them kept retreating and their faces started to turn pale. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them anymore and directly used his strongest sword intent. Although it wasn't a life-reaping sword, the sword intent alone was enough to make the two of them suffer. They retreated all the way to the corner of the wall before stopping. The two of you don't have to do anything. Even if you join hands, you won't be a match for this person. The old man who was drinking suddenly laughed. Lin Fei was getting more and more certain that these two were the old man's underlings. Either that or they were captured and were guarding the entrance. Young man, your sword intent is not bad. It's actually the five elements sword intent combined. Impressive. I wonder who taught you? Who knows, this old man might even know you. The old man smiled. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on such an old man. After all, he was an original infant stage expert. I don't know what my master's surname is. He just asked me to come out and explore. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. The more he acted like this, the more different the old man felt. After all, the five elements sword intent combined wasn't something that anyone could do. Up until now, Lin Fei had never met such an expert. He was the only one who could do it. Therefore, he could say whatever he wanted. The old man was obviously thinking about something. The way he looked at Lin Fei seemed like he wanted to see through him. Interesting, interesting. At that moment, the white-robed youth also opened his eyes. He looked young, but the moment he opened his eyes became very old. Young man, don't believe this old man's words. You don't even know when this guy has schemed against you. Seeing that your five elements sword intent is pretty good, come to my side. Who knows, I might be able to let you gain some knowledge. The old man directly said to the white-robed youth, by Wuhan, your mouth is still so smelly. Who said that this old man has bad thoughts about this kid? You are the one who has such thoughts. Lin Fei instantly noticed that whether it was the old man or the guy named by Wu Heng, they seemed to have a certain interest in his 5-element sword essence. Lin Fei's 5-element sword intent was still very powerful. At the very least, the black and white figures were forced to take countless steps back. Even now, they still had lingering fears. At this moment, Lin Fei certainly would not believe the words of these two Yuanying stage powerhouses. Since the two of you are already here, I shall take my leave first. I shall not disturb the two of you. Lin Fei smiled and prepared to leave. Even He Yuan, who was behind him, prepared to leave this time. He was really a little afraid of the two Yuanying stage powerhouses. A ray of light instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was the old man who made a move. It was a simple spell, but it instantly made people feel the terrifying power. Young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It is rare for you to come here. You should at least sit here and take a look. Don't you want to know what good things are on the 3rd level? There are really good things here. The one named by Wu Heng also laughed. Young man, I think you should leave quickly. When this old man starts scheming against you, not even his bones will be left. Lin Fei also felt that this would be very interesting. Whether it was the old man or by Wu Heng, they were both very interesting. Lin Fei was also very interested in the 3rd level. It would be great if he could find out. After all, this was the ancient tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei stopped and did not continue to move. Although Lin Fei was very strong now and could fight against an Yuanying stage powerhouse, especially after he had cultivated the life-taking sword technique, he was still very strong. Once the sword technique was unleashed, not just anyone could block it. Lin Fei was prepared to see what good things were on the 3rd level of the ancient tomb of the insightful emptiness realm expert. Senior, are you sure you will not attack me? Then let me see what good things are on the 3rd level. Lin Fei could also see that if he really left, the old man might attack him. Although he did not know how strong the old man was, he still felt a trace of danger. The old man laughed. That's right. Not everyone can come to the 3rd level. However, you are lucky to have met this old man. Remember, this old man is called Tu Yuan. Lin Fei did not know who this Tu Yuan was. He Yuan's expression changed slightly and he immediately sent a message to Lin Fan. Lord, I heard that this Tu Yuan is an expert of the diabolical Tao. No wonder Bai Wu Heng asked us to leave just now. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm shadow appeared on He Yuan's body instantly. Even his defense was broken. He Yuan's entire body was sent flying. He slammed heavily into the stone wall and fainted. This old man hates people sneaking around. If you have anything to say it openly. The old man was still smiling. It was as if he had just attacked a small ant. In reality, a golden elixir stage expert was just a small ant in Tu Yuan's eyes. He could deal with him however he wanted. Just now, Lin Fei could also see that Tu Yuan was indeed quite capable. Just as He Yuan had said, this guy was definitely an expert of the diabolical Tao. If he was not an expert of the diabolical Tao, Bai Wu Heng would not have said that. At that moment, Bai Wu Heng said, Young man, now you know what I just said. If you're targeted by old devil Tu Yuan, you won't have a good life. You'd better pray for your own luck. Old demon Tu Yuan rushed towards Bai Wu Heng and raised his hand to shoot a cold light at him. Shut your crow's mouth. I will smash your head sooner or later, Bai Wu Heng said faintly. Come on, come on. Smash my head if you can. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability, so you can only stare at me. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression became a little ugly. He would let this old demon Tu Yuan be happy for a while first. Anyway, he was not afraid. He could take the opportunity to gain more experience here. So you are an expert of the diabolical Tao. You better not touch me. If you do, my master will definitely come looking for you. You will definitely regret it. Lin Fei's face turned pale and he said coldly. Tu Yuan chuckled. Don't worry. You are still useful to this old man. Show me your strongest move of the 5-element sword essence. Chapter 4409. In the end, Lin Fei still unleashed a sword strike with all his might. He would let Tu Yuan have a look first. His interest in the third floor had greatly increased. Anyway, these two nascent soul realm powerhouses might not be able to see his true strength. So he simply let the other party show off first. After Lin Fei displayed the 5-element sword essence, both Tu Yuan and Bai Wuheng's eyes showed a lot of changes. Although they were very subtle, it was hard to escape Lin Fei's eyes. What's your name? Tu Yuan's mood was obviously a lot better and he kept looking up and down. Although the other party's 5-element sword essence was very strong, Tu Yuan did not care much. He was a nascent soul realm powerhouse. The means of a nascent soul realm powerhouse was not something a small golden core could resist. Although the golden core in front of him was very strong. My name is Lin Fei, I am a rogue cultivator, Lin Fei said. Tu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then from now on, you will follow this old man. This old man will take you to see what a really good place is. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Are you sure you won't kill me? Tu Yuan laughed. You are still of great use to this old man. Why would this old man kill you? As long as you stay by this old man's side and do things for this old man, there will naturally be benefits for you. Tu Yuan said again, I don't know what you want, whether it is a golden core cultivation method or a divine weapon. This old man can give you one now so that you can rest assured. Bai Wuheng laughed. Young man, don't miss such a good opportunity. If you have something, take it quickly. There won't be such a chance in the future. After all, there are not many things like this that can be taken advantage of. Lin Fei took a deep breath. I heard that the heaven token is a good thing. I don't know if you have it. If you do, it would be great. Both Tu Yuan and Bai Wuheng were a little surprised. This kid actually wanted the heaven token. There must be something wrong with his brain. Although this thing had some effects, it was far from being a top-level thing. Taking advantage of Tu Yuan was only asking for a heavenly token. That was really something that one could not understand. Even Tu Yuan himself couldn't wrap his head around it. For a moment, he even suspected that he had misheard. Are you certain that you want the Skyspan command token? However, this old man does not have the Skyspan command token. I do have a Skyspan flying sword. Its quality is only average. However, it was forged using the Skyspan divine tree. Tu Yuan waved his hand, and an unremarkable through heaven flying sword flew out. It headed straight for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He was just probing, but he didn't expect Tu Yuan to really have something refined by the heavenly tree. Furthermore, it was a soaring heaven sword. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the sky-piercing flying sword. The material was exactly the same as the sky-piercing token. He couldn't help but smile. Tu Yuan found it even more interesting. Lin, this thing is so ordinary, yet you're interested in it. Could it be that you've comprehended something useful? Lin Fei said as he looked at the sky-piercing flying sword fondly. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. How could I have such an ability? I just heard that this sky-piercing token is a good item for cultivation. Tu Yuan didn't continue asking. Stand beside this old man now. Lin Fei brought He Yuan over. He stood behind. Lin Fei was also guessing what the third level was capable of. Ha ha ha, Bai Wuheng, Tu Yuan, you two are quite fast. At this moment, a figure rushed in. He laughed loudly. The sound reverberated through the entire level. Palace Master, this is the kid who destroyed Xianhai. At this moment, a voice was heard. Lin Fei saw a familiar figure. It was a golden core expert who was outside previously. At this moment, he was following behind a nascent soul expert and pointed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little speechless. He didn't seem to have offended these golden core experts. Now, they actually pointed at him and said that. The person who laughed just now was a burly man. He was like a small mountain, or more like a small iron lump. He gave off a very fierce aura. You're the kid who destroyed junior brother Xian Hai. You're really brave. Let me kill you with one punch. The burly man snorted coldly and instantly pounced forward like a ray of light. As soon as he opened his fingers, a big multicolored tiger pounced over, looking very majestic. Lin Fei immediately realized that he had beaten up Xian Hai, and his senior brother had come over. No wonder he had brought a gold core stage expert in. He had come to give pointers to people. Just as the burly man pounced forward, a barrier appeared in front of him. Brother Pa, you have to change your temper. This person is mine. If you kill him, you will be my opponent. Are you sure you still want to fight? Tu Yuan shouted coldly as he stared at the heaven-splitting army. Brother Pa, you have to change your temper. This burly man was called the heaven-splitting army. He was a great expert in the Nanyun prefecture. Xian Hai was one of their juniors in the sect. Originally, they were supposed to guard this level. They didn't expect to be killed by a young man in a moment of carelessness. When the heaven-splitting army found out, they immediately rushed in to kill this kid. The heaven-splitting army's attack was blocked by the barrier. He looked up at Tu Yuan and his expression was somewhat uncertain. Are you sure you want to protect him? Lin Fei was even more certain now. Tu Yuan should have seen his 5-element sword will. His 5-element sword will might not be useful elsewhere. But in these secret places, it might be useful. It was no wonder that he would help him. Because he cultivated the 5-element sword will. What do you think? Tu Yuan said coldly. The heaven-splitting army's expression changed when he heard this. Then, he returned to normal and waved his hand. You're lucky. After the heaven-splitting army returned, he sat on a huge rock and closed his eyes to rest. On the other hand, the Golden Dan experts looked at each other. This kid really had a powerful background. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Snitching didn't seem like a good thing. At this moment, another figure appeared. It was actually an old woman. As soon as the old woman appeared, everyone's complexion changed a lot. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. This old woman was very strong. He only took a glance and didn't look at her anymore. Since everyone is here, we can break through the checkpoint of the 3rd floor. It's rare for the 4 of us to come here, so we should at least break through a few floors. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. Lin Fei finally understood that they were waiting for someone. A total of 4 nascent soul experts was indeed not a small number. Chapter 44:10. Lin Fei knew that this was the tomb of an insightful emptiness realm expert. But the situation seemed to be different. It seemed like it was not a bad idea to follow the 4 nascent soul realm experts in to take a look. At the very least, he would not expose himself. As long as there was something good, he could take it. The 4 nascent soul realm experts seemed to belong to different factions. But now that they were working together, Lin Fei could tell that something was up. The 4 nascent soul realm experts arrived in front of a stone wall. Tu Yuan slapped it with his palm, causing ripples to form. After the ripples dissipated, 4 grooves appeared on the stone wall. There were 4 different kinds of grooves on the wall, but the grooves were empty. The 4 nascent soul realm experts took out 4 items and placed them into the grooves. Then, a door appeared on the stone wall. After a series of cracking sounds, a door actually opened up in the stone wall. Looks like our guess was right. We did not waste our time searching for this thing. We can finally enter the 4th level. Looks like our guess was right. All these years of searching for this thing were not in vain. We can finally enter the 4th floor. Seems like our guess was right. We did not waste our time searching for this thing. We can finally enter the 4th level. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Didn't the Spectral King say that there were a total of 9 levels? Didn't the Spirit King say that there were a total of 9 levels? Why was he only at the 4th level? Lin Fei muttered in his mind. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Behind the door was a palace. Behind the door was a palace. There was a stairway to heaven in the palace. Surrounding it were buildings of various sizes, just like a small secret realm. Even Lin Fei could feel that this place was different. Even Lin Fei felt the same. The four nascent soul realm experts headed towards the biggest palace. Lin Fei could still hear Tu Yuan's voice, follow behind obediently. Don't barge in recklessly. This place is more dangerous than you think. Tu Yuan casually sent a force into the void not far away. A crack appeared in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Did you see that? This is a spatial crack. If you're not careful, you'll easily fall into it. At that time, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Fei nodded and said nothing. From the very beginning, he had already noticed that something was different. There were actually cracks all over the place. Everyone flew very quickly, but they were all very careful. It seemed like they had explored this place quite a bit. He used the divine tree of life to sense it, but he didn't sense anything that could make it emotional, so he heaved a sigh of relief. He just followed them silently. After some time, they arrived in front of a big palace. However, when they arrived in front of the palace, those words caused their expressions to change slightly. This should be the alchemy room of that ancient mystic elite. I wonder what's inside. We'll know once we go in and take a look. The heaven-splitting army struck out with his palm. A stream of energy turned into a dragon and directly rushed over. With a crackling sound, an array appeared. The four nascent soul experts began to break the array again. Everyone unleashed their techniques at the same time. It was a spectacular scene. On the other hand, Lin Fei was the only one who was free. He observed the place quietly. However, this place was a little different from what he had imagined. If I'm not wrong, each level should be a place left behind by that ancient mystic elite. Seems like this ancient mystic is really strong. Lin Fei's interest was once again piqued. Of course, to Lin Fei, the place that he was most interested in was the crafting room. Who knows, there might even be the heavenly tree that the divine tree of life needed. If there really was, this trip would not have been in vain. Of course, it would be even better if there was the ghost's heart. Not long later, they broke into the alchemy room, but it was empty inside. There were even some pills left behind. The four nascent soul experts harvested the room once more. It was a pity that there was nothing that interested Lin Fei. Then, they proceeded to the 5th level. On the 5th level, they met with some trouble. These nascent soul stage cultivators were all prepared, so they were able to easily break through. This level was just as Lin Fei had imagined. There was a crafting room. Lin Fei was a little excited. As long as he found a treasure made from the heavenly tree, he would snatch it without hesitation. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would get it again. The four nascent soul experts had gained quite a lot from the alchemy room. Now that they saw the crafting room, they were filled with anticipation. Although the pills were good, they were not as useful as the items in the crafting room. After all, a good treasure could greatly increase one's combat strength. If it was a top-grade treasure, it would be amazing. The heaven-splitting army was still the vanguard. This time, they did not activate any array. Instead, they were a little surprised. After hesitating for a moment, they walked into the crafting room. Lin Fei followed them in. At this point, the four nascent soul experts' gazes landed on the crafting room. Their gazes were filled with shock. This was because the entire crafting room was filled with flying swords. These flying swords were all stuck in the ground, which was unbelievable to them. So this is the crafting room of an ancient mystic expert? Why are there so many flying swords? We can't say that all these flying swords are good stuff. If they were, there wouldn't be so many of them. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. After a while, they could not tell what was so special about these flying swords. Since they were here, they could not just leave empty-handed. At this point, Lin Fei was observing the flying swords. He was also observing these flying swords. At the same time, he silently used the ability of the Tree of Life to sense them. He felt that these flying swords were not ordinary. What if there were flying swords made from the heavenly tree? Hence, he had to let the God Tree of Life sense them. An inconspicuous energy floated within the flying swords. Even the nascent soul experts did not notice it. The number of flying swords here was ridiculous. Lin Fei roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 flying swords here. Why would an ancient mystic expert place so many flying swords here? Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned. He could sense an extremely strong aura. Even the God Tree of Life was delighted by it. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. He knew that there must be a treasure forged by the heavenly tree here. I found it. I found it. There's a top-grade flying sword here. The heaven-splitting army was the first to exclaim. He was already inside the flying swords. It was obvious that this flying sword was different. The other figures also came forward to surround him. Chapter 44:11. When Lin Fei realized that this divine sword was different, Lin Fei's eyes widened. The heaven-splitting army also realized that this sword was different. He reminded Lin Fan immediately. Then, the other 3 nascent soul stage cultivators came over. At this moment, Lin Fei did not move. He planned to wait and see what would happen. It is indeed a treasure. A supreme-grade wood-type flying sword. The heaven-splitting army had good eyesight. He could tell what it was. The other 3 nascent soul stage cultivators nodded their heads. This was because this supreme-grade flying sword really had a hint of wood-type aura. The 4 of them were not experts in using swords, but such a treasure flying sword was quite valuable. Then let me pull it out first. The heaven-splitting army laughed. He reached out and grabbed the supreme-grade flying sword. The moment he grabbed it, the flying swords in the crafting room hummed. Then, they flew out one by one, turning into a meteor shower that rained down. This change made the expressions of the other 3 nascent soul stage cultivators change slightly. This is not good. This is a huge sword array. Tu Yuan had good eyesight. After exclaiming, he took out a treasure. It turned out to be a huge shield that blocked the sky above them. The moment the shield appeared, ding 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 sounds could be heard. There was no pause. It was as crazy as a thunderstorm. This sword array is really scary. Let's get out of here first. Tu Yuan's expression changed again. This was because the power of the sword array was too strong. Even though he had the shield as a defense, he still felt the immense pressure. If he stayed here for too long, his shield treasure might even be damaged. This was his heart's blood after all. As soon as Tu Yuan's voice fell, the originally motionless divine sword flew out with a whoosh. The golden sword light swept across. The golden sword light was extremely sharp. It crushed everyone's body. Be it the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators or Lin Fei, they all suffered some damage. The few of them left the crafting room in an instant. Once they were outside, the flying swords returned to their original positions, as if nothing had happened. The golden sword light left a bloody wound on Lin Fei's hand. This also made Lin Fei slightly stunned. There was actually such a powerful, superb flying sword. His fleshly body had never been sliced apart by anything ever since he had cultivated it to this level. He didn't expect it to be cut open by a top-grade flying sword here. The other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators all had expressions of fear on their faces. Clearly, they had underestimated how special the tool refining room was. This should be an insightful void weapon. The old woman's name was Granny Long. His voice was a little hoarse, but at this moment, his tone became exceptionally solemn and even a little excited. When the other 3 heard this, their expressions also changed. No one knew better than them the power of this supreme-grade flying sword. It was actually an existence that seemed to be an insightful void weapon. If it was something else, they might not have cared so much. However, an insightful void weapon was different. One must know that insightful void weapons were extremely powerful. If a nascent soul stage cultivator had an insightful void weapon, their strength would increase by a huge amount. At the very least, they would have a huge advantage in a battle of the same level. They didn't even see the golden sword light just now, but they could already feel the damage from it. This was because the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators were all hit and left with a wound. It was just an inconspicuous wound, but it was enough to make them feel that this supreme-grade flying sword was different from the others. Lin Fei knew that this superb flying sword was not ordinary. Even the tree of life was moved by it. However, he didn't expect it to be an insightful void weapon. No wonder the god speed of life had their eyes on it. However, it seemed like the 4 nascent soul stage cultivators had their eyes on this thing. Lin Fei wasn't a newbie anymore, and he knew the significance of this insightful void weapon. Although the insightful void weapon couldn't catch up to the Khanate treasure for now, it was still considered a very powerful weapon. At the very least, to nascent soul stage cultivators, it was loved by everyone, and they would fight each other to the point of forming a river of blood. He didn't expect to meet it here. Lin Fei knew that it would probably be a little troublesome for him to get his hands on this insightful void weapon. The only thing that made Lin Fei feel at ease was that it wouldn't be easy for them to get their hands on this insightful void weapon. They had just moved and they had already been attacked by hundreds of thousands of flying swords. Coupled with the strength of this insightful void weapon, they could definitely feel how terrifying it was. The 4 of us aren't experts in using swords. Therefore, we can use this insightful void weapon to exchange for something that everyone will be satisfied with. The heaven-splitting army laughed. What do you think of my suggestion? Actually, no one had any objections. This was because they weren't experts in using swords. Therefore, they might not be able to unleash the true power of this insightful void weapon in their hands. However, if they were to auction it, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. In fact, if they were to exchange it for something else, they might even be able to exchange it for something that they would be satisfied with. At this moment, they were actually quite satisfied. This insightful void weapon was quite a good deal. However, their happiness didn't last for too long. The 4 of you are quite lucky to actually encounter an insightful void weapon. I want this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew over. It turned out to be a huge warhammer. It smashed into the door of the elixir refining room and the entire ground shook. Such a huge warhammer instantly made the expressions of the 4 Yuanying stage powerhouses suddenly change. Even Lin Fei felt that something was different this time. This was because this warhammer was really unusual. There was a murderous aura and the smell of blood on it. It was obvious that this warhammer had killed many people. A burly man in black armor strode over. Every step he took was like an endless mountain. It was so huge that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. General Blood Dragon. Tu Yuan's voice was a little hoarse and shaky. He couldn't believe the appearance of this person in front of him. The burly man in black armor walked over step by step. His gaze crushed the few of them, and they only stopped after taking a few steps back. He didn't even make a move yet. Lin Fei could already tell that the 4 of them were no longer a match for this person. A fierce person. A really fierce person. This was the first super expert that Lin Fei had encountered since he came to the spiritual realm. There was no doubt that if this person killed these 4 nascent soul realm experts, it would be very easy. At least 1 or 2 of the 4 of them would be killed. General Blood Dragon. Lin Fei had never heard of this name before. He felt that he should at least get some information when he went back. He had to understand the experts of Nanyan County and the entire spiritual realm first. You know that I am a general, that's great. I am in a good mood today. You can get lost, otherwise, I will directly kill you with this hammer. General Blood Dragon waved his hand, and the black war hammer flew over and landed in his hand again. It was shining with a cold light. Chapter 44:12. The arrival of such a person without warning was definitely not a good thing for the nascent soul realm powerhouses present. Moreover, the Blood Dragon General was also a fierce master. As soon as he took the warhammer, they felt great pressure. However, if they were to give up their insightful void weapons just like that, they would not be able to do it. Blood Dragon General, we know that you are very strong, but isn't it a bit too much for you to come and rob us like this? Tu Yuan said coldly. The Blood Dragon General laughed, took a step forward, and swung the warhammer in his hand. Then you have to withstand my warhammer first, otherwise, you are not qualified to say this to me at all. Tu Yuan didn't expect the Blood Dragon General to make a move. The warhammer smashed down. He immediately put up his shield to block it, but at this moment, his whole body was smashed into the ground, and the whole ground began to crack. After the three nascent soul realm powerhouses next to him took a look, they all took a deep breath and hurriedly retreated. Blood Dragon General, he asked for this. We all give up, we don't want this insightful void weapon, let's go now. How would the three nascent soul realm powerhouses dare to make a move against the Blood Dragon General? Who didn't know how powerful the Blood Dragon General was? They didn't see that Tu Yuan couldn't resist his attack and was directly smashed into the ground. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Who didn't know that this guy's warhammer was famous for being domineering and arrogant? The three nascent soul realm powerhouses retreated at once. They didn't dare to face this bloodline general at all. The Blood Dragon General raised his warhammer and smashed it down again, directly blasting a big hole in the ground. As for whether Tu Yuan was alive or dead, it was unknown. Anyway, no one could stop the Blood Dragon General. At this moment, the Blood Dragon General's gaze swept and fell on Lin Fei coldly. He swung his warhammer, and a torrent directly rushed up, making a crackling sound. Kid, you can also get lost. The Blood Dragon General didn't take this young man seriously at all. How dare he stand in front of me? I really don't know what's going on in his head. He must have been scared out of his wits. For someone like him, a gust of wind could blow him into pieces. Lin Fei didn't expect things to change so quickly. The Yuanying stage powerhouses who had been swaggering before suddenly retreated and were replaced by the Blood Dragon General. A ripple appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was formed by the five elements sword will, and it directly blocked in front of him. A heavy force directly blasted the ripples, and in an instant, who knew how many ripples were smashed into smithereens. But in the end, it was still blocked by the ripples. The Blood Dragon General instinctively didn't take this young man seriously, but he didn't expect that he could block his casual attack. He was a little surprised. So, you are an expert sword cultivator. No wonder you could withstand my attack. However, I have seen plenty of people like you. He raised his hand. He directly smashed down with his hammer, which was different from how the others used their hammers. The Blood Dragon General's warhammer was very overbearing, very fierce, and straightforward. There was nothing else hidden in it. It was purely a hammer strike, and it was either life or death. That was how overbearing it was. This was the strongest expert Lin Fei had ever seen in his life. Especially one in the Yuanying stage. When the hammer came down, it indeed had a bold and unrestrained stance. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. In the face of this hammer, the sword intent that Lin Fei controlled turned into ripples. Another part of the sword intent directly blasted up. It blasted on the warhammer. There was a loud bang. It could be regarded as relieving the pressure of the warhammer, and he stepped back to avoid the hammer. He didn't take it head-on. Although Lin Fei could also bear the power of this hammer, this was his trump card, and he didn't intend to give it up. I advise you not to do it again, or else my counterattack will be very powerful. Lin Fei retreated and said. The Blood Dragon General's hammer missed and smashed a big pit on the ground. At this time, a figure rushed out, staggering. It was Tu Yuan. He didn't dare to look back at all, and he wanted to escape first. The Blood Dragon General, who was originally angry, turned around and smashed his hammer. In an instant, the sky was full of warhammers, and they hit Tu Yuan's body. Tu Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream and was instantly smashed into pieces. His blood flowed all over the ground. A Yuanying stage master was killed just like that. The Blood Dragon General turned his head and licked the corner of his mouth. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this, even a Yuanying stage master doesn't dare, so I'd like to see how you can withstand my attack." The Blood Dragon General waved his hand again, and the sky full of warhammers directly smashed down. Lin Fei was not surprised that Tu Yuan was killed by the Blood Dragon General's hammer. After all, the opponent's strength was too strong, and he was also a master in close combat. With this sledgehammer in hand, he could really hit anything that came his way. Lin Fei also had his moves. His life-taking sword was not a joke. "I'm not as easy to kill as Tu Yuan. Since you want to kill me, then I'd like to see what you're capable of." After Lin Fei smiled faintly, a sword light directly appeared. It hit the warhammers. The force was great. The warhammers were shaken off and smashed past him. As for those illusory warhammers, they were directly broken by Lin Fei's life-taking sword. The whole process was completed in an instant. Even the Blood Dragon General was a little surprised. He actually encountered a powerful master. The speed of the sword was incredibly fast. What happened just now was just an appetizer, now it's the real deal. Lin Fei attacked again. Countless sword lights slashed over in an instant. Before the Blood Dragon General came to his senses, cracks were left on his armor. It was incredibly fast. Only then did he realize that this person's swordsmanship was indeed outstanding. The speed of using the sword was actually so fast that he had never seen it before. Even as a nascent Soul Realm powerhouse, he couldn't capture it for a while. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, so he was able to withstand the attack. "I have truly underestimated you. However, it doesn't matter. This armor that I am wearing is the penetrative void armor. It is not something that just anyone can break through. Are you surprised? It has been a long time since I have encountered an expert like you. Today, I will be able to fight to my heart's content." As soon as Lin Fei made a move, he realized that the opponent was very capable, especially the armor on his body, which actually withstood more than a dozen of his attacks. Now that he heard that it was the penetrating void armor, his heart sank slightly. After all, he only used sword intent and didn't have a real good sword in his hand, so he suffered a lot in this aspect. Chapter 44:13. The people behind the Blood Dragon General were also a little shocked. After all, they didn't know such a powerful sword cultivator. There were very few people who could withstand the attack of the warhammer. Now they finally saw it. Who was this young man? Although Lin Fei's deadly sword had only reached the first level, it had reached 10 times the speed. His speed was top-notch and he could accurately hit the warhammer every time. No matter what hammer technique the Blood Dragon General used, Lin Fei could accurately repel the warhammer every time. As a result, he was unable to unleash his full power. In fact, he had completely disintegrated this power in midair. Over and over again, the Blood Dragon General instantly got a headache. He couldn't do anything to this kid. This was his most powerful combat method. But this time, he actually failed. His opponent's swordsmanship was easily blocked. If it was an ordinary sword cultivator, it would be fine. However, this sword cultivator's sword intent was very strong and his strength was not inferior to his strength. He could make his warhammer unable to hit him at all. In mid-air, he was met with a force of resistance. But such a person was just a Golden Core Realm expert. At this moment, the Blood Dragon General suddenly realized something. "I didn't expect you to be an expert at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Your swordsmanship and sword intent are so powerful. It's really rare. Which family are you from?" The Blood Dragon General hit the warhammer again, but it still didn't work, so he didn't attack again. Instead, he put away the warhammer and stared at the person in front of him. The people behind the Blood Dragon General all gasped. This young man was actually at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Everyone knew about the existence of the peak of the Golden Core Realm. But they had never seen one before. They didn't expect to meet an expert at the peak of the Golden Core Realm here, which made them a little unbelievable. In fact, even the Blood Dragon General was a little surprised. A master at the peak of the Golden Core Realm could be cultivated, so there must be a powerful force behind him. Ordinary people couldn't be cultivated at all. He was a nascent soul realm expert, but he was actually blocked by his opponent's swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was incredibly fast and he couldn't catch it at all, so every time he attacked, he was easily blocked by his opponent. At this time, Lin Fei knew how powerful the Blood Dragon General was. The power of the war hammer was tyrannical, and it could beat a person to death. His greatest advantage was the life-reaping sword, and with his physical body, even if the power seeped into him, he would be able to withstand it. If it was an ordinary sword intent, it would shatter upon contact. Naturally, the only thing that made Lin Fei feel helpless was the fact that his opponent was wearing the penetrative void armor. With such an armor on his body, his life-reaping sword was truly incapable of breaking through. Because he had lost a divine weapon in his hands. If I can get my hands on those penetrating void weapons in the crafting room, the power of my life-taking sword will become even stronger. Lin Fei inexplicably thought of the supreme-grade divine sword inside. A penetrative void divine sword would definitely be able to break through this penetrative void armor. After all, that penetrative void divine sword was extraordinary. Now you know that you can't kill me. If I were to tell my master, you would be in trouble. Lin Fei smiled faintly. After all, my master is very narrow-minded. Even if you are a nascent soul realm expert, it would be as easy for him to kill you. Lin Fei knew that the Blood Dragon General had misunderstood him. However, he wanted to make this misunderstanding bigger and bigger. At least for the time being, he was temporarily safe in this divine tomb. Whether he could get the supreme-grade divine sword or not, he really had to give the Blood Dragon General a good scare. Anyway, no one knew his origin, so it didn't matter how he boasted. This time, the Blood Dragon General really believed the words of this young man. After all, it was not an easy task to cultivate an extreme gold core realm expert. Even in the entire Nanyuan County, there were very few who could reach the extreme gold core realm. The Blood Dragon General did not doubt that the other party's master could kill him. At the very least, he would have to pay a huge price. This was really shooting himself in the foot. The Blood Dragon General was a little regretful. He actually did not see the situation clearly. But now, he could not kill this guy. The other party's sword technique was too fast and strong. If another nascent soul realm expert came, he might be able to stop this guy. But now, he really could not stop this guy alone. If the other party wanted to leave, he could only stare at him. As for the people behind him, they were really not a match for him. If the other party came in, all of them would die. No one could stop that fast sword. When did such a great expert appear in the Nanyuan County? I have my eyes on the divine sword inside. I advise you to give it up. Lin Fei said faintly. This is a good thing for you. If my master comes later, you will be in trouble. The Blood Dragon General was now in a difficult position. He naturally wanted the void weapon inside, but unfortunately, he encountered an expert who was at the extreme gold core realm and had a master behind him. If he could come to such a place, the other party's master could also come. Maybe he went to get some powerful treasure. If he waited for his master to come, he would definitely be in trouble. Whether he could win or not was one thing. If he was accidentally killed, that would be the worst. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that and give up on the insightful void divine weapon. After all, he already had a void armor, a treasure for self-defense. However, if he had another insightful void weapon, he might be able to exchange it for an insightful void weapon at the auction house. The kind that was suitable for him. Although the grade of the warhammer in his hand was very high and it was also a top-grade magic treasure, it was still not a void weapon. Its power was still a little weaker and could not improve his strength. If you don't want to go, then I can only ask my master to come and have a good fight with you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Blood Dragon General did not doubt the other party's words at all. Who could reach the extreme gold core realm did not have a powerful master. You're good. Let's meet again. The Blood Dragon General grabbed the warhammer and went forward without stopping. A powerful nascent soul realm expert was really what the Blood Dragon General was worried about. I'll leave first. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the other party leave. He did not know when the other party would come back, so he had to get the void weapon before he came back. As long as he had the void weapon, refining it would be a piece of cake. Don't forget that he had the divine tree of life. Lin Fei broke into the weapon refining room. The flying swords did not move. Lin Fei ran directly in front of the void weapon. He did not reach out to grab it because he knew that once he did, it would be equivalent to activating the flying swords.